Chapter 531. When all the regions were connected, the path into the depths of the ancient battlefield was opened. The entire ancient battlefield started a rampage of ancient beasts. This was a grand event that happened once in 1,000 years. It was also the only chance for many powerful ancient beasts to leave after entering the depths. The ancient beasts roared, and their roars were deafening. Their overwhelming aura surged as many ancient beasts charged into the depths of the ancient battlefield. As the king of this region, sky-devouring wolf had already arrived at the border of this region and was fully prepared. Its aura surged, and the aura of a king was revealed. Many ancient beasts avoided it. When all the regions were connected, the heavens and earth trembled. When the passageway opened, it was the first to enter the depths. The old demonic leopard walked side by side with green radiance around its body. Its broken claw was replaced by a lifelike energy claw. Wolf cub, who was following behind sky-devouring wolf, had its hind leg replaced by an energy hind leg. As for its real hind leg, it was already in Zichen's stomach. Humans, I will settle this with you when I return. Wolf cub's eyes flashed coldly. It was still holding a grudge against the two humans. The two kings were in the air, and the aura of a king was fully displayed. No ancient beasts dared to approach them. All of them hid far away. After the two kings left and the aura of a king dissipated, many ancient beasts appeared from afar. They approached the area and charged into the depths. In an instant, the earth trembled and rumbled. Smoke and dust covered the sky as though it was a doomsday storm. It was rare to see pure-blooded descendants of ancient beasts, but they could be seen everywhere. There were lightning snakes, unicorns, tricolored lizards, golden lions, alligators, and many other ancient beasts. Their bodies glowed and their auras surged as they charged into the depths. Other than this region, the kings of the other regions also entered the depths when the passageway opened. After that, the other ancient beasts formed a beast tide and brought up smoke and dust. Compared to the countless ancient beasts, the number of humans entering the depths was much smaller. In each region, the average number of humans entering was less than 100. Therefore, every time they entered the depths, the ancient beasts would go first and the human cultivators would follow behind. The goal of many ancient beasts was the blood essence of the pure-blooded ancient beasts. Even a drop would allow them to transform and increase their strength. For the kings of ancient beasts, this was a chance to leave the ancient battlefield. As for the humans, their goal was the blood essence of all the ancient beasts and the relics left behind by the ancient battlefield. Other than that, there were also many ancient beasts, such as the grey rat and the black rat. These ancient beasts were not strong and had impure bloodlines. They took advantage of this opportunity to cross regions and hunt ancient beasts and humans of the same level. Zichen and the others were still recuperating when the ancient beasts entered the depths of the forest. During this time, they talked about Wang Shi's death. When they heard that he was killed by an assassin, both of them were surprised. In the fringe, where there were no rules to speak of, all conflicts could be resolved on their own. Apart from the market square, he could kill anywhere and anytime. It seemed a little redundant to have a killer. The Heavenly Kill Alliance did not have any branches in the Bedlam lands. That was a very perverted assassin. The purpose of his attack was just for fun. There was no enmity between them at all. Wang Shan was still very emotional when he talked about what happened that day. Although the assassin was abnormal, his strength was very strong. He killed Wang Shi in one move. When Zichen and Tyrant heard this, they were shocked. The killer killed people for fun. Although they had not fought with Wang Shi was known as a monstrous genius and ranked third in Yunxia City. His combat strength was naturally extraordinary. They did not expect that he would be killed by an assassin who thought it was fun. I think his strength is ordinary. If he did not hide and take us by surprise, he would not have been able to kill us. If he fought with my brother directly, the outcome would not have been certain, Wang Shan said with some dissatisfaction. You can't say that. That assassin's combat strength was indeed very strong and his concealment skills were very good. Even though we were alert, we could not discover him. Wang Qiong suddenly said with a grave expression. The assassin's strength was only at the middle stage of the Imperial Sky Realm. However, He was able to kill Wang Shu in one move. He should be a seed assassin of the Heavenly Kill Alliance. This time, he might come to the ancient battlefield. When we enter the depths, we must be careful. Wang Qiong warned solemnly. Middle stage of the Imperial Sky Realm? Could it be him? Suddenly, Zichen frowned as he thought of a cold assassin. Back then, outside the market square, he had almost killed Yu. After that, he had caused Tyrant to suffer a great loss. Damn it, could it really be him? Tyrant's expression changed when he heard that. There was anger in his eyes. Apparently, he had also thought of that cold assassin. After that, the two of them talked about the assassination and described the appearance of the assassin. We did not see his true appearance, but it is very likely to be the same person. Wang Qiong nodded after thinking for a while. It's best if it's the same person. If he dares to enter the depths, he will not be able to return, Wang Shan said coldly. Tyrant nodded and said, we will settle old and new grudges together. During this period, Shangguan Bingshi did not say a word. He was still in a bad mood. Wang Xian accompanied him by his side. 2 days later, LV Peng and Zhong Haotian had fully recovered from their injuries. The group of 8 people and 2 beasts set off and headed towards the depths. Indeed, as soon as they left the dense forest, they found ancient beasts. These ancient beasts were all from other regions. To the group, they were not very strong. However, there were many of them and they formed a group. At this moment, after seeing the group of humans, the ancient beasts sent out cold messages. With ferocious expressions, they charged towards Zichen and the group. The battle broke out in an instant. Tyrant held 2 sword teeth and slashed fiercely. Wherever he passed, the ancient beasts would be sent flying. On the other hand, Wang Shan and the rest also displayed their powerful combat strength. The ancient beasts fell to the ground one by one. The battle started quickly and ended quickly as well. The entire process of the battle was almost a one-sided slaughter. The group was not injured at all. They had slaughtered a wave of ancient beasts. After cleaning up the battlefield, the group continued forward. During this period, they killed another 2 waves of ancient beasts. The 8 of them had monstrous combat strength. When they worked together, they formed a super strong team to hunt ancient beasts. The team leader was naturally the powerful Zichen. This was widely acknowledged. By the time the group reached the depths, they had killed more than 20 ordinary ancient beasts. They had a bountiful harvest. Tyrant exclaimed that they had struck gold. Even Shangguan Bingshi from the Shangguan family was stunned when he saw these ancient beasts. After a few days, the group reached the border of the area and went into the depths. The environment in the depths was almost the same as in the periphery. There were dense forests, mountain peaks, and many traces of battle. Dilapidated fences, broken walls, and collapsed ruins could be seen everywhere. However, these things were on the verge of being eroded by the wind. It would not be long before they all disappeared. The group was quite lucky. As soon as they entered, they found an ancient medicine that was more than 3,000 years old. As expected of a spirit-devouring rat, Wang Qiong and the rest were surprised when they saw the spirit-devouring rat return with the ancient medicine. Finding an ancient medicine in a place where many ancient beasts had stepped on was enough to show how extraordinary the spirit-devouring rat was. A mere ancient medicine is nothing. I'll bring you to the ruins later, to the inheritances, and to all the treasures with spiritual energy, the spirit-devouring rat said smugly after passing the ancient medicine to Zichen. Before the spirit-devouring rat could lead the group to the ruins, an ancient beast rushed out of the dense forest. Human. Delicious. This was an ancient beast whose bloodline was comparable to a wolf cub. It was called the Golden Lion. It was more than 10 meters tall and exuded the majesty of an ancient beast. It was even stronger than the one Zhong Haotian and the rest had hunted. Golden light flashed around its body like a golden sun. A violent aura surged around its body. Its bell-sized eyes were filled with greed and killing intent. When humans hunted ancient beasts, they needed to be baptized in their blood. Ancient beasts could also devour humans and transform them. Ancient beasts were very intelligent. They knew that humans who dared to enter the depths were very strong. Therefore, after devouring them, they would obtain more energy. Therefore, when they saw humans, they wanted to devour them as if they had seen an ancient medicine. Torrential flames surged around the golden lion as it charged at the group. Clang! Zhong Haotian appeared from the darkness with a pill weapon and slashed at the golden lion's body. However, there was a sonorous sound. He was unable to break through the golden lion's defense and was forced back. The descendants of pure-blooded ancient beasts had strong defenses. Ordinary pill weapons could not break through at all. Wang Qiong and the rest were also forced to retreat. Without LV Peng's formation, it was unrealistic for them to kill the golden lion. Watch me. Monk stepped forward with two sword fangs and slashed at the golden lion. The sword fangs flashed with light and pierced into the golden lion's body like sharp swords. In an instant, golden blood splattered. The golden lion was injured. The golden lion was furious. It roared at the sky like a thunderclap. Terrifying energy surged on its sharp claws as it slapped at Monk. Peng! Amidst the muffled explosion, Tyrant was sent flying and retreated several tens of meters. Ancient beasts that dared to intercept humans were naturally very strong. At this moment, even Monk, who had been baptized once, could not suppress them. At this moment, a rainbow-like ray of light appeared not far away and slashed at the golden lion. It was Shangguan Bingshi. She was actually attacking with the Sword of Light. The Sword of Light was unusually sharp. Every time the light struck out, it would leave a long wound on the golden lion's body. Golden blood splattered everywhere, falling onto the ground like golden pearls. Shangguan Bingshi held the Sword of Light and fought against the golden lion. Her feet flashed with extreme speed. Her combat strength was not weaker than a monster's. Now that she had the Sword of Light, she was like a tiger that had grown wings. After a few attacks, several long wounds appeared on the golden lion's body. Monk felt his heart ache when he saw this. He said that this was something that could be used to make inner armor for pill weapons. The golden lion's body was huge. The few wounds on its body were nothing. Soon, the wounds stopped bleeding. Let's end this quickly. At this moment, Zi Chen rushed forward with the broken spear. Chapter 532. The three of them attacked with all their might. Their fierce attacks flashed with dazzling light and landed on the golden lion's body. Golden blood began to splatter, and the golden lion roared in pain. Its intelligence was not inferior to that of humans, and it had already understood that these humans were not to be trifled with. However, at this moment, it was surrounded by three people. Each of them was very fast, and it was impossible for it to escape. Therefore, it erupted again, displaying its strongest combat power as a descendant of an ancient beast. Bang! Amidst a dull sound, the golden lion's huge body finally fell. Smoke and dust filled the sky as its vitality dissipated. There was a fatal wound between its eyebrows, and golden blood flowed out. Even the desperate golden lion was no match for the three of them. Seeing the battle end so quickly, Wang Shan and the others could not believe their eyes. One had to know that when they killed the golden lion, it took them half a month. Although they killed the golden lion in the end, they were all seriously injured and almost lost their lives. However, the descendant of an ancient beast that was even more powerful than the golden lion was killed by the three of them in less than 15 minutes. Let's go straight into the depths. We'll dissect the golden lion later, Zi Chen said, and then used the purple gold gourd to put away the golden lion's body. After that, the group continued to go deeper. Half a day later, under the guidance of the spirit-devouring rats, they found a second ancient medicine. It was very old. Discovering two ancient medicines in one day, the spirit-devouring rat's role was played to the extreme here. Moreover, the places where the ancient medicines were located were places where ancient beasts had stepped on. Wait, there's something here. The spirit-devouring rat in the lead suddenly stopped. Something? Ancient medicine? Wang Shan stepped forward and looked around in confusion. This was a place with broken walls. There was not even a single ancient tree, let alone ancient medicine. Moreover, as far as the eye could see, there were dilapidated buildings that had been eroded by the wind. Any strong wind that blew past would turn this place into nothingness. There's no ancient medicine? Wang Shan looked around and said, I said there's something, but it doesn't mean there's an ancient medicine. There's a fluctuation of spiritual power below. There's definitely something, the spirit-devouring rat said with certainty. Below. Wang Shan was startled. Almost everything here has been weathered. There can't be anything valuable here. The spirit-devouring rat was somewhat dissatisfied with Wang Shan's questioning, and a disdainful light flashed through its small eyes. Dig. Zi Chen stepped forward, and without saying a word, he started digging at the place designated by the spirit-devouring rats. He chose to believe in the spirit-devouring rats unconditionally. After that, Tyrant, LV Peng, and the others also made their moves. Seeing this scene, the arrogance in the spirit-devouring rat's eyes grew even stronger, and its gaze towards Wang Shan was also filled with disdain. I'm actually being despised by a dead rat. Wang Shan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he could only continue digging. Amidst a cry of alarm, the crowd dug out a black substance. It seemed like stone, yet it wasn't. It was extremely hard, and not even alchemy weapons could cut it open. There really is something. Everyone's eyes lit up as they sped up. Soon, the black object was dug out. It was a tall stone tablet that was 3 meters tall. It was made of very hard material, but its surface was simple and unadorned. There was no spiritual energy flowing around it. The fact that the stone tablet was able to be preserved for so many years, and the fact that the material was so tough, was enough to prove that the stone tablet was extraordinary. During this period of time, the monk used his sword teeth to slash repeatedly, but there was no reaction at all. This proved that the stone tablet's material had surpassed that of alchemy weapons. As he rolled up his sleeves, a gust of wind blew past, blowing away the dust in the stone tablet. Then, everyone saw that in the huge stone tablet, there was a complicated ancient word engraved on it. Every stroke of the complicated ancient word was like a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing, vigorous and powerful. There are words on it. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that not only did the monk use his sword teeth to slash at it, but even Zi Chen took out his broken spear. However, when he slashed at it with all his strength, there wasn't even a scratch left on it. Quick, look at what the word is. Everyone looked carefully. This was an ancient word, and every stroke seemed to be made with a sharp blade. There was no spiritual energy flowing around it, and it seemed to have something to do with the stone tablet that it could be passed down until now. Moreover, this was an unfamiliar ancient word, and even Elder Mo couldn't recognize it. There is a very dense spiritual energy sealed inside. You can use your spiritual sense to sense it. Maybe you can find something, the spirit-devouring rat reminded. In an instant, everyone extended their spiritual sense and entered the ancient word. Hum. The stone tablet seemed to tremble, and then a vast power appeared. Vaguely, everyone saw a majestic figure standing in the air, waving his fingers at the void. Every time he waved his fingers, a dazzling sword chi with a powerful sword will appeared, and finally landed on a towering stone tablet. As the streaks of sword chi fell, the sword marks on the stone tablet gradually formed a complicated ancient character. The ancient word was just like what they saw in the outside world. It was complicated and difficult to understand, and it also carried a powerful sword will. However, at this moment, in this illusory scene, everyone recognized this ancient word at a glance. Sword. This was the word sword. Every stroke of the word was a towering sword will, displaying the endless power of the sword will and carrying the unique aura of the way of the sword. The moment the word sword formed on the stone tablet, the entire word emitted a dazzling light. It seemed that in this light, everyone could feel the existence of the sword will of the great path, piercing deeply into their eyes. Everything seemed to be an illusion and disappeared in an instant. Everyone woke up again, but everyone's expression became very pale. What a powerful sword will! Wang Qiong's eyes flashed. The moment the word sword lit up, he felt as if his soul was about to be cut into pieces by the sword will. Although Zi Chen did not speak, the shock in his eyes did not dissipate for a long time. Obviously, this was a powerful inheritance of a sword skill. All right, quickly comprehend it and then leave it for me to devour, the spirit-devouring rat said excitedly. Wastrel, this is a powerful inheritance of a sword skill. Wouldn't it be a waste to let you devour it? The monk said and slapped the spirit-devouring rat away. Put it away, Zi-Chen said at this moment. This was a well-preserved inheritance of a sword skill, and it could be taken out as a collection. It would be a pity if it was devoured by the spirit-devouring rat, so the monk put the stone tablet away for the time being. Although the spirit-devouring rat was a little dissatisfied, it could not do anything about it and could only continue to lead the way. However, this time, after taking 2 steps, it made another discovery. There's something here too. The spirit-devouring rat pointed to the ground. As the crowd continued digging, they discovered that they had dug out yet another stone tablet. There was also a complicated ancient word on the stone tablet. It was obviously the word sword. This can't be a set of sword skills, right? Seeing 2 stone tablets that were almost the same but contained different sword intents, everyone's eyes widened. At this moment, even Shangguan Bingshi's expression changed. A powerful sword skill inheritance, just thinking about it was shocking. Look again, see if there's a third one. The excited crowd treated the spirit-devouring rat as a laborer and began to search this place, carefully sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Soon, they found the third sword tablet. It was indeed different from the other 2, and it represented a third sword skill inheritance. Each of them was a super powerful sword skill, and each of them had the aura of the Great Tao, but the sword intents they contained were very different. Heavens, could it be that we'll really find a set of sword skills inheritance here? Everyone felt that it was unbelievable, and their hearts were extremely shocked. Once a sword skill inheritance was taken out, it could be used as a foundation by a large force to nurture more powerhouses. However, if they took back a set of sword skills inheritance, they could completely create a large force. Look, quickly find all the sword skills. Monk shouted excitedly. Zi-Chen's expression was no longer calm. This was because both of them had the idea of creating a force, and with this set of sword skills, they would have a foundation that could be passed down. Soon after, the 4th sword tablet was found, and it also represented a different sword skill inheritance. Everyone stayed here for a full day, but in the end, they only found 4 sword tablets, which made Monk feel that it was a pity. Be content, any one of these sword tablets can be taken out by many forces, and if it's auctioned, it can be sold for a sky-high price. Zi-Chen said with a smile, moreover, these 4 sword tablets can be used as a foundation to nurture more powerhouses. He was not as greedy as Monk. After searching for half a day and confirming that there were no more sword tablets, everyone continued to hurry. The passage in the depths had been open for several days, and they had been left far behind. The good inheritances had all been snatched away by others. Along the way, everyone began to hurry. 3 days later, they found traces of humans. This was a large force with a large number of people, and they surrounded a dense forest. When they saw Zi-Chen and the others, their eyes were filled with hostility. However, when they saw Shangguan Bingshi in the crowd, they were stunned. Idlers, stop. This place has been occupied by the Chen family. Yukong shouted vigilantly from afar. Chen family? The Chen family, the overlord force of Chaos City. Zi-Chen frowned and looked at Shangguan Bingshi beside him. You are from the Chen family? Shangguan Bingshi asked calmly. That's right, we are from the Chen family. This time, we have already sealed this place, so please stop, Miss Shangguan, Yukong said. Roar. At that moment, a deafening beast roar was heard, and it was as if thunder had exploded in the sky. The beast roars were unceasing, and from the sound of it, there were at least 3 ancient beasts. 3 ancient beasts together? Powerful ancient beasts usually moved alone, and they rarely teamed up. Now that 3 ancient beasts were together, everyone was stunned. However, immediately after that, sounds of fighting could be heard, and violent energy surged in the forest, followed by the screams of humans before they died. Come here, all of you. At that moment, a loud roar was heard. Yukong, who had sealed off the periphery, heard it, and his expression changed, and he immediately rushed into the dense forest. What should we do? In the blink of an eye, all the Yukong had entered the depths, and even Yukong, who had blocked them previously, was nowhere to be seen, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. Zi-Chen glanced at Shangguan Bingshi, and found that he did not have much of an expression on his face. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Since they have already occupied this place, let's leave." Chapter 533. Chen had said that he was going to leave, but he didn't. The others didn't urge him either. During this time, everyone was looking at Shangguan Bingxi. The latter said indifferently, "The Chen family and the Shangguan family are only acquaintances." The others were relieved and didn't say anything else. People from big factions were very conceited. If they entered rashly, they would definitely be hostile. They might say that they were disloyal and stole the treasure, and become mortal enemies in the end. Therefore, the crowd waited outside. They would only go in when they couldn't win. Roar. The roars of beasts were heard in the dense forest. They were sure that there were 3 ancient beasts, but then another roar sounded. A 4th ancient beast appeared in the dense forest. This made Chen and the others change their expressions. If there were only 3 ancient beasts, even if they were comparable to the demonic leopard cub or the demonic wolf cub, they were confident that they could kill them. However, there were 4 of them. Even if they had monstrous battle strength, they were not confident. 4 ancient beasts. The Chen family is finished. Facing 3 ancient beasts, the Chen family was already in danger. Now that there were 4 of them, they had almost no chance of winning. Just as Wang Shan was sighing, more shrill screams came from the forest. These were the screams before death. The sound kept rising and falling. The shrill screams proved that the human cultivators were dying one by one. Not good. Everyone, retreat quickly. Then, the voice sounded again. However, compared to the anger just now, there was a hint of panic in the voice now. "Humans, go to hell." Among the screams, a thunderous roar of an ancient beast was heard. Then, there was a huge tremor in the forest. Chen and the others couldn't see what was happening in the dense forest with their own eyes, but they could guess from the screams and roars. The 4 ancient beasts must have shown their power and started to kill the Chen family. After a few breaths, 2 figures rushed out of the forest. When they rushed out, they were still coughing up blood. Their panicked faces were filled with shock and fear. These were the 2 monsters from the Chen family. Just as the 2 of them rushed out, they saw Chen and the rest waiting outside. Their gazes swept past Shangguan Bingxi, and after a slight pause, the panic and fear on their faces had already disappeared. At the same time, a mocking smile appeared on their lips, and they quickly left. Their meaning was clear. Even so many of them had been defeated, let alone the 8 of them. Roar. Soon after, the deafening roars of beasts rang out in the forest, and then slowly disappeared. The 4 ancient beasts did not chase after them. Oh my God, there were dozens of them when they went in. Now, only 2 of them escaped. Wang Shan was completely stunned when he saw that the Chen family had not rushed out again. Out of dozens of people, only 2 were still alive. The death rate was too high. What should we do? After that, everyone looked at Chen. If there were only 3 ancient beasts, they would have rushed in without hesitation. However, there was suddenly one more. It seemed that it would be very difficult for the 8 of them to deal with 4 ancient beasts. Moreover, so many of the Chen family's warriors were killed in an instant. It showed how strong the 4 ancient beasts were. Go in. A cold light flashed in Chen's eyes. He had already made up his mind and rushed in first. In his hand, the blood-red broken spear had already appeared, and a crazy murderous aura filled the air. The rest followed closely behind, all ready for battle. A sword tooth appeared in Shangguan Bingxi's hand, and a sword of light appeared in Shangguan Bingxi's hand. The forest was in a mess, and the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. On the ground, there were only a few scattered elixir weapons, and nothing else. As for the corpses, they must have been eaten by the ancient beasts. Seeing these elixir weapons, Shangguan's eyes lit up, and he immediately put them away. These weapons have owners. Even if you take them, you won't be able to use them. Who knows, you might even offend the Chen family. Shangguan Bingxi kindly reminded him. These elixir weapons will be used by me. Shangguan smiled, and then put away all the elixir weapons. The 4 ancient beasts had already entered the depths of the forest. During this time, they would occasionally let out low growls. The group advanced quickly, no longer hiding. The sound of wind breaking could be heard in the forest. When they entered the depths, they saw the 4 ancient beasts. They were leopard-type ancient beasts from an unknown region. They looked very similar to the sword-toothed demonic leopard, but they did not have the 2 huge sword teeth. They had a pair of cold eyes, and they were also emitting a blood-red light. In the middle of the 4 ancient beasts, there was a huge corpse of an ancient beast. It seemed to have died for countless years. Its bones had already rotted, and only a faint light was emitted from its bones. At this moment, the 4 ancient beasts were refining the ancient beast's blood essence from the rotting flesh. They had already refined a drop, and it was floating above the corpse, emitting a bright light. In addition, there was also a terrifying ferocious aura emanating from the blood essence. Zichen had only felt this kind of ferocious aura from the blood essence that the old man had given him. Moreover, he and the monk could only withstand 1 drop of this level of blood essence during their baptism. What a powerful aura! Is this the true blood essence of an ancient beast? Looking at the drop of blood essence, Wang Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. The others were also shocked. Even Shongguan Bing, she had never seen such a ferocious blood essence. The few of them guessed that it was the blood essence of a pure-blooded ancient beast. However, only Zichen and Shongguan knew that it was not pure-blooded. Stupid humans are here again. Kill them all. A black panther glanced coldly at Zichen and the rest, and then opened its mouth. Its voice shook the sky. The arrival of Zichen and the rest did not attract its attention. At this moment, it was still refining the blood essence of the ancient beast. Moreover, the second drop of blood essence was about to take shape. Humans, die. 3 black panthers turned into 3 rays of black light and rushed towards them. Their eyes shone with a cruel light. They were ready to kill Zichen and the rest as easily as they killed the Chen family. Zichen, Shongguan Bingshi, and Shongguan Bingshi were at the front. They were the first to be killed by the black panthers. Peng. The first to be attacked was Shongguan. The 2 sword fangs in his hands shone brightly. They were used as long swords, and he slashed at the black panthers. In the next moment, the black panthers were sent flying as if they were hit hard. Shongguan Bing, she had sent a black panther flying with a single blow. On the other side, the sword of light in Shongguan Bing, she's hand shone like a waterfall. It cut a long wound on the body of the second black panther. Colorful blood splattered as the black panther roared in pain. 2 black panthers were at a disadvantage against 2 humans. At this moment, the third black panther arrived in front of Zichen. Its black claws carried a destructive aura. Zichen's eyes were cold. Golden light flashed around his body. Facing this attack, he did not dodge and let the black panther hit his chest. The black panther's claw landed on Zichen's chest. The black panther, which had intelligence not inferior to that of a human, seemed to have seen the scene of a human's chest collapsing and being pierced through by its claws. But at this moment, a blood-red lightning appeared in front of the black panther. Then, a monstrous murderous aura surged and the blood-red lightning rushed towards its glabella. Roar! The blood-red lightning contained a terrifying aura that made the black panther feel the danger of death. It let out a deafening roar. The violent aura around its body surged crazily. The power of its claws was reduced by 50% in an instant. It then dodged to the side. Puff! But the speed of the blood-red lightning was too fast. Both sides were very close. With a soft sound, the blood-red lightning hit the black panther's glabella and pierced in. Boom! The broken spear pierced the black panther's glabella. At the same time, a surge of energy emerged and rushed towards the black panther's soul. The energy was like a vibrating wave. Under the shock of the energy, the black panther's soul was destroyed layer by layer. By the time the blood-red spear was pulled out, the black panther's vitality had already disappeared. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Zichen killed a black panther with 1 strike. As the black panther had held back 50% of its strength, the remaining 50% could not hurt Zichen at all. The battle happened in an instant. But in the next moment, there was a pause. Whether it was the human or the black panther, they all looked at Zichen with shock in their eyes. The black panther, who was refining the blood essence, was completely stunned when it saw this scene. Its big eyes were filled with disbelief. A mere human killed one of its companions in one strike. It felt that everything seemed to be wrong. It should be them who killed a human in one strike. How could this be? Just as the Black Panther was confused, it realized that the human with the broken spear was already charging towards it. Then, he raised the broken spear in his hand high up. The battle started when Chen raised the spear again. This time, it was 8 against 3. Coupled with the demon ape who attacked from time to time, the 3 ancient beasts were suppressed from the beginning. During this period, everyone was holding back the ancient beasts. The one responsible for killing them was Chen. Go to hell! After a loud shout, Chen used his extreme speed to flash to the side of the Black Panther. At the same time, the broken spear in his hand viciously chopped downwards. A red light like a waterfall pierced through the Black Panther's body. Gulp! A huge Black Panther's head was chopped off by Chen and rolled on the ground. Another ancient beast was killed. When the remaining 2 ancient beasts saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran. During this time, Wang Shan and the others were knocked over and coughed up blood. "Lend me the Sword of Light," Monk suddenly shouted. Then, he snatched the Sword of Light from Shangguan Bingshi's hand. His body was shining with golden light as he charged towards one of the ancient beasts. In an instant, the Sword of Light shone brightly. The 7-colored sword light slashed again and stabbed into the ancient beast's forehead. With a wail, the 3rd ancient beast fell to the ground. Just 2 breaths later, the 4th ancient beast also let out a scream. It was killed by Chen's broken spear. Seeing the 2 of them so valiant, the other 6 people were stunned. Chapter 534. The battle ended very quickly, which was unexpected. If the 4 ancient beasts had gone all out and unleashed their strongest attacks, 1 or 2 of the 8 people and 2 beasts would have died. However, after killing the Chen family, the black leopard's confidence swelled. They thought that these humans were as easy to kill as before. In the end, all of them died because of their carelessness. 2 drops of blood essence that emitted a murderous aura floated above the gigantic ancient beast's corpse. Chen stepped forward and collected the 2 drops of blood essence. He then sat cross-legged beside the corpse and began to refine and extract the rest of the blood essence. Taking advantage of this time, Tyrant held the Sword of Light and began to dissect the 4 black leopards. It's indeed a good item. It's exceptionally sharp. Looking at the Sword of Light in his hand, Tyrant couldn't bear to part with it. However, no one paid him any attention. Shangguan Bingshi wouldn't give the sword to him. Feeling bored, Tyrant focused on dissecting the ancient beasts. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Chen had already collected 2 drops of blood essence. At this moment, 2 more drops floated in front of him. It was really surprising that he could extract 4 drops from this rotten corpse. In these 4 hours, Tyrant had also successfully dissected 3 ancient beasts. There was only 1 left and he was preparing to dissect it. However, at this moment, sounds of breaking through the air could be heard from afar. It sounded like many figures were flying towards them. Hurry up! The ancient beasts are just ahead. At the same time, a human voice could be heard. Hearing these voices, everyone's expression changed slightly. Then, they became alert. After a few breaths, more figures appeared. There were more than 30 of them. Each of them emitted a powerful aura. The ones leading the way were the 2 geniuses of the Chen family who had fled in panic. As soon as they appeared, they saw the neatly dissected ancient beasts' corpses on the ground. Not far away, there were also 2 drops of blood essence floating in the air. Seeing the 4 ancient beasts and the 2 drops of blood essence, everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Their breathing quickened. However, when the 2 geniuses of the Chen family saw this, their faces were filled with shock. They had personally experienced the strength of the 4 ancient beasts. They had slaughtered the dozens of people they had brought with them. From the start of the battle, it had been a one-sided massacre. The 2 of them had been lucky to be able to escape. They had originally given up, but they did not expect to find the Zhu clan ahead. Thus, they led the Zhu clan back to kill the 4 ancient beasts. However, he never expected that such powerful ancient beasts would actually be killed by these 8 humans. Furthermore, looking at their bodies, there was not the slightest injury. Clearly, the battle had been very easy. Chen Liang, this is the place you discovered. It seems that the item has been snatched away by someone else. Beside the freak from the Chen family, a young man in battle armor coldly said. That's right, it was snatched away by someone else. The monster known as Chen Liang immediately understood the meaning behind the other party's words and nodded his head furiously. How dare you steal from the Overlord faction? Seems like these people are pretty gutsy. I wonder which faction they belong to. The young man from before swept his gaze across the group and spoke once more. Ju Zun, what do you mean by that? Shangguan Bingshi looked at the young man who spoke and asked coldly. Ayo, isn't this Shangguan Bingshi, the little princess of the Shangguan clan? As a member of the Shangguan clan, why aren't you following young Master Xiong? Why are you with this group of people? Ju Zun laughed sarcastically. Shangguan Bingshi ignored the sarcasm in the other party's words and said directly, the ancient beasts were killed by us. You guys should leave. You guys killed them. Who saw it? Ju Zun sneered and said, I only saw you guys snatching our ancient beasts. What's wrong? You have the guts to snatch our ancient beasts, but you don't have the guts to admit it. While the 2 parties were talking, Chen and Tyrant were expressionless. They were still minding their own business and did not pay any attention to these people. In the outside world, they were famous Overlord factions. A casual cough from them would cause the entire Bedlam lands to tremble a few times. But in the ancient battlefield, they were just a bunch of skies that were not worth mentioning. A mere Overlord faction showing off here would only be mocked by others. Chen did not even frown at the arrival of these people and their aggressive attitude. When the 2 drops of blood essence were finally formed, Chen heaved a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. The rotten corpse in front of him was completely useless now. Haha, you even helped us refine our blood essence. Not bad, not bad. Our Ju clan owes you guys a favor. You too, go and take out my blood essence. Ju Zun laughed and then signaled for the others to take out the blood essence. Chen turned his head and looked at the other party with a cold smile. Boom. At this moment, the sky suddenly trembled and a pitch-black staff shadow appeared. It carried a powerful aura as it fell from the sky and hit the head of one of the skies. Sky's expression changed and his body flashed with light. He used his alchemy weapon to resist. Peng. The staff shadow fell and shook the space. A terrifying aura surged and smashed onto the alchemy weapon of Sky's. Instantly, a loud tremor was heard. Sky's palm was torn apart and the alchemy weapon in his hand flew out. At the same time, the pitch-black staff shadow smashed down and landed on the head of the Skies, killing him instantly. Amidst the loud explosion, one of the geniuses was blown up just like that. But what was even more shocking was that the other one had already fallen to the ground and died at some point in time. His fatal wound was on his chest. Only when the 2 Skies died did the others react. You guys snatched our things and still dare to kill us. Are you guys trying to go against the overlords? Ju Zun's expression changed and turned cold. The other Skies were also surrounded by a murderous aura and locked onto the others. Tyrant was still dissecting the ancient beasts as if he did not hear the other party's words. He also did not care about the previous battle and the dead Skies. His hands were still moving at a steady pace as he dissected the last ancient beast. Chen looked at Ju Zun indifferently and asked coldly, "Snatched your things? Are you referring to these 4 ancient beasts?" "That's right. These 4 ancient beasts and their essence blood." Ju Zun also stared at Chen. But seeing how calm the other party was, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Chen sneered and said, "Talking in your sleep in the day and lying with your eyes wide open. Worthy of being an overlord clan. You guys are really overbearing. It's good that you know. Hand over the ancient beasts and the essence blood and we'll let bygones be bygones. Our Ju clan will owe you guys a favor. If you don't hand it over, you'll have to bear the wrath of our Ju clan." Ju clan's wrath and a favor. Chen sneered and said coldly, "You guys are really used to being arrogant. Have you forgotten where you are? Do you still think this is the Bedlam lands? Let me tell you, this is the ancient battlefield. Zichen's cold eyes flashed with murderous intent. He looked at the ashen-faced Ju Zun and said word by word, "Now, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to leave. If you're still here after 3 breaths, don't blame us for killing you without mercy." You. Ju Zun's ashen-faced face was instantly filled with murderous intent. He was an overlord clan and the Bedlam lands belonged to his clan. Even Dan Yuan Old Monster had to be polite to him. When had he ever been humiliated like this? But before he could get angry, he saw killing intent surging in the eyes of the other Zukong realm cultivators on the opposite side. 1 breath. At the same time, a cold voice started counting the time for them. Ju Zun's expression kept changing when he heard the insulting voice. He couldn't wait to fight with these people. They killed 4 ancient beasts. These people are not to be trifled with. Look at that baldy's hand. Suddenly, Chen Liang's voice sounded in Ju Zun's mind. He subconsciously looked at Tyrant and saw the sword of light that had restrained its aura. Ju Zun's pupils immediately contracted. He recognized the sword of light and naturally knew the power of this sword. 2 breaths. At this moment, Zichen's cold voice sounded again. Ju Zun's expression changed. He couldn't wait to kill them. But in the end, he didn't have the courage to do so. After Zichen said 2 breaths, he left with his group. The 8 of them were able to kill 4 ancient beasts. Their strength was naturally strong. Moreover, they obviously had a sword of light. They might have other tricks up their sleeves. Even though they had 4 monstrous geniuses on their side, they still didn't have a good chance of winning. Damn it. How dare you threaten me? I'll settle this with you when we get out. Ju Zun said coldly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Seems like the rumors are true. Young Master Xiong really suffered a great loss. It was a wise decision for us not to fight. Chen Liang suddenly said. Rumors about young Master Xiong? What rumors? Ju Zun asked. There's a rumor that Master Xiong wanted to kill Shangguan Bingxi. It said that he killed all of Shangguan Bingxi's protectors, but was saved by a group of barbarians. These barbarians also made Master Xiong suffer a great loss, almost killing him. What? Ju Zun's expression changed. This is what my subordinate heard. I'm not sure about the details, but it should be close. How is that possible? How can the barbarians be so strong? How can they make young Master Xiong suffer a great loss? What's so impossible about that? The barbarians of this generation are widely acknowledged to be very powerful. Have you forgotten the news that Zheng Feng brought back? Young Master Xiong fought fiercely with a barbarian at the early stage of the flying flight realm and was unable to win. The group gradually left. They still couldn't believe that the barbarians were so strong. Since when did they become so strong? Ju Zun was still brooding over the threats he received today. He had been plotting in his heart. If the barbarians dared to go deeper, he would definitely find a chance to kill them. The enmity between the 2 sides was formed just like that. Zichen didn't care about this at all. If he went back smoothly, he had a trump card that would allow him to not be afraid of the overlords. After the monk finished dissecting the ancient beasts, the group continued to go deeper. This time, their speed was even faster. During this time, they didn't let the spirit-devouring rats take any detours to look for ancient herbs. They wanted to find the places in the old man's memory. One of them was related to the sky-splitting battle ape, while the other was related to the monk. It was said that there would occasionally be sounds of chanting from that place. Chapter 535. In the depths of the ancient battlefield, all sorts of battles were happening. Other than the battles between humans and beasts, the battles between kings were also very intense. Zichen and the rest encountered all sorts of battles as they ventured deeper. There were several fierce battles. At first, they killed any beasts they saw, but in the end, they began to avoid the beasts. There were many beasts in the depths, and they were all very strong. Each of them was comparable to a wolf cub or a demonic leopard cub. If the 8 of them faced 4 beasts at the same time, it would be very difficult. It was even more difficult to kill them without suffering any injuries. On the way, they would sometimes encounter an alliance of more than 10 beasts, which was equivalent to more than 10 demonic leopards. They had no choice but to avoid them. The essence blood of ancient beasts was important, but their lives were even more important. Where is the place that Senior mentioned? During this period, they kept venturing deeper and found many ancient sites, but they did not find the place that the old man had pointed them to. The old ancestor said that this place opens once every 1,000 years, but the area it opens to is different each time. Perhaps these two places are not in this area, or they never appeared, said the spirit-devouring rat. When Tyrant heard this, his expression changed. Not in this area? Do we have to wait 1,000 years? But after 1,000 years, I would have already reached the inner core realm. The ancient battlefield only opened once every 1,000 years. It was already a great honor for them to be able to enter. How could they dare to ask for a second 1,000 years? We only have one chance. Find it. We must find it. Tyrant was unwilling to give up. The place that the old man mentioned was very likely to have the 6 syllables Sanskrit mantra. Tyrant had to find it. The spirit-devouring rat continued to lead the way, searching for anything with spiritual energy. Ancient beasts wanted different things from humans, so they did not take a second look at the many ancient sites and powerful inheritances of humans. They only wanted to transform into pure-blooded ancient beasts and leave this place. Beside them were the spirit-devouring rats. They had an innate sensitivity towards spiritual energy. Therefore, everyone's harvest this time was extremely great. It could be said to be a great harvest. During this period, even Shangguan Bingshi's eyes were constantly flashing with surprise. He looked at the spirit-devouring rat as if he was looking at a precious treasure. If we take these things back, it will be enough to establish a force. Zi Chen's eyes flashed. In the depths of his heart, there was always a crazy and bold idea. 2 days later, after dodging several waves of attacks from the ancient beasts, the group arrived at a relatively desolate area. There was a hint of coldness in the air, like some kind of killing intent. As soon as they arrived here, everyone felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling in their hearts, as if they were being targeted by some kind of peerless ferocious beast. The devil ape lying on Wang Xian'er's shoulder suddenly opened its eyes. A strange light flashed across its blood-red pupils. The next moment, its body turned into nothingness and disappeared. Boom! After a few breaths, a violent explosion was heard in the void as a figure hidden in the dark was blasted out by the devil ape. This was a figure hidden in the darkness. He held a pitch-black sharp blade in his hand. The sharp blade did not reflect light under the sunlight. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. There was a hint of surprise in the other party's eyes when he was suddenly blasted away. However, before he could continue hiding, the devil ape attacked once more. The pitch-black shadow of the staff fell from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying aura. With an explosion, the shadow was blasted to death. There was actually someone hiding in the dark. After the shadow was killed, everyone finally reacted. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, the devil ape glanced at Shangguan Bingshi. Its blood-red pupils flashed with a strange light, and its expression was exceptionally ferocious. Swoosh! Zhong Haotian's expression changed instantly. As his body flashed, he disappeared with the sharp blade in his hand. After a while, the sound of fighting could be heard from afar. The fighting was intense, but it did not last long. It stopped after a few breaths. After a few breaths, Zhong Haotian returned with a pitch-black sharp blade in his hand. The sharp blade was as black as ink, but it did not reflect light under the sunlight. It was like a real assassination weapon. Not bad. Zhong Haotian pointed at the sharp blade in his hand. He was not good with words and had always been cold. However, at this moment, he spoke. Obviously, he was very satisfied with this sharp blade. The devil ape also returned at this time, holding the sharp blade and the spirit ring. It looked at the sharp blade in its hand and threw it to Zhong Haotian. This is an assassin's weapon. It's very suitable for you. Zhong Haotian did not decline. He directly put away the sharp blade. He had obtained the human butcher's inheritance, and this inheritance leaned towards the Tao of assassination. Assassins? You're saying they're assassins? Everyone was surprised. Yes, they're assassins. Only assassins have such a profound concealment technique. The devil ape discovered them in time, so they didn't have time to release their killing intent. Zhong Haotian nodded. Then, Zhong Haotian looked at Shangguan Bingshi. Their target should be you. Shangguan Bingshi's face instantly paled. Her expression became extremely complicated. There was struggle and pain. In the end, her expression became as cold as ice. She said indifferently, since they're assassins, they're definitely from the Heavenly Kill Union. It has to be them. The Heavenly Kill Union was a terrifying power that had existed for countless years. It was one of the top existences in the entire Martial Heaven continent. Their branches practically covered the entire continent. Why did the Heavenly Kill Union want to kill Shangguan Bingshi? Everyone pondered for a moment, and then they understood. It had to be Shangguan Qishyang. Last time, Shangguan Bingshi had told them to let her go. They hadn't expected that Shangguan Qishyang would not repent and instead hire assassins to kill her. The Heavenly Kill Union? Assassins? Ph, I hope that bastard will come. Wang Shan's eyes blazed with fury. That's right. If that bastard dares to appear, I'll definitely kill him. We'll settle old and new grudges together. Tyrant was also very direct. Through their previous discussion, they were certain that the assassin who had killed Wang Shi was the same person who had tried to assassinate them. From the two assassins, the crowd did not find any space containers that were specially used to store essence blood. Clearly, they were just ordinary genius assassins and not the real leaders. This place is a bit strange. Everyone should be careful. The devil ape and Zhong Haotian are in charge of guarding, said Zi Chen suddenly. The assassins had already died, but the chill in the air was still there. Furthermore, the feeling of being watched by a fierce beast grew stronger as they ventured deeper. Everyone nodded. They were much more careful as they ventured deeper. At the same time, they surrounded Shangguan Bingshi to protect her. Under Zi Chen's arrangement, Zhong Haotian and the devil ape traveled through the void in secret to prevent any sudden appearance of assassins or other changes. After a few miles, the devil ape once more encountered an assassin. In just 2 attacks, he was mercilessly killed. It's still an ordinary assassin. However, it doesn't seem like he's preparing an assassination. He's monitoring this place, said the devil ape. If an assassin is monitoring this place, what's there to monitor? Everyone was puzzled. They couldn't understand. They could only continue forward. Just like that, after a few more miles, the devil ape saw the assassin again. This time, it was Zhong Haotian who killed him. This time, the devil ape was certain that the assassin was different from the previous 2. He wasn't preparing to assassinate anyone, but was monitoring or guarding this place. Because the devil ape had discovered him from afar, he hadn't had time to attack. The chill in the air grew thicker, making everyone feel uneasy. However, the assassin was guarding this place. Could there be some historical remains here? Everyone naturally thought of this possibility. A few hundred miles away, a black-clothed man appeared from the darkness. He looked ahead quietly. There were more than 10 similarly dressed black-clothed men. They were using all their strength to break a restrictive spell. I've already lost 4 of my subordinates, said the black-clothed man coldly. 4 of your subordinates? Did you encounter an ancient beast? Behind the black-clothed man, a slightly surprised evil voice sounded. No, they're here. Who are they? Your enemies. The evil voice sounded surprised again and said, it's those barbarians. How is that possible? They were able to kill the assassin who was hiding. Don't underestimate them. Even though they're barbarians, they're extremely strong. What should we do now? Shangguan Qishyang looked at the black-clothed man and said, get ready to attack. Attack. The black-clothed man smiled coldly. If you're not going to attack, are you going to send your subordinates? Didn't you say that they were extremely strong? Shangguan Qishyang frowned. In order to find this place, we, the Heavenly Assassins Alliance, have paid a great price. Many outstanding cultivators have died. After 10,000 years, we finally found a way to break this place. Now that the restrictive spell is about to be broken, the inheritance of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance is about to appear. Do you think I'll send my people to help you solve this problem at such a critical moment? Then what do you mean? Send your people to stop them. Don't let those barbarians ruin my plan, said the black-clothed man coldly. Send my people. Shangguan Qishyang's expression suddenly became agitated. He almost roared, I only have a dozen people left. How can they be a match for them? You said that they're all extremely strong. You're sending them to their deaths. The black-clothed man's expression was still indifferent. Even if they're going to die, they have to stop them. If the inheritance is broken, not only them, but even you and I will die. Shangguan Qishyang shuddered as he felt that the killing intent in the surroundings was even more penetrating. The black-clothed man did not say anything else. He just looked ahead and watched as the restrictive spells were broken one by one. In the end, Shangguan Qishyang left. While moving forward, Zichen and the others were stopped by a group of people. This group had a large number of people, close to 15. They were all holding pill weapons and were surrounded by killing intent. Chapter 536. The people blocking the road were all from the Shangguan clan. The one leading them was the one who had injured LV Peng. Other than Shangguan Qishyang, the others who had escaped last time were all present. This time, they were clearly prepared. Each of them had a pill weapon in their hands and killing intent surged around them. As for the one leading them, he held a silver soul spear in his hand. It flashed with a bright silver light, reflecting his cold killing intent. Qi Yu, it's you? The people from the Shangguan clan blocked the road. Everyone chose to remain silent and Shangguan Bingshi stepped forward. Looking at the person holding the silver spear, Shangguan Bingshi's expression was very complicated. This person had grown up with Shangguan Qishyang and Shangguan Bingshi. Even his name was given to him by the elders of the Shangguan clan. He had outstanding talent and the treatment he received in the Shangguan clan was not much worse than Shangguan Bingshi's. The only difference was that his surname was not Shangguan. Along the way, Shangguan Bingshi could see a trace of benevolence in his eyes. He was not willing to kill them and had shown mercy several times. Otherwise, the people she brought would have been killed long ago and they would not have been able to hold on for so long. Shangguan Bingshi, take your people and make a detour. This road is blocked. Qi Yu said coldly. You. Shangguan Bingshi's expression changed. Qi Yu's words had clearly expressed his attitude. Moreover, the words Shangguan Bingshi had increased the distance between them. They used to be playmates who grew up together, but now they were like strangers. Following Shangguan Qishyang will not end well. Don't be stubborn. He has been selfish since he was young and even more so when he grew up. Today, he knew that he would die but he did not come. He sent you here to die in his place. Shangguan Bingshi said loudly after a moment of silence. After all, they were playmates since childhood. Shangguan Bingshi could not bear to see him die like this. Qi Yu did not speak again. His expression was still cold. After hearing Shangguan Qishyang's words, his expression did not change, not even a small ripple. For Shangguan Bingshi's sake, I will give you a chance. If you leave now, I will spare your lives. Zichen stepped forward and looked at Qi Yu. Qi Yu glanced at Zichen, and his cold expression changed slightly. Since you're giving face to miss, then let's have a fair battle. With that, Qi Yu threw the silver soul spear to the side. The long spear turned into a silver light and pierced straight into a boulder. Abandoning the powerful silver soul spear and not using it, Qi Yu's actions were very strange. However, this method was undoubtedly smart. He had witnessed the battle between Shangguan Qishyang and Zichen. He knew how powerful Shangguan Qishyang was. If he were to use the silver soul spear, he would definitely be no match for him. He would definitely die. However, if he were to abandon the silver soul spear and rely on his own strength, that might not be the case. There was a hint of admiration in Zichen's eyes. He nodded and said, "Good, let's have a fair fight. Then go to hell." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, Qi Yu roared and turned into a beam of light that shot towards Zichen. His body shone brightly as the energy in his body was pushed to the limit. His 5 fingers formed a claw and clawed at Zichen. Above the claw, 5 beams of light surged. Each beam of light was like a sharp sword aura. Swoosh. As the light flashed, The 5 beams of sword aura reached Zichen with ear-piercing screeches and aimed for his heart. Buzz! Zichen's body flashed with golden light. Facing such a powerful attack, he only clenched his fist and punch. The moment he clenched his fist, his aura rose. Above his fist, golden light shone like a dazzling sun. When he punched, his aura had already reached its peak. He was like a majestic giant as he punched out a domineering fist. The dazzling golden light that was filled with a destructive aura instantly rushed towards Qi Yu. Then, his body was drowned by the boundless golden light. A series of explosions followed, like a sudden clap of thunder exploding in the sky. Large amounts of golden light began to scatter in all directions, like ripples, surging in all directions. Qi Yu's powerful attack was instantly destroyed by the golden light. At the same time, more golden energy landed on his body. As if a monstrous wave hit his body, Qi Yu suffered a heavy blow and was instantly sent flying. With one hit, Qi Yu was injured and coughed up blood. Both of them were monsters, but their combat power was worlds apart. One hit was enough to determine the winner. Everyone in the sky who came with Qi Yu was stunned. I don't believe it. As a monster, Qi Yu's eyes were filled with unwillingness to be defeated with one hit. After getting up and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he charged towards Zichen again. This time, he did not have a stable fighting spirit. He could not maintain his peak combat power. He was defeated faster and more thoroughly. Zichen punched again and sent him flying for the second time. A red line of blood streaked across the sky as Qi Yu landed on the ground. This is impossible. All of his confidence was shattered by those 2 simple punches. His eyes were filled with disbelief. During the battle, he had guessed that he would lose, but he did not expect to lose so thoroughly. It had only been 2 hits. I'll give you one last chance. Leave or continue to be my enemy, Zichen said coldly as he looked at Qi Yu. I won't leave, even if it means death. Hearing Zichen's words, Qi Yu's eyes were filled with madness. He got up from the ground again and charged at Zichen. This time, he burned the energy in his body. His aura rose to another level, and he used his most powerful attack. Boom! It was the same claw attack from before, but this time, it caused the void to tremble. The 5 rays of sword qi seemed to tear through the void as they descended. Tyrannical fist, second move. A trace of killing intent appeared in Zichen's cold eyes. His fist wind suddenly changed, and in an instant, hundreds of fist auras appeared in the sky. They all gave off blinding light and powerful auras. Boom! One after another, the fist auras landed on Qi Yu's attack. After dozens of punches, his energy-burning attack was shattered by the fist auras. At the same time, more fist auras were thrown at Qi Yu. At that moment, a series of explosions rang out in the sky. Qi Yu was hit by dozens of golden fist auras, and his entire body was glowing with golden light. Destructive energy flowed into his body bit by bit, and the golden light around him became dazzling. He was like a balloon that had been blown up. When it reached its limit, it exploded with a boom. A genius was slain in just 3 moves. Not even his corpse was left behind. Kill, leave no one alive. Since they were his enemies, he naturally would not show mercy. After killing Qi Yu, the golden light around him slowly disappeared, and the killing intent on Zichen's face disappeared. However, his expression was still cold. He looked at the terrified Yukong in front of him and said coldly, "Other than Shangguan Bingshi and Wang Xian'er, the rest of the people charged at the Shangguan family and started a one-sided massacre. However, among the figures that charged forward, there was an unusual existence. It was the evil good monk. His eyes were glowing. Instead of killing the enemies, he ran straight for the silver soul spear, revealing his greedy nature. Haha, it's mine this time." The monk laughed and looked at the silver soul spear with excitement. His right hand had already grabbed onto the spear. Wang. However, in the next moment, the silver spear started to vibrate, and a powerful aura emanated from it. Caught off guard, the spear shook off the monk's hand and turned into a silver light that pierced through the sky. "This is my silver soul spear." Looking at the silver soul spear that flew into the sky, the monk's eyes were filled with indignation. At this moment, a golden light shot towards the silver soul spear like a bolt of lightning. The golden light turned into a figure and grabbed onto the spear handle. It was Zichen. "Good job, Zichen," the monk shouted from below. The silver light around the silver soul spear shone brighter and continued to vibrate. An even stronger energy surged from it, and it broke free from Zichen's hand again. However, this time, before the silver soul spear could fly into the sky, an illusory purplish gold light descended. It was like an extended small world that froze the silver soul spear. When the purplish gold light dissipated, the silver soul spear also disappeared. "Since you're not here, leave the spear behind." Zichen snorted and kept the purplish gold gourd. At this moment, the monk had already caught up and was looking at Zichen with a fawning expression. "Damn monk, what are you doing?" Zichen looked at the monk warily. "Well, you already have the broken spear. This silver spear should belong to me," the monk said expectantly. "If I give it to you, can you take it away now?" Zichen retorted. He then ignored the monk and left. After arranging for Qi Yu to hold the silver soul spear back to stop Zichen, Shangguan Qishyang returned. The man in black was still standing in front of him. He looked at the ruins in front of him and did not seem to have moved a single step. Shangguan Qishyang stood behind the man in black. Both of them did not speak and just looked in front of them silently. Not long after, Shangguan Qishyang's expression changed. He then formed a seal with his hands and shouted towards the sky, "Return." The evil voice reverberated between heaven and earth, but the silver soul spear did not return. Then, Shangguan Qishyang coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood condensed in the air and did not dissipate. Shangguan Qishyang pointed at the blood with one hand and there was a flash of light between his fingers. Soon, a strange pattern was drawn. Shangguan Qishyang shouted again, "Return." Boom. With a soft sound, the pattern formed by the blood exploded. Shangguan Qishyang's face turned pale. "Damn it, I lost contact with the silver soul spear." Shangguan Qishyang's pale face became distorted. He scolded, "Damn Qi Yu, how can he be so useless? He even lost the silver soul spear after he died." The man in black had been looking in front of him. There was a flash of light in his eyes. He did not pay attention to Shangguan Qishyang's actions. At this moment, he only had eyes for the ruins. After 10,000 years, he finally found a way to break the restriction. Seeing that the inheritance of the Heavenly Kills Alliance was about to appear, the man in black became excited. Boom. Chapter 537. A surge of energy swept across the area. Many of the black-clothed men were swept away by the energy and were sent flying. Boom. The entire seal shook. Then, the entire area started to tremble. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The ground shook and the void was distorted. A spatial force was formed and spread in all directions. Puff. Under the distorted spatial force, one of the black-clothed men was unlucky enough to be brushed by it. His entire body turned into a bloody mist. His spiritual sense was also destroyed in an instant. Silently, one of the black-clothed men was killed. Seeing this, the other black-clothed men's faces changed. The energy around them surged and they frantically retreated. When they had retreated to a safe area, they had lost 3 of their men. In the distance, the leader of the black-clothed men did not seem to see the deaths of his men. His eyes were fixed on the broken ruins in the distance. His eyes were shining with excitement. The Heavenly Kill Alliance had been preparing for thousands of years and it was finally completed today. He would be the first person to benefit from it. Once he returned with the inheritance of the Heavenly Kill Alliance, his status would rise again. The distorted spatial force started to dissipate. The heavens and earth returned to silence. The monstrous killing intent was still there. It was like a sharp blade was pointed at the center of everyone's eyebrows. The feeling of falling at any moment made everyone's heart tremble. Shangguan Qishyang felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. His expression was extremely tense. Under this murderous aura, he had an illusion that there were assassins hiding around him. All of them released their murderous aura and locked onto him, ready to kill him at any time. The violent energy disappeared. A huge crack that was a few thousand meters long appeared on the ground. The end of the crack was where the ruins were. It was a towering stone sword. The endless killing intent was coming from the stone sword. After the restriction was broken, the stone sword appeared. It was thousands of meters tall. The tip of the sword pierced through the clouds and into the sky, while the hilt was huge and spacious. Vaguely, one could see a round door in the middle of the sword hilt. The ruins had appeared and the entrance was the round door. The black-clothed men's eyes became even more eager. However, this fervent and excited expression was quickly withdrawn. Shock and anger appeared on the black-clothed man's face, while a raging flame burned within his ice-cold eyes. The other black-clothed men seemed to have sensed something as well. They turned around one after another, their bodies surging with boundless killing intent. Shangguan Qishyang was startled by the changes in the crowd. Then, he sensed something and his face changed as he looked behind him. "Looks like we came at the right time." As a cold voice rang out, several figures appeared on the horizon. It was Zi Chen and the others. After killing the Shangguan clanspeople, they sped up and arrived here in time. Everyone stopped in front of the men in black. Zi Chen was the leader, and the monk was the assistant with the sword of light. The others stood behind them. The devil ape and Zhong Haotian did not appear. "It really is you. Today is the day you die." When Wang Shan saw the man in black, even though he was completely masked, he could still recognize him at a glance. Wang Qiong and Wang Xian'er's expressions changed as well. Their eyes were filled with hatred. "It's you, ants." Looking at Wang Shan and the others, the anger in the black-clothed man's eyes slowly dissipated. He sneered and said coldly, "It seems like you don't remember the kindness I showed you when I let you go that day. Fine, I'll send you on your way today so that you can reunite with your family." Wang Shan and the others were furious when they heard that. They could not wait to kill the black-clothed man. "Brat, don't brag. You're not a good person either. Your Lord Zeng did not kill you before. It seems like you don't remember my kindness. Fine, I'll send you on your way today so that you can reunite with your family." The monk was full of confidence as he held the sword of light. Looking at the monk and Zi Chen, the black-clothed man's pupils constricted. There was fear and seriousness in his eyes. They had fought in the Bedlam land and knew how terrifying the two of them were. Moreover, the one called Zi Chen was a half-baked heavenly martial artist. "What? You think you can defeat all of us with just a few people?" said the black-clothed man coldly. Then, he waved his hand. With a wave of his hand, all the black-robed men behind him hid in the void and disappeared silently. "Since we have enmity and hatred between us, why don't we settle it here?" said Zi Chen suddenly. His voice was ice-cold. During this time, no one looked at Shangguan Qishyang, and no one paid attention to him. He was like a stray dog, not qualified to be taken seriously. Even Shangguan Bing, she was expressionless, as if he was a stranger. "You're just a bunch of barbarians. You don't have any resources or strength. You're doomed to die against us," said the black-clothed man, emphasizing the word barbarians. It seemed like he was trying to remind himself that his opponents were just barbarians. A cold smile appeared on Zi Chen's face. "That's right. They're just barbarians. However, there will come a day when the word barbarian will cause the entire southern region to tremble. Everyone will be terrified, and barbarians will change their expressions. Make barbarians panic. You think you're worthy," said the black-clothed man mockingly. Then, his silhouette disappeared. More than 10 black-clothed men disappeared and hid themselves in the void. Only Shangguan Qishyang was left in front of them with an ashen face. Assassins usually used sneak attacks to kill people. At that moment, Shangguan Qishyang was surrounded by murderous energies. It seemed like the assassins were already within his attack range. "There's no need to be soft-hearted when dealing with scum," said Zi Chen while glancing at Shangguan Bing Shi. Then, he glanced at Shangguan Qishyang and said coldly, "For example, this scum should be killed." Shangguan Bing Shi's body started shaking. He didn't say anything else. Zi Chen walked towards Shangguan Qishyang. He didn't pay attention to the assassins. His eyes were ice-cold and his body was filled with murderous energies. A barbarian will always be a barbarian. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Die. Shangguan Qixiong had no way out. He shouted loudly and rushed towards Zichen. Although he didn't have his silver soul spear, he still had his other Dan weapons. They weren't weak either. At that moment, he attacked with all his strength. His Dan weapon emitted a sharp whistling sound as it slashed towards Zichen. Seeing Shangguan Qixiong's attack, Zichen looked at him with disdain. He pointed his finger again. His fingertip started to shine. A terrifying qi emerged. His golden fingertip was like a poisonous snake. It moved towards the Dan weapon at lightning speed. At the same time, a golden energy ripple spread out and rushed towards Shangguan Qixiong. Peng! With a dull sound, Shangguan Qixiong was blown away. He was still holding his Dan weapon, but the web between his thumb and index finger had been torn. There was blood flowing out. There were still assassins in the dark. Zichen could choose to ignore them, but his friends could not. If any of them died, Zichen would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, he acted decisively and displayed his ruthless methods. Boom! The sky shook. A golden finger appeared. It carried a destructive qi as it headed towards Shangguan Qixiong. It was the same attack that had caused Shangguan Qixiong to suffer a great loss last time. Seeing it again today, his expression changed instantly. Ha! He shouted. He activated the energy in his body. His body shone brightly as he held his Dan weapon tightly. He was about to block the attack. Boom! The golden finger suddenly exploded. Boundless golden light engulfed Shangguan Qixiong. The latter's shout turned into a blood-curdling scream as he rushed out from the golden light. His armor was already in tatters, and black smoke was rising from several places on his body. The elixir weapon in his hand was cracked, and his spirit was weakened. His eyes were filled with the fear of death. Zichen's finger shone again. As the seal appeared, he pointed out again. Thunderbolt finger. The surface of the golden finger was surrounded by lightning, like golden lightning snakes. It appeared from the void and pointed at Shangguan Qixiong again. Peng! The Dan weapon in Shangguan Qixiong's hand exploded. At the same time, he was swept away by the golden energy. As a monstrous genius, Shangguan Qixiong was stronger than Qi Yu. Naturally, he wouldn't die so easily. He rushed out of the golden energy again, but his injuries were more serious. No, don't kill me. I am from the Shangguan clan. I am the future leader of the Shangguan clan. Shangguan Qixiong's eyes were filled with fear. Zichen's strength was unbelievable. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Under the threat of death, he could only throw away his face and beg for mercy. The future leader of the Shangguan clan. Zichen's lips curled into a cruel smile. The elders of the Shangguan clan must be blind to let you be the leader. Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent again. No, don't kill me. If you kill me, you will become the enemy of the entire Shangguan clan. Shangguan Qixiong shouted. But Zichen's killing intent was even thicker. He quickly looked at Shangguan Bingshi. Bingshi, it's me. I am your brother. Are you going to watch an outsider kill your brother in front of you? Shangguan Bingshi's cold expression slightly trembled. You are indeed a scum. You are so disgusting. Even your Lord Zeng can't stand it. Tyrant suddenly spoke. The light sword in his hand shone with cold light. Then, a rainbow-colored sword qi shot out towards Shangguan Qixiong. Puff! The sword qi flashed past. A head was separated from the body and flew up high. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. The future leader of the Shangguan clan was beheaded in the ancient battlefield. Because of Tyrant's sudden attack, everyone's perfect defense was instantly disrupted. Swoosh! Suddenly, the void was torn apart as a cold light flashed. A sharp sword qi shot towards the back of the monk. Swoosh! Swoosh! This attack seemed to cause a chain reaction, and the space around everyone started to ripple. Following this, sword qi shot out, bringing with it a shortkill attack as it shot towards everyone. Chapter 538. All the assassins appeared, their bodies surging with killing intent as they unleashed a shortkill attack. The void began to tremble as sharp shortkill sword qi came from all directions, sweeping towards the group. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold light flashed as an even sharper sword chi appeared from the void, streaking across the vast sky, slashing towards one of the black-clothed men. Zhong Haotian, who was hiding in the dark, also seized the opportunity and attacked in an instant, swift and fierce. The group of assassins clearly did not expect that there would be someone hiding in the air. Seeing the sword light coming at them at an extremely fast speed, the cold eyes of one of the assassins had already fluctuated. The killing blow in his hand also paused for a moment. PFFF. The sword chi was very fast, instantly rushing past the assassin. This was a true sure-kill attack, swift and decisive. A head flew high into the sky, his eyes still filled with shock and hesitation. Clearly, he did not have the time to decide whether to advance or retreat before he was beheaded. The headless corpse crazily spurted out blood, smashing towards the ground with a bang. The same sure-kill attack, the same speed and ferocity. All kinds of energy collided in the next moment. The light of the pill weapon flashed, illuminating the world. Wang Qiong and the others were blocking the attacks of the assassins. Just as Zhong Haotian's attack ended, the other assassins' sure-kill attacks also ended, and the world returned to silence. At this moment, two loud sounds came from the ground, and two black-clothed men's corpses fell from the sky. One was beheaded, and the other had a hole in his chest. More than 10 assassins attacked at the same time, and 2 of them were instantly beheaded. As for Wang Qiong and the others, they were unharmed, and there were no fatal wounds on their bodies. Only LV Peng's shoulder was pierced by a sharp blade. Without the formation flag, LV Peng's battle prowess was greatly reduced. Even though he was protected by the others, he was still injured. There were still traces of blood on the Sword of Light. Of the 2 black-clothed men who died, one was killed by the monk, and the other by Wang Qiong. As for Zi Chen, he was still standing in the front, not suffering any attacks. As for the leader of the black-clothed men, he had yet to appear. He was still hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Whoosh! The space behind Zi Chen began to swirl, and the leader of the black-clothed men suddenly appeared behind him. He held a sharp blade in his hand and stabbed it towards Zi Chen's back. The merciless killing intent swept out like a huge wave, rolling towards Zi Chen from behind. With such momentum, Zi Chen should have sensed it and turned to face the enemy in time. However, he remained indifferent and expressionless. His eyes were fixed in front of him, as if he did not notice the change behind him. The sharp edge of the sword had already reached Zi Chen's back and was about to pierce into his body. Seeing this scene, everyone was worried for Zi Chen. Wang Xian almost screamed out loud. Before the sword arrived, the bone-piercing killing intent had already swept over, blowing towards Zi Chen from behind. Under the strong wind of the killing intent, his clothes stuck to his skin. At this moment, Zi Chen finally moved. However, he did not turn to face the enemy. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he pointed at the void in front of him. Golden light began to flash between his fingers, and that terrifying aura appeared once again. The attack appeared from behind, but Zi Chen's attack was aimed at the front. Such a scene was really strange and puzzling. But in the next moment, a strange scene appeared. The sword that reached Zi Chen's back was like an illusion, silently dissipating. The void in front of Zi Chen was instantly split open, and a sharp and powerful sword chi appeared. This was the assassin's sure-kill attack. The previous attack was just an illusion formed by extreme speed, which was also an illusion attack. Facing such an attack, Zi Chen was already prepared. When the sure-kill attack appeared, it met with Zi Chen's finger. At first glance, it was as if Zi Chen's finger had been waiting for the arrival of the sword chi. Ding! Zi Chen's glowing finger pointed at the sword chi, and the powerful finger instantly dispersed the sword chi. At the same time, his finger pointed at the tip of the sword, and a terrifying energy surged towards the tip of the sword. Swoosh! After the attack, the assassin in black retreated rapidly. His body flickered in the air, and then disappeared, hiding again. 2 drops of blood fell from where the assassin was hiding. The first round of attacks was over, and 3 of the assassins in black had died. It was a big loss. But before they could launch the second round of attacks, Zhong Haotian, who was hiding in the dark, attacked again. Compared to the assassins in black, he was more like a qualified assassin. As the sharp blade flickered with cold light, a pitch-black sword light flickered, and another assassin in black died. At the same time, Wang Qiong and the others suddenly launched attacks towards the void. Bang! Bang! In the midst of the explosions, the energy in the void surged, and then 3 figures fell out. When they fell to the ground, they had already lost their vitality. In the second round of attacks, the assassins in black had lost another 4 people. Moreover, the concealment method that they relied on to kill their enemies seemed to have lost its effect in front of the other party. Their whereabouts could always be sensed 1 step ahead. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, the leading assassin in black also launched 2 shortkill attacks towards Zi Chen, but these 2 shortkill attacks ended in failure. His whereabouts were sensed by Zi Chen in advance, and a few drops of blood fell from the sky again. After that, there was a short silence in the battle. The bone-chilling killing intent in the air was still very obvious, but it was all emitted by the stone sword. The killing intent around the group of assassins was completely restrained. They focused on killing in 1 strike. Once they failed, they would hide and wait for an opportunity to strike. For example, they were already at a disadvantage after attacking repeatedly today. After a short silence, the most intense attacks came. The void was constantly being torn apart as streaks of sharp sword qi appeared, carrying a strong killing intent as they charged towards Zi Chen. This time, the assassins in black in the dark all chose to attack Zi Chen. For a time, there were still nearly 10 people who launched fatal attacks. Zi Chen's body flashed with golden light as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. The blood in his body flowed with a thunderous sound, and his perfect body was completely revealed. An extremely powerful aura surged from his body, and it also carried the pressure of a pure-blooded ancient beast descendant as it swept out in all directions. Clang! An attack landed on Zi Chen's body, but a sonorous sound erupted. Golden light kept flashing, and the assassin's powerful attack failed to break through his defense. Peng! The moment he was attacked, Zi Chen punched out. It was simple and direct. He punched his opponent's chest, and in the next moment, the area where the opponent was attacked completely collapsed. Then, the assassin was sent flying into the distance. The powerful perfect body gave Zi Chen an extremely strong defense. At this moment, he could completely ignore the numerous attacks. Peng! His eyes were cold as he clenched his fists tightly. Facing these attacks, all he could do was to constantly punch these assassins in black. Clanging sounds rang out continuously as the sword qi shattered in front of Zi Chen, but they were unable to harm him in the slightest. At the same time, every time a clanging sound rang out, there would be a dull thud. At the same time, there was the sound of bones shattering. One by one, the assassins in black were sent flying. They had either had their bones broken by Zi Chen, their chests pierced, or their bodies exploded. In just a short moment, 5 of the assassins in black had died, and 1 was seriously injured. As for the others, they knew that things were not going well and hid in the void in advance. The heavily injured assassin fell to the ground, his eyes full of shock. But soon, his expression froze. Wang Shan had landed another blow on him. After 3 simple waves of attacks, there were no more than 4 assassins left alive, including the leader. At this moment, the assassins who were hiding in the dark were all shocked. It could be said that they were truly frightened. Among them, the leader of the assassins in black was the one who felt it the most. Zi Chen's combat strength had increased a lot compared to when he was in the land of chaos. The aura around him was comparable to that of an ancient beast's descendant. It frightened him and made him feel a great pressure. Boom! The 4th wave of attacks did not arrive, but at the end of the big crack, there was a violent explosion. A monstrous killing intent surged, and then a blood-red figure rushed out of the dark void. It was a blood-red spear, but at this moment, it was used as a long staff and smashed into the void. Bang! In the void, there was an explosion, and then a figure in a sorry state appeared. It was the leader of the assassins from before. His eyes were filled with shock, and blood was dripping from his hands that were holding the pill weapon. The demonic ape held the broken spear, and appeared from the void. Its red eyes were filled with coldness, and then it smashed down with the spear again. Bang! The powerful force, coupled with the power of the broken spear, instantly sent the leader of the assassins flying. The latter coughed up blood and flew backwards, and then smashed into the big crack in front of him, causing a loud bang. The demonic ape had just sent the leader of the assassins flying, but before it could continue to attack, 3 sharp blades appeared from the void. The last 3 assassins all appeared at this moment, and then attacked the demonic ape fiercely. But with the blood-red broken spear, everything became simple. The demonic ape's figure flashed, and in an instant, it turned into more than 10 figures and surrounded the 3 assassins. The latter obviously did not expect this scene, and their faces changed. At this moment, all the demonic apes raised the broken spear in their hands and smashed it down like a long staff. The blood-red light flashed between heaven and earth, and then 3 explosions sounded in the sky. The demonic ape's attack was decisive and ruthless, and the remaining 3 assassins exploded in an instant. At this moment, an even stronger killing intent came from behind the demonic ape. It was the entrance to the relic, and the monstrous killing intent came from there. Then, everyone saw the leader of the assassins' figure flash, and rushed into the relic. Not good, quickly chase after him. Everyone's faces changed, obviously not expecting this scene. They all turned into lightning and rushed below the stone sword. Chapter 539. The leading assassin, Luo Sho, let out a heart-wrenching roar that reverberated within the stone sword. At this moment, he felt a sense of despair, as if he would rather die. The Heavenly Kill Alliance had prepared for tens of thousands of years to find a way to break the seal. As soon as the relic was opened, the barbarians came. This was a coincidence, a stroke of luck. He could only accept it. In a short period of time, all his subordinates had been killed by the barbarians. He was furious, but the barbarians were strong. For the sake of the Heavenly Kill Alliance's inheritance, he had to accept it. However, a monstrous assassin like him had been injured by a barbarian in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm. Moreover, he had been suppressed since the beginning of the fight. This was a great humiliation. However, for the sake of the inheritance, he had to accept it. He had to accept everything, just to obtain the inheritance here. Therefore, he had sacrificed all his subordinates to fight for a chance of survival. This chance of survival allowed him to enter the stone sword first. Logically, he would be the first to obtain the inheritance. However, looking at the small stone sword in front of him, Luo Sho was in despair. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was in so much pain that he felt like dying. He even had the urge to kill himself immediately. Inside the huge stone sword was an empty hall. In the center of the hall, there was a small stone sword. There were obvious grooves on both sides of the stone sword, which should be where some kind of artifact was placed or where the inheritance was. However, at that moment, the stone sword surroundings were completely empty. There was no inheritance at all. Furthermore, after the stone sword released its last burst of killing intent, it became ordinary and unremarkable, becoming an ordinary item. The Heavenly Kill Alliance had spent tens of thousands of years and generations of geniuses searching for various ways to break the seal before finally opening this place. They did not expect that it would be an empty inheritance. Tens of thousands of years of hard work had gone down the drain. However, this was not the most infuriating thing. What made Luo Sho the most infuriated and pained was the line of ancient words on the stone sword that was only tens of thousands of years old. He recognized it at a glance and read it. Ao Baichuan was here. This line of words seemed to be lamenting, but it was more like a taunt. This was the source of Luo Sho's agitation. Others might not know who Ao Baichuan was, but as an assassin of the Heavenly Kills Union, Luo Sho knew very well, especially the leader who had opened the ruins. This remnant had been discovered by Ao Baichuan and the Heavenly Kill Union's assassins. Both sides had even fought because of it. Who would have thought that Ao Baichuan's strength would be so extraordinary? After that battle, the Heavenly Kill Union's assassins had all died except for one monstrous genius who had escaped with serious injuries. When the monster killer returned, he even mocked Ao Baichuan. So what if he found the ruins? He only had a chance once every 1,000 years. He, Ao Baichuan, had no hope of coming here again. Moreover, Ao Baichuan was a loose cultivator with no power behind him. He was destined to have no fate with the ruins. For the past 10,000 years, the assassins of the Heavenly Kill Union had always wanted to open this place and obtain the lost ancient inheritance of the Heavenly Kill Union. However, they had never expected that this inheritance would have been taken away by the other party 10,000 years ago. Ah! Luo Sha screamed. His voice was shrill and he could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood. He almost fainted. The monstrous genius senior's joke 10,000 years ago was a little too much. It was a huge blow to Luo Sha. All his hopes were dashed. In the outside world, Zi Chen and the rest did not know what was going on. They thought that the other party was in trouble. After all, there were inexplicable dangers in the remnant. Therefore, they were all on guard and slowly rushed in. Monk maintained his strongest defense and walked in front with the sword of light in his hand. Zi Chen followed closely behind and looked around vigilantly. However, after entering, they did not find any danger. They did not even see Luo Sha's figure. All they saw was a pool of blood. "Be careful," Zi Chen said and signaled everyone to guard the entrance. He then looked around. This place was completely empty. It was clear at a glance. Everyone's gazes finally landed on the small stone sword. However, when they saw the words on it, they were dumbfounded. Those ancient words were not very old. Those who had a little knowledge of ancient words could recognize them. Ao Baichuan was here. Seeing this almost joking handwriting, everyone looked at each other, and their expressions became even more strange. Ao Baichuan. Could it be Ren too? Wang Qiong's expression changed. He was a little stunned. He had been to Ao Baichuan's burial ground before. Master, could it really be Master's words? LV Peng and Zhong Haotian were also shocked. In their memories, they only knew one person called Ao Baichuan, who was the famous human butcher. His strength was unbelievably strong, and he had once stopped a riot in the land of savages by himself. He was almost the first person in the land of savages after the Wuji sect was destroyed. Seeing the words on the stone sword, everyone finally understood why the leader of the killers let out a heart-wrenching cry. Obviously, the inheritance was long gone. It was obtained by Ao Baichuan. While everyone was gloating, they could not help but feel disappointed. This was an ancient inheritance, and it was gone just like that. However, when they thought about it again, if the two Ao Baichuan were the same person, then the inheritance here was indirectly obtained by them. LV Peng obtained Ren Tu's formation inheritance, while Zhong Haotian obtained the assassination path. Since the Heavenly Kill Union's people were so nervous about this place, perhaps this inheritance was related to the assassination Dao. An inheritance related to the assassination Dao, coupled with Ao Baichuan's name, if this was not a coincidence, then this Ao Baichuan was the famous butcher. It was just that Ren Tu was only flying back then. There's a stone door there. Perhaps the inheritance is inside. Suddenly, the devil ape transmitted. He had been hiding in the dark and did not show himself. Behind the stone sword, there was a stone door that was already open. Let's go and take a look. There was clearly no inheritance here, and there were no traces of the leader of the killers. Since the stone door was open, the leader of the killers should have barged into the stone door. Everyone followed. The order was the same as before. The monk with the strongest defense was in front, followed by Zi Chen, and the others followed behind. After passing through the stone door, the group found a stone passageway. On both sides of the passageway, there were several stone doors. Among them, the stone doors closest to the group had already been opened. Moreover, they could vaguely hear the sounds of the stone doors opening in the depths. It must be the leader of the killers. I'll go and kill him. A cold light flashed in Zi Chen's eyes as he rushed forward. At the same time, a silver light flashed in his hand, and the silver soul spear appeared. Now that Shangguan Qishiang was dead, the silver soul spear no longer had an owner. Zi Chen could take it out and use it without any qualms. As soon as Zi Chen left, everyone felt a gust of cold wind blow past them. The devil ape's figure flashed and followed after him. The devil ape had the delusion breaker eye, which could see through all illusions. He could see all traces of the killers. In front of the devil ape, the killers had nowhere to hide. Moreover, with the devil ape going with Zi Chen, the chances of the leader of the killers surviving were not high. The monk watched as Zi Chen's figure disappeared. Then, he looked at the sword of light in his hand and felt upset. After all, he still had to return the sword of light to Shangguan Bingshi, but he didn't have to return the silver soul spear. I was the one who killed Shangguan Qixing. The monk mumbled until Zi Chen's figure disappeared completely. Then, he retracted his gaze and swallowed his saliva unwillingly. Beside him, Wang Xian'er pursed her lips and laughed secretly. Seeing such a greedy monk, Shangguan Bingshi also smiled. Then, under the monk's lead, everyone walked towards the stone doors. Behind every stone door was a stone room. In the past, there seemed to be some items placed in the stone rooms, but now, they were empty. They searched 8 stone rooms one by one, but they didn't find anything. Every stone room was very clean, as if they had been carefully cleaned. They couldn't even find a speck of dust. How could this be? Could it be that Ao Baichuan took all of them? The monk was unwilling to give up and continued searching. After searching the 16th stone room, they still didn't find anything. At this moment, they heard the sound of energy waves coming from the depths of the room. Apparently, Zi Chen had caught up with the assassin, and both sides had started fighting. Wang Shan and the rest were shocked and wanted to rush over. After all, he was the enemy who killed their brother. Even if they didn't do anything, they had to watch him die. With Zi Chen and the demon ape, this sneaky guy will definitely die. You should stay here, the monk said, trying to persuade Wang Shan. Wang Shan nodded and dismissed the idea of going over. Apparently, Zi Chen could easily deal with the leader of the assassins, but it also meant that Wang Shan could easily deal with him. If the latter rushed over, the leader of the assassins might want to drag him down with him. After searching all the stone rooms and finding nothing, the group was completely disappointed. Many of the stone rooms were closed, and the leader of the assassins didn't open them. However, there was nothing inside. Apparently, Ao Baichuan had taken them away. The battle was still ongoing. The group continued to move forward and found traces of blood on the ground. Apparently, it was left behind by the previous battle. After a while, the battle ended. Zi Chen returned with the silver soul spear, but he didn't look happy. Why, he didn't die. He ran away. Zi Chen was depressed. He ran away. Is there an exit in this place? The group was surprised. There is a transmission array. Elder Mo has confirmed that it leads to the outside world. Zi Chen said unhappily. Seeing that the assassin was about to die, who knew that he would be so lucky? He stepped into the array and disappeared. Leads to the outside world. The monk frowned slightly and said, could it be that it leads to the inheritance? Zi Chen shook his head and said, impossible. Elder Mo has confirmed that it is the transmission array that leads to the outside world. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and said, oh right, Elder Mo also said that if he guessed correctly, the entrance we came from should have been sealed. After that, the group began to return. When they reached the hall, they found that the entrance was indeed sealed. Chapter 540. With a flash of light, Luo Shuo appeared in the outside world. After exchanging a few blows with Zi Chen, he was already half dead, losing half of his life. Damn it, damn it. Luo Shuo's eyes widened in anger, as if he had gone mad. His concealment methods were nearly useless in front of his opponent. Every time he moved, his opponent would always be able to sense him ahead of time, causing him to lose the initiative. From the start of the battle, he was suppressed until he stepped into the array formation and left half dead. There was already a pool of blood in front of him. His entire body was dispirited and listless. It's over. It's all over now. Apart from his anger, Luo Shuo's eyes were also filled with despair. The Heavenly Kill Union's 10,000 years of preparation had been destroyed today. Luo Shuo swallowed a treasure pill and the wounds all over his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. An endless life force nourished his body and the bloody holes that had been pierced by the spear rapidly healed. Suddenly, Luo Shuo's eyes widened as he stared straight ahead. It was hard to tell whether he was angry or excited. In front of them, the several thousand-meter-tall stone sword actually disappeared before their eyes. As for the restriction that they had spent so much effort to break open, it actually reappeared. Luo Sha blinked. After confirming that he wasn't seeing things, his heart burned with endless anger. He cursed, F***CKU. 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 Luo Sha was infuriated. This damned restriction had actually been restored. Clearly, it was trying to trick him again. In his heart, he had already cursed the ancestor who had created the ruins. Mother **K, I won't believe you even if you beat me to death. The furious Luo Sha cursed until his mouth became dry. Then, he realized that something was off. The barbarians still hadn't come out, so he quickly left to prevent the barbarians from suddenly appearing and killing him. Damn it, damn it, damn it. 10,000 years of preparation, countless resources spent, all for a joke. Luo Sha cursed as he left. In the hall, Elder Mo's figure flashed and appeared. He had extraordinary attainments in formations and was able to see the problem with a single glance. His gaze was fixed on the stone sword, and his expression changed slightly. How is it, Elder Mo? Are there any more inheritances here? Everyone looked at Elder Mo expectantly. Elder Hiroshi didn't say anything. He just turned his head to look at LV Peng and asked, "Did you see anything?" LV Peng looked at the stone sword again and looked at it carefully. Then, he shook his head and said, "No." Elder Mo sighed softly and said, "It seems that Ao Bai Chuan's attainments in formations back then were much higher than yours. This is the divine restriction soul locking technique. Even you didn't see through it, let alone others." Everyone's eyes lit up. Tyrant was the first to speak. "Elder Mo, do you mean that there's still an inheritance here?" Old Mo's gaze landed on the stone sword again. "Of course. And it's an extraordinary inheritance. Even Ao Bai Chuan couldn't take it away." As he spoke, Elder Mo smiled and said, "Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed a divine restriction here. Divine forbidden soul lock." LV Peng was taken aback and asked, "Elder Mo, you mean that these words were written using the divine forbidden soul locking technique? You can take a closer look." Elder Mo seemed to have the intention of nurturing LV Peng. LV Peng's eyes widened as he looked at the ancient words. At this moment, with the addition of professional means, LV Peng discovered that the seemingly casual and unrestrained handwriting from before was actually traceable. Moreover, he also felt a faint spiritual energy hidden within. And this spiritual energy was something that even the spirit-devouring rats couldn't detect. It's indeed not an ordinary handwriting. This is the true divine forbidden soul locking technique. As expected of Master. His attainments in formations back then were much higher than mine. At this moment, they were already certain that Ao Bai Chuan, who left behind the words, was the famous butcher in the land of barbarians many years later. This place was really strange. Everyone's expression became excited. Then, under Elder Mo's guidance, LV Peng began to break the formation. As the seals appeared, streams of spiritual energy fell on Ao Bai Chuan's handwriting. According to the method of breaking the divine forbidden soul locking technique, these restrictions were slowly broken and then all dissipated. As the last word disappeared, the stone sword began to glow. A murderous intent surged from it. It had turned from a stone sword to a sword of light. It had completely changed and was no longer ordinary. However, the glowing stone sword wasn't the true inheritance. It only said that there was still an inheritance here, but to obtain the inheritance, one had to break the restrictions on the stone sword. Even Ao Bai Chuan couldn't break this restriction back then, let alone the current LV Peng. Therefore, everyone's gaze fell on Elder Mo again. In Elder Mo's eyes, the stone sword had already become restrictions and rules. His eyes lit up and he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. "Elder Mo, how is it?" Everyone looked at Elder Mo nervously. If even Elder Mo couldn't break this restriction, then everyone's outcome would be the same as Ao Bai Chuan's. Leave a word and leave. TSK TSK. Elder Mo clicked his tongue in wonder and said with a smile, "This is a very ancient formation. Then can it be opened?" Monk asked nervously. Although this is a very ancient formation, it's a very simple one. A meaningful smile appeared on Elder Mo's face as he said, "It's just a guiding formation. It's very simple, but it's very ancient and unsuitable. It's long lost. Ao Baichuan is only a figure in the past 10,000 years, so it's not surprising that he doesn't know about it." In the end, Elder Mo smiled. If he knew about this guiding formation and obtained the inheritance, then his achievements would definitely be much higher. When everyone heard this, they all became excited. As for Ao Baichuan, no one felt sorry for him. After that, Elder Mo simply waved his hand and made a few seals, and the restriction was broken. Ripples appeared on the glowing stone sword. Then, the entire ripple began to distort, forming a vortex. The vortex slowly expanded, and a dark passage appeared in the middle. In the passage, a crazy murderous intent surged. This murderous intent made everyone's expression change. It was as if there was a peerless monster in the depths of the passage. Everyone couldn't help but retreat. Light flashed around their bodies to resist this murderous intent. Everyone retreated. Only Zhong Haotian didn't have any reaction. Instead, he was bathed in the murderous intent. There was a look of enjoyment on his cold face. Looking at Zhong Haotian, Monk said with some jealousy, "Is this a pervert? He can actually enjoy such a strong murderous intent. No wonder he's so cold all day long. It turns out that there's a problem with his sexual orientation." Obviously, even a fool could see that this was Zhong Haotian's opportunity. Butcher obtained the first half of the inheritance from here, and then passed it on to Zhong Haotian. Now, he came here with the inheritance. Obviously, he was going to collect the second half. Zichen looked forward and said, "He's not good with words. He's always been cold, decisive and ruthless. This path suits him very well. However, after obtaining this inheritance that's almost born to kill, I wonder what he'll become." As he said that, Zichen glanced at Shangguan Bingshi. He noticed that there was a slight change in his expression. The first time Zichen met Shangguan Bingshi, the latter said that he wasn't handsome, cold, or cool. Obviously, he had a good impression of cold people. Zhong Haotian was both handsome and cold. He was a good match for Shangguan Bingshi. Furthermore, Shangguan Bingshi had been in a bad mood recently. Everyone's persuasion was useless. Only the cold Zhong Haotian's cool words could make Shangguan Bingshi feel better. The murderous intent in the hall grew stronger and stronger. Even with the light shield, everyone couldn't bear it. Shangguan Bingshi and Wang Xian'er's faces turned pale. As the whirlpool expanded, the passageway also expanded until it was big enough for one person to pass through. Then, a suction force came from the passageway. This suction force landed on Zhong Haotian's body and slowly pulled him closer to the passageway. At this moment, Zhong Haotian turned around. He was bathed in a torrential murderous intent. Combined with his cold expression, he looked like a killing god. Luckily, the killing god's expression changed in the next moment. He suddenly opened his mouth, his face full of gratitude. Thank you, everyone." He looked at his friends and paused for a moment on Shangguan Bingshi's face. Then, he disappeared. The passage disappeared as well. The shining stone sword's luster dimmed and returned to normal. If it wasn't for the murderous intent in the hall, everyone would have thought that it was just an illusion. The inheritance of killing. Even the Heavenly Assassins Alliance would be jealous of it. When Zhong Haotian comes out, I wonder how much stronger he will be. LV Peng's eyes were filled with anticipation. Everyone nodded. After that, it was time to consider whether to leave or stay. Obviously, the inheritance wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. It might take months or even years. Let's wait here first. After all, we already have half of the inheritance. Perhaps the other half will be completed soon. Zichen finally said. Boom. But at this moment, the entire hall started to shake. Then, a terrifying murderous intent swept across like a storm, engulfing everyone. When the murderous intent storm dissipated, everyone found that they were already in the outside world. There was an empty area around them and they couldn't see the towering stone sword anymore. It was sent out directly. It seems that the inheritance will take a long time. Zichen looked around and said, Leave a mark here. We will continue to go deeper. Zhong Haotian became the first beneficiary. The rest of the people continued to go deeper. Next, the spirit-devouring rats became the unfortunate ones. They were held by the monk and had to find the Buddhist inheritance. Monk, if you find the Buddhist inheritance, why don't you share the 6-syllable mantra? Zichen suggested. Amitabha. The monk chanted the name of Buddha and put on a compassionate look. Then, he chose to remain silent. Every time this problem was brought up, the monk ignored Zichen. A few days later, everyone arrived at another area. At this moment, the spirit-devouring rats cried out excitedly, "Found it! Found it!" Chapter 541. This was a special area. Thick black smoke floated in the sky. This black smoke blocked the sky and blocked the sun. Even in broad daylight, one would not be able to see a single ray of sunlight. In such a special region, even if the spirit-devouring rats did not scream, everyone could feel that something was wrong. The old man once said that the region where the sky-splitting battle ape disappeared was covered by black clouds, and no sunlight could be seen at all. Moreover, that region had a very powerful aura. This aura had a strong deterrent effect on ancient beasts. Ordinary ancient beasts did not dare to come close. Even the king-level ancient beasts were unwilling to come here. Seeing the black smoke or black clouds above their heads, everyone's expression changed slightly. Zichen, Tyrant, Wang Qiong, Zhong Haotian, and LV Peng's expressions changed greatly. This was because the black substance above their heads was not black smoke or black clouds, but a kind of energy. This energy was very similar to the energy of the foreign race that died in the saint burial ground. This was similar to the foreign race's energy. Although everyone was not as sensitive as the ancient beasts, they still felt uncomfortable. As soon as they arrived at this region, the devil ape that was hiding in the dark appeared. It raised its head and looked at the black energy above its head. Its expression suddenly became very excited, and a trace of ecstasy and greed appeared on its face. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and sucked towards the sky. As the devil ape sucked, the black energy in the sky began to surge. It was like boiling water, and then it fell down, forming a black water column. It fell from the sky and was sucked into the devil ape's stomach. At this moment, the devil ape was like a bottomless pit. It began to crazily devour the black energy. Moreover, its face was full of enjoyment. Heavens, what kind of monster is this? It can even absorb this kind of black smoke. Seeing the devil ape's appearance, the spirit-devouring rat's small eyes widened to the limit. They were extremely shocked. In their eyes, this black smoke or black clouds seemed to be formed naturally and could not be refined. However, the devil ape's face was full of enjoyment. This made everyone extremely shocked. Only Zichen was relieved. This was because he had seen the devil ape's method in the saint burial ground. Moreover, to the devil ape, this was the purest energy. It was even purer than Dan essence. Not bad, this is the purest energy. It wasn't until the thick black energy above its head was reduced to a thin layer that the demonic ape stopped absorbing and burped. The demonic ape retracted its intoxicated expression and flew downwards. It said solemnly, "Let's go. I can sense a bloodline call here. There should be someone of my kind here." The devil ape's kin was naturally the sky-splitting battle ape. Furthermore, it had disappeared for a very long time. This kind of bloodline call should be some kind of inheritance. Everyone became excited when they heard this. It should be known that the devil ape that had not undergone any baptism or received any inheritance was already terrifyingly strong. If it were to receive a true inheritance and undergo another transformation, the devil ape's battle prowess would increase by several times. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Didn't the heaven-splitting battle ape once cause this world to tremble? There should be quite a few good things left behind. Maybe there are 1 or 2 bones and 1 or 2 supreme treasures among them, Monk said. It was as if he had already seen the supreme treasures and became very excited. Of course, everyone knew why he was so excited. It was because the old man had said that the place where the old monk often chanted scriptures was not far from the place where the heaven-splitting battle ape had disappeared. The two places could be said to be closely connected. The appearance of the heaven-splitting demonic ape's inheritance meant that the Buddhist inheritance should not be far away. Everyone was a team. The stronger they were, the better. Once they went out, they might encounter all kinds of enemies. Therefore, if one more person could improve their strength, they would have a better chance of survival. Up until now, they had already offended 2.5 of the 5 overlords. No one could imagine what would happen after they went out. Moreover, Zichen was not sure if they could get out alive this time. If his friends could improve their strength, they would have more strength to protect themselves in the Bedlam lands. It was very good. Of course, if Zichen could get out alive, everything would be different. After all, with the old man who could kill a king-level ancient beast with a single strike as their backer, even if they were hunted down, they wouldn't be in a difficult situation. As they went deeper, more and more black energy appeared in the sky. It was like layers of dense black clouds. Because the black energy was so dense, it caused black energy to drift between heaven and earth from time to time. Everyone tried to refine the black energy, but all of them failed. Even Zichen couldn't refine it successfully. Only the devil ape could devour 1 or 2 strands of black energy from time to time. Under the call of its bloodline, the devil ape led the group straight to their destination. It didn't take any detours. After 1,000 miles, the devil ape's figure suddenly flashed and hid in the void. It then continued to lead the group forward. After reaching this area, the devil ape was like a fish in water. Its range of perception had become much sharper. After another 100 miles, they arrived at their destination. The source of the black energy was in front of them. The entire area was covered by the black energy. Everything originated from here. In front of them, black energy filled the sky, covering the sky and the sun. It directly enveloped a region. From afar, it looked like an ancient black castle that sat there. A castle, there's actually a castle here, someone exclaimed as they approached. That was because the black energy in front of them had actually formed a black castle. It looked like a solid body. The pitch-black stairs were also clearly visible. Everyone gradually slowed down. The black energy had formed a castle. It was obviously very eye-catching. Ancient beasts didn't dare to approach this place, but that didn't mean that humans wouldn't. Reality proved that the abnormality here had already alarmed humans. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. Outside the towering ancient castle, there were already many black dots flashing. And every black dot was a figure. They were all humans. The arrival of Zichen's group naturally attracted everyone's attention. Almost everyone's gazes turned toward them. Among them, Zichen actually found some familiar faces. For example, Chen Liang and Zhu Zun. The people from the 2 overlords were actually here. Moreover, other than these 2, there were also 2 other forces. Among the 5 overlords, the last 2 were the Wei and Wu families. Apart from the Shangguan clan, who had been completely annihilated, the rest of the 5 overlords were all present. When they saw Zichen and the others, they all frowned. However, when they saw Shangguan Bingshi in the crowd, their faces lit up with joy. Immediately after, 2 figures flew towards them. "Bingshi, it's really you," one of the voices said in surprise. "Wei Zheng, Wu Bo, it's you guys." Shangguan Bingshi looked at them. The 2 of them were the leaders of the overlords. They were considered the strongest among them. Now that they had arrived, they greeted Shangguan Bingshi warmly. "Are these your friends? Why don't you introduce them to us?" Wei Zheng's gaze inadvertently landed on Zichen and the others as he casually said. Shangguan Bingshi wasn't used to the enthusiasm of the 2. He was slightly startled and prepared to introduce them. "There's no need for introductions. We're all barbarians. We're not worthy." Just then, a cold snort was heard. It came from Wang Shan. Zichen didn't say anything. Beside him, LV Peng also said indifferently, "That's right, we're all barbarians from the land of barbarians." Along the way, the people of the Bedlam lands didn't give them any face. Calling them barbarians was already a sign of respect. Those who didn't respect them were called barbarian dogs. Now that the 2 leaders were acting so friendly, they naturally had ulterior motives. Moreover, they had been whispering to each other while looking at them. At the same time, When they looked at the other groups of people in the distance, they became extremely wary. Ha ha, barbarians, as expected, have character. Wu Bo, like you guys, I'm going to make friends with you. Wu Bo, who was wearing a blue robe and had a slightly thin body, let out a hearty laugh. I heard that the barbarians of this generation are very strong and have outstanding talent. Today, I can see that each of you has outstanding talent. You are indeed extraordinary. Wu Bo wasn't stingy with his praise. Just when Wang Shan and the others were feeling disgusted by his hypocrisy, Wu Bo mysteriously said, "We're all from the Bedlam lands. Since we're here, we should put aside our differences and work together. Do you see those people not far away? They're from the demon race of the wasteland. They're very strong." Everyone's gaze turned to the side of the ancient castle. There were dozens of figures there, all of them in human form. However, they weren't real humans. Some had 2 horns on their heads, some had scales all over their bodies, some had a pair of blood-red eyes, some had a pair of sharp claws, and even more strangely, some had a long tail. The wasteland was another hell in the southern lands. Similar to the Bedlam lands, the inhabitants of the wasteland were all from the demon race. The demon race weren't demonic beasts. They could all transform into human form. They had the appearance and intelligence of humans, the powerful physique of demonic beasts, and even the innate abilities of ancient beasts. They were a powerful race. Seeing Zi Chen and the others looking at them, a smile appeared on the faces of the demon race. However, it wasn't a friendly smile, but a sinister one. The killing intent in their eyes was even more obvious. The demon race is very strong. We're no match for them. Only by putting aside our differences and working together can we suppress them. Wu Bo said in a low voice. As if he knew that Zi Chen was the leader of the group, he kept looking at Zi Chen. Seeing Zi Chen's indifference, Wu Bo continued, "This ancient castle didn't exist before. It only appeared recently. Moreover, it's still in an unstable state. Everyone is restraining themselves. Once the ancient castle takes shape and the gate opens, a battle of slaughter will officially begin." Just as Wu Bo said, the ancient castle in front of them wasn't stable. From time to time, there would be energy fluctuations. Boom. Suddenly, the entire ancient castle began to tremble. A loud clanging sound rang out, causing the ground to tremble. It seemed that the ancient castle had finally manifested. A simple and unadorned aura was emitted from the ancient castle gate. Chapter 542. A vast and ancient energy surged out from the ancient castle. Then, a creaking sound was heard as the door of the ancient castle opened. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the door with different expressions on their faces. The black door of the ancient castle was tall and thick, and there was a black energy surging in it. Although the door was not open, it seemed that it was not far from opening. Creaking sounds could be heard. The ancient castle is about to take shape. Wu Bo's face changed slightly. Then, he felt a chill in the air. The group of demonic beasts had turned their gazes towards them. Their cold eyes were filled with hostility. Not far away, Chen Liang and Zhu Zun's expressions changed abruptly when they felt the chill. Although they outnumbered the demonic beasts, they had no chance of winning. "We don't have much time left. If we don't join forces, we will be defeated by them one by one." Wu Bo turned his head and looked at Zi Chen anxiously. Zi Chen thought for a while and nodded. "All right, let's join forces and kill our way into the ancient castle." "Good. That's great. Wu Bo, will definitely make friends with you. How should I address you?" Wu Bo laughed heartily. "Zi Chen." Zi Chen said calmly. "Good, Zi Chen. This time, we will definitely reap great rewards if we join forces. I will call them over. Let's get to know each other. As the saying goes, no discord, no friendship. We will all be friends in the future," Wu Bo said with a smile. Under Wu Bo's signal, Chen Liang and Zhu Zun came over. When the two arrived, their attitudes were extremely good. They displayed the lowest attitude and apologized to everyone. Then, they started to talk about the past with Shangguan Bing. However, they did not mention Shangguan Qixing. It's all in the past. There is no need to mention it again. Zi Chen's expression softened. There was no enmity between them. Now that they had talked about it, it was no big deal. Then, everyone started to discuss how to enter the ancient castle. They are not good people. They are smiling so sinisterly. Do you really believe them? Wang Shan suddenly sent a voice transmission. There is nothing to believe. We are just using each other. Zi Chen's voice rang out in everyone's consciousness. When we make our move, all you need to do is defend yourselves. Be careful of the assassins hiding in the dark. What? There are assassins in the dark? That's right, and there are quite a few of them. Apart from that, there are also other forces. You have to be careful. On the surface, there were only about 100 people here, and they were divided between the Bedlam lands and the wasteland. But in the dark, the number of powerhouses was not small. This was also the reason why the devil ape had been hiding. They quickly finished their discussion and reached a consensus. If the other party didn't make a move, then all of them would enter the castle. If the demons suddenly attacked, then Zi Chen and the other freaks would hold off the strongest of the demons while the rest would think of a way to enter. This was an unfair agreement. Although the overlords had sent many people into the castle, they were not very strong. During this time, the ancient castle shook several times, and the sound of cracking could be heard continuously. Furthermore, the entire entrance to the castle was filled with black energy, making it impossible to see whether the entrance was open or closed. The devil ape told Zi Chen that the entrance was about to open. He could feel that the bloodline calling was getting stronger. Zi Chen swore in his heart that he would definitely send the devil ape into the castle and obtain the heaven-splitting demonic ape's inheritance. At this moment, a group of demons moved. Their faces were unfriendly, and they were closing in on them. The expressions of the people from the various factions became extremely nervous. After Wu Bo glanced at Zi Chen, he mustered up his courage and asked, "Demon race of the great desolate lands, what are you planning to do?" As if they were looking down on the humans here, only 5 or 6 of them came. The rest were watching the show from afar. The leader was a demon with a pair of blood-red eyes. A red light flashed in his eyes, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He shouted, "Ants, the things here are beyond your tolerance. Get out of here. Otherwise, die." When the demon geniuses heard this, their faces turned ugly. They were from the overlord forces, and they were the absolute overlords of the Bedlam land. A light cough from them could shake the entire Bedlam land. When had they ever been scolded? Not only did their faces turn ugly, but the other geniuses from their families were also enraged. Their eyes were sharp and they were spitting fire. However, in the end, they were afraid of the strength of the demon geniuses and did not take any drastic actions. "Demon, watch your tone," Wu Bo said in a gloomy voice. He was still in control of his emotions. "Ants, how dare you make a fuss in front of us? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get out of here. Otherwise, die." The red-eyed demon's eyes were filled with coldness as he spoke. "Demon, do you know what you're saying? If you attack us, you'll become the enemy of the entire Bedlam land. Are you trying to start a war between the 2 regions?" Wu Bo's voice turned cold. "Idiotic ants, you have 2 breaths of time," the red-eyed demon sneered. "This is the ancient battlefield. Everyone should be equal. What right do you have to chase us away? Your actions are immoral. I strongly condemn you." Wu Bo began to condemn the red-eyed demon. At the side, Zi Chen's face flashed with a faint smile. Although it was Wu Bo who had been speaking, he was also representing the other monstrous geniuses. As the overlords of the Bedlam land, they actually dared to speak of immorality and condemnation. One had to admit that it was a very puzzling and hilarious thing. Wang Shan's eyes were filled with disdain. These overlords could only be a little stronger in front of their own families. When they encountered the demon geniuses, they were all defeated. 2 breaths. The red-eyed demon's mouth flashed with a sinister smile. In the face of the powerful demon geniuses, the leaders of the other overlords were ashamed and angry. However, they did not dare to take any drastic actions. They looked at Zi Chen repeatedly, hoping that he would make a decision. 2 breaths, my ass. If you have the ability, then hurry up and attack. A bunch of half-human, half-demon idiots. You even F*King learned to count to 3 breaths. Do you F*King know how long 3 breaths is? Wang Shan curled his lips in disdain when he saw the cowardly demon geniuses flying in the air. Then, he scolded the red-eyed demon. Wang Shan's scolding was somewhat unexpected. The demon geniuses were stunned and did not react in time. Barbarian, watch your manners. How can you be so rude? Before the demon geniuses could react, the leaders of the 4 overlords had already reacted. Their expressions changed drastically and they began to criticize Wang Shan. Ants, you're courting death. The rebuke from the 4 overlords caused the demons to come to their senses. Murderous intent surged from their bodies. Idiot, don't F*King blabber. If you have the ability, then attack. Wang Shan was not afraid at all. The leaders of the 4 overlords were even more livid. Then, they looked at Zichen. Their gazes seemed to be condemning Zichen for not restraining his subordinates. As expected, Zichen turned his head and looked at Wang Shan. I've told you many times not to scold others. You just don't listen. Hearing this, the people of the 4 overlords calmed down. However, the demon geniuses were even more overbearing. He shouted directly, do you think it's over after you criticize your subordinates? This is not over. 3 breaths time has passed. All of you ants will die. Zichen's expression did not change. He continued to speak to Wang Shan with a raised voice. Did you hear that? They are not done with us. This is the reason why you scolded them. How many times have I told you that scolding others will not solve the problem? These are all idiots. How can they understand your words? If you want to solve the problem, you have to kill them directly. Zichen's words sounded reasonable at first. However, the more he spoke, the more wrong it became. When he spoke the last sentence, it was even more shocking. Zichen, you. Wu Bo and the others looked at Zichen in disbelief. Zichen glanced at them and said, to deal with this bunch of idiots, scolding others is useless. The most direct way is to kill them. Kill them. You're just ants. How dare you? Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold murderous intent appeared. The red-eyed demon turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Zichen. Idiot. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. Then, he stretched out his right hand and waved it forward lightly. A faint golden light flashed. Zichen did not use any energy at all in this attack. The red-eyed demon let out a wail of anguish, and his body was instantly sent flying backwards. When he stabilized his body in the air, there was a clear handprint on his face. You! Feeling the burning pain on his cheek, the red-eyed demon was shocked and angry. The other party's attack was so fast that he did not even have time to react. Where did this bunch of idiots come from? Get out of here. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. The monk turned into a ray of lightning and rushed toward the other demons with 2 sword fangs. Ma! The monk's attack was even more direct. He opened his mouth and a strange wave spread in all directions, shaking people's hearts. Just as the demons were distracted, the sword fangs slashed their bodies. Then, sounds of explosions could be heard in the sky. The few demons were all sent flying by the monk. The monk used a lot of strength and some of the demons were already coughing out blood. The few demons were defeated in an instant. Their wails were still echoing in the sky. Such a scene naturally stunned the surrounding crowd. They knew that Zichen was strong. It was within their expectations that he could defeat the red-eyed demon. However, they did not expect a bald monk to be so strong. Moreover, the monk seemed to be using the strongest mystic skill of the Buddhist sect, the 6 syllables mantra. The Ma word mantra formed a strange wave that vibrated in the void and spread out in all directions. This wave of fluctuation, ordinary people could no longer sense it, nor did it have any great power. However, it still spread through the void, all the way until it reached another mysterious region. This was an area that was hidden in the void. This time, it did not appear when the passageway to the ancient lands opened. At this moment the Ma word mantra spread out, a small wave appeared in this mysterious area. Amitabha. In this wave, there seemed to be a Buddhist chant. P.S. He. Strongly condemning the other party. This sentence sounded familiar and nice. Chapter 543. The two of them struck out and repelled the demonic beasts. Cries of agony were still reverberating in the air as blood splattered everywhere. The two of them had displayed their brute force to the demonic beasts. The surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the two of them. The monk enjoyed being the center of attention. He then turned his head proudly to Wang Shan and said, "Did you see that? To deal with such idiots, we should be direct, violent and bloody." Everyone was stunned. This was indeed violent and bloody. Compared to the demonic beast's threat of 3 breaths, this was much more direct. Apart from the leaders of the 4 overlords, whose faces were extremely ugly, the other Imperial Airmen's eyes were shining with excitement. Just 2 simple moves had brought out the might of the Bedlam lands, causing the blood in their bodies to circulate faster. Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. Doesn't this mean that we're going to fall out with the demonic beasts? Only seeking temporary gratification without considering the consequences. As expected of a barbarian. This is simply reckless and rude to the extreme. The 4 of them were livid. They were sending voice transmissions to condemn Zi Chen. They had to admit that the strength displayed by Zi Chen and the monk had shocked them. Zhu Zun was glad that he had been scared away by the other party. Otherwise, he would have been slaughtered. The other party wasn't even afraid of the demonic beasts, let alone them. Furthermore, they were in the ancient battlefield. Even if they were killed, no one would know. Zi Chen's gaze swept across the few demonic beasts as he said coldly, "This is just a lesson. If you guys don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you without mercy." His direct words, cold gaze, and bone-piercing killing intent ignited the blood of the Yukong geniuses, causing their blood to boil. However, the 4 leaders who were looking at the big picture frowned even more. At the same time, they were sending voice transmissions to condemn Zi Chen's actions. Kill without mercy? I wonder how a mere ant like you can be killed without mercy. Following the crisp sound of clapping, a young demon with a long horn on his head and a long tail walked over. This was a handsome demon race member with a pair of horns on his head. It could be said that his horns were truly outstanding. Not only did they not feel weird, they even gave off a sense of perfection. Furthermore, that long tail of his that was covered in scales shone with a cold light, giving off a sense of pure strength. Following the arrival of the 2-horned young man, the group of demons behind him all followed. Their eyes emitted a cold light, and their faces were unfriendly. "Ants, why aren't you kneeling in front of Lord Long?" The group of Yarrow race members stepped forward. One of them, a Yarrow race member with sharp claws, shouted at Zi Chen and the others. "Lord Long, could it be a draconian?" When the monstrous geniuses from the 4 overlord forces heard this, their expressions changed instantly. They looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Dragons were creatures that were feared and respected by all. In the vast wilderness, the true overlord force was the Dragonman lineage. It was said that this lineage inherited the bloodline of the primordial divine dragon and were the true descendants of the dragon. Although they were all hegemonic forces, the difference between the 5 hegemonic forces of the Fringe and the Dragonborn was like the difference between the major forces of the Fringe and the hegemonic forces of the Fringe. It was comparable to heaven and earth. So it's the Dragonman lineage. Sorry for the disrespect. We are the Ju, Wei, Chen, and Wu forces of Chaos City. We greet young Master Long. The 4 of them looked at each other and finally considered the bigger picture. They spoke one after another, and then smiled apologetically. The Dragonman's gaze did not sweep over the 4 of them. Instead, it looked at Zi Chen. The latter was also sizing him up. The 2 of them looked at each other, and instantly sparks of ridicule flew. "Bastards, I asked you to come and kowtow. You're F***king standing there. Are you seeking death?" shouted another Yarrow race member. He was extremely tall and had hair all over his body. If one were to throw away his rough face, he would look like a big bear. The 4 of them smiled apologetically, and their hearts were filled with anger. As for the group of geniuses behind them, they were even more furious. You, and you, 4 ants, hurry up and kneel in front of Lord Long." The big bear pointed at the 4 leaders with his thick, hairy finger. Being asked to kneel in front of so many people, the four of them became even more ashamed and resentful. But at this moment, no one helped them out. Wang Shan had a mocking look on his face, Monk also put away his sword teeth, and Zichen looked straight at the dragon man. Damn it, why are you still not coming over? Do you want to be enemies with the Yarrow race? The big bear shouted again. Looking at Zichen, a playful smile appeared in the dragon man's eyes. Then, he saw that the big bear was stunned, and then said, "Oh, you're lucky. Come and pay your respects to Lord Long. You don't have to kneel." Then, the big bear's voice turned cold. Those two humans dared to be so rude. Are they with you? Sowing dissension. The disdain at the corner of Zichen's mouth became thicker. A mere Yarrow race member actually wanted to play a human's trick. What an idiot. Even a fool could see that this was a trick. The purpose was to isolate Zichen and the others. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the four major forces to be fooled by such a simple and even stupid trick. But who knew that after the four of them looked at each other, they all saw the big picture in each other's eyes. And this big picture was that peace would bring wealth. No, they're from the land of savages. They're just a group of savages who borrowed the passage of our land of chaos. Wu Bo said, and then solemnly emphasized, we're not with them. We're only familiar with one of them. We don't know the others. Ju Zun said. Then, the four of them decisively abandoned Zichen and the others, and went forward to greet the dragon man, lowering their posture. Not far away, the geniuses who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. What was going on? The actions of the four leaders puzzled them. Why did they abandon Zichen, a powerful ally, and instead curry favor with the hostile Yarrow race? But after comparing the number of people present, they understood. Zichen's group was only a few people, but the Yarrow race had a lot of people. Moreover, the dragon man's strength was unfathomable. Even if the barbarians were all monstrous geniuses, they might not necessarily be a match for the monster race. Moreover, how could the barbarians all be monstrous geniuses? One had to know that the reason why monstrous geniuses were monstrous geniuses was because they were extremely rare. This choice was very wise, very profound, and very far-sighted. They decisively protected themselves, and even amicably entered the ancient castle. After seeing this, many of the geniuses admired the decisiveness of the leaders. Only a few hot-blooded warriors felt that this was very spineless and disloyal. The dragon man did not even look at the four people who had a humble attitude. He only looked at the isolated Zichen provocatively. Hey, you guys too. Are you also with this human who offended Master Long? Da Xiong asked coldly again. This time, it was directed at Wang Shan and the others. The strategy of sowing discord used by idiots can only fool idiots. The corner of Wang Shan's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Then, he began to scold, "Listen up, your young master's name is Wang Shan. I'm brothers with the humans who beat you up who are neither human nor demon. Brothers, do you understand? F***ck, such a profound word. Even if I explain it to you demons and idiots, you won't understand." After experiencing Wang Shan's cursing once again, the faces of the Yarrow race turned even uglier. But for the sake of the continuation of the plan, they could only suppress their anger. Da Xiong said coldly, "So you're saying that you're going to continue to oppose Master Long?" "Master Long, are you referring to the Jiaolong?" Zichen said indifferently with a mocking look on his face. But as soon as these words came out, the faces of the Yarrow race changed. Especially Master Long, his face turned cold instantly. One had to know that he was the descendant of the dragon, and the descendant of the divine dragon. What he hated the most was people calling him the descendant of the Jiaolong. This was the reverse scale of his clan. Ignorant ants, how dare you blaspheme the descendant of the dragon? Kill them all. Then extract their souls and bring them to the dragon tomb to repent. That one sentence made the dragon, who was good at using human schemes, vomit blood in anger. His perfect face became twisted and ferocious. He immediately gave the order to kill. When the Yarrow race heard this, they all emitted killing intent and rushed towards Zichen and the others. At the same time, the leaders of the four overlord forces signaled their subordinates to retreat and not participate in the battle. The geniuses were slightly stunned. They could only obey the order and retreat decisively. This alliance that was formed less than an hour ago was disbanded by this idiotic strategy of sowing discord. Boom! The Yarrow race attacked. Vast amounts of energy surged in the sky. A crazy killing intent swept across everyone. Monk, protect everyone. All of you, retreat quickly. Zi-Chen's eyes narrowed. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. After sending the message, he turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the Yarrow race. What is he doing? Seeing Zi-Chen rushing forward alone, the others began to retreat. Everyone looked at Zi-Chen in confusion. Could it be that he wants to fight the Yarrow race alone? Everyone had a bold and crazy guess. Zi-Chen turned into a ray of golden light and rushed towards the Yarrow race. This guess was confirmed. Bang! Zi-Chen's body that was emitting golden light was hit by a Yarrow race expert with sharp claws. Seeing that the attack hit, the opponent had a ferocious smile on his face. Those sharp claws were like sharp blades. They were about to pierce Zi-Chen's heart. Clang! But then there was a clang. He felt that his attack had hit a divine mountain. There was a burst of sparks. At the same time, a rebound force surged towards his claws. Crack! Those sharp claws were actually broken by the rebound force. At the same time, there was a flash of golden light in front of his eyes. It was Zi-Chen who had punched. The domineering and powerful punch hit the Yarrow race expert's body. There was a loud boom. Boom! The explosion spread across the sky and shook the world. Under the dazzling golden light, the Yarrow race expert was blown up by Zi-Chen's punch. Chapter 544. Killing a Yukong with a single punch, such battle prowess shocked everyone, especially those from the Bedlam lands. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock. But the battle had only just begun. After killing a demon with one punch, Zi-Chen's body flashed with an even more dazzling golden light. His cold eyes fell on the second demon. Being stared at by Zi-Chen's cold eyes, the man felt a chill in his heart. This chill made him feel fear and panic, and he even had the thought of retreating. But as a demon, how could he retreat when facing a human? So he clenched his teeth and cheered himself up. He secretly increased the strength of his attack by 30%. Clang! The same clanging sound and the same sparks. The demon secretly rejoiced that his attack did not break through the target's defense. Then, the same golden fist radiance shone in front of the demon. The golden light was dazzling and bright. Boom! Heaven and earth shook again. The second demon was blown up in mid-air. More blood rained down from the sky. Clang! 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 After that, many attacks landed on Zi-Chen's body. After a series of clanging sounds, Zi-Chen's body began to emit sparks. This was the sound of all the attacks being blocked by the golden light, and there was no sound of his defense breaking. But in a short moment, many energy attacks fell on Zi-Chen's body. Even with his extreme speed, he had to endure dozens of attacks in an instant. Crack! Zi-Chen's protective light shield was shattered under the powerful attacks. But before the demons could cheer, Zi-Chen had already rushed out of the attacks. There were no other injuries on his body except for a few scratches on his clothes. After withstanding dozens of attacks, he was actually unscathed. Such a strong defense shocked the demons. Before they could launch a second wave of attacks, Zi-Chen had already flashed forward. Boom! As the golden fist radiance flashed, another explosion sounded. The third demon did not even have time to scream before he was blown up by Zi-Chen's punch. Just like that, Zi-Chen charged into the crowd of demons with his bare hands. Then, he repeatedly threw out punches. Every punch he threw was domineering, and every strike was powerful. The golden light kept flashing, illuminating the whole world. The sound of energy explosions echoed between heaven and earth. The blood rain between heaven and earth became thicker and thicker. In the end, it became a downpour. Zi-Chen showed his extremely violent and bloody side. No one was left alive under his attack. No one was left whole after his punch. The deaths of their companions by their sides caused them to tremble with fear, and the arrogance and haughtiness they had before had completely vanished. Damn it! Stop it! Stop it! Da Xiong was tall and his face was almost distorted. He turned into a stream of light and his figure kept flashing. He chased after Zichen, wanting to fight with him. However, Zichen had extreme speed. He didn't want to fight with him at all. Bright golden light flashed. Under his extreme speed, he looked for the weak ones. At this moment, dozens of demons were suppressed by a human. They kept retreating and had no time to attack Wang Qiong and the others. Bang! Golden light flashed between heaven and earth. Another demon was killed in the air. Blood rain fell. Today, Zichen showed the perfect violence to the demons in the wasteland. The scarlet rain of blood fell on their bodies, becoming wet and sticky. However, at this moment, no one used their energy to block the blood rain. Pairs of eyes widened to their limits as they stared in shock at the scene, at the figure that was comparable to a demon king. He's so strong. The leaders of the four major forces were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and they couldn't even speak properly. The other party had actually blocked the attacks of so many demon clan members on his own. Furthermore, he had even suppressed them and forced them to retreat. Moreover, the other party didn't have any injuries on his body. Is he really a barbarian? Is he really a human? They couldn't believe it. They were dumbfounded and shocked. They secretly looked at the Dragon Man from the corner of their eyes. The Dragon Man was incomparably arrogant before, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. But now, looking at the battlefield, his expression became gloomy. Zichen's domineering attitude caused the four leaders to doubt themselves for the first time. If they had known that Zichen was so domineering, they would have made a different choice. Human, don't run. Fight with me. Da Xiong still couldn't catch up to Zichen. He kept roaring. Seeing the demons die one after another, his emotions fluctuated violently. He became even more flustered and exasperated. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As the cold voice sounded, Zichen suddenly turned his head, then turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the other party. Go to hell! Da Xiong roared. There was madness in his eyes. The aura around him became even more violent in the next moment. He directly used his special ability. A violent aura surrounded his body. A terrifying energy rushed to his right hand. Then, Da Xiong clenched his fist and punched wildly at Zichen. The punch caused an ear-piercing sound. He didn't think that his punch after using his special ability would be weaker than a human's. Boom! Golden light flashed. Da Xiong's punch met Zichen's golden fist. The collision of energy caused a huge tremor. Da Xiong, who used his special ability, was indeed strong. He didn't explode from the punch, but he was still injured. He coughed up blood. Da Xiong's eyes were full of shock. Da Xiong's attack was so powerful that even he, who used his special ability, couldn't resist it. At this moment, he felt his vision blur. The human was already in front of him. Then, he punched again. This time, there was no longer one fist shadow in front of Da Xiong. There were dozens and hundreds of them. They covered the sky and earth. Each of them flashed with a dazzling light and emitted a powerful aura. The second style of the tyrannical fist. Bang! Bang! Amidst the loud noises, Big Bear felt as if his body had been smashed by hundreds of hammers. His body was in excruciating pain, and his bones were constantly emitting cracking sounds. By the time the second move of the tyrannical fist landed and the energy dissipated, all the bones in Big Bear's body had been broken. However, his super strong defense still allowed him to block two of Zichen's attacks. However, his face was filled with pain and his eyes were filled with the fear of death. Not bad. Very good. Very strong. Zichen had a cold evaluation of Da Xiong. Then, he punched again at the moment Da Xiong's body fell. The golden fist light flashed again. This time, it was the first style of the tyrannical fist. Compared to the second style, the first style was more powerful. Seeing the golden fist light coming, Da Xiong's eyes were filled with despair. All his bones were broken. He couldn't dodge it. Boom! Another loud sound. Waves of energy surged in front of Da Xiong, but it didn't devour him. Da Xiong didn't know when a person appeared in front of him. It was the Dragon Man. He blocked the attack for Da Xiong. The golden energy continued to surge. The power of Zichen's punch was fully displayed. However, it only forced the Dragon Man back 2 steps. After that, the power of Zichen's attack was completely neutralized. Zichen's eyes narrowed. The Dragon Man was able to block his attack with just his physical strength. The strength of the Dragon Man was not to be underestimated. Because of the Dragon Man's attack, there was a momentary pause in the battle. More than 10 demons had died. Da Xiong was already half dead. At this moment, the group of demon clan members looked at Zichen again. Besides anger, there was more fear and terror in their eyes. One person repelled a group of demons. His combat strength was extremely strong. The eyes of the other demons were also filled with respect. Human, you have successfully angered me. Today, I will kill you personally. Then, I will extract your soul and put it in the dragon's tomb to repent. The Dragon Man said coldly. There was an aura surging around him. Da Xiong behind him had been carried away by the other demons. He took a pill to heal his injuries. Since you are a Dragon Man, can you transform into a dragon? If you can, then be my mount. I will spare your life, Zichen said coldly. You are courting death. A cold light flashed in the Dragon Man's eyes. Then, he charged at Zichen. The Dragon Man also had an extremely fast footwork. His speed wasn't much slower than Zichen's. In an instant, he was in front of Zichen and attacked fiercely. Clang! Zichen raised his hand to block. A large amount of golden light flashed. It was as if 2 sharp weapons had collided. There was a loud clang. After one attack, there was no clear winner. The Dragon Man's expression turned colder. At the same time, his powerful dragon tail was like a steel whip. It lashed at Zichen rapidly. Because of the high-speed movement, an ear-piercing sound wave appeared. In a loud bang, Zichen, who was unprepared, was sent flying. This attack was unexpected. Zichen, who was used to fighting humans, didn't expect this powerful tail sweep at all. Although his attack was effective, the dragonoid did not show any excitement. Instead, his expression became even more solemn. This was because when his dragon tail struck his opponent, it was as if he had personally felt his opponent's defense. It was simply terrifying, even stronger than those pure-blooded ancient beast descendants. Boom! As expected, in the turbulent golden energy, Zichen charged back again. There was a long whip mark on his waist. One could see his bluish skin. The corner of the dragonoid's mouth twitched slightly. If it was an ordinary flying beast, not to mention a human, even an ancient beast would be severely injured if not killed. However, the human in front of him didn't even suffer light injuries. The two charged at each other again. They both used their strongest attacks. Intense collisions sounded in the sky. The two turned into 2 beams of light and moved rapidly in the sky. Seeing that Zichen's combat power was comparable to the Dragonman's, the 4 leaders were really regretful. One Zichen was already so strong. Moreover, the other side had a bald monk who hadn't made a move yet. He wasn't weak either. They thought to themselves that they had bet on the wrong person. Boom! After a loud tremor, the two retreated. There was blood at the corner of their mouths. Chapter 545. Glowing blood. Isn't that something only ancient beasts have? Could it be a humanoid ancient beast? The Dragon Man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His cold pupils shrank. This was an extremely ridiculous guess. The Dragon Man forcefully erased it as soon as it appeared in his mind. A humanoid ancient beast. How could it be? There had never been a humanoid ancient beast in the Tianwu continent. Subsequently, the Dragon Man seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed instantly. Legend had it that in the human world, there was a strongest physique known as the perfect physique. This perfect physique referred to the perfection of both attack and defense. It had no weaknesses. It was said that this strongest physique was comparable to a pure-blooded ancient beast. However, this powerful perfect physique had long lost its inheritance and became a legend. It had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, it was said that this strongest physique had essence blood comparable to ancient beasts. Its effects were comparable to supreme treasures. It contained an indescribable power and belonged to the human world. Clearly, the human's pale golden blood did not have such an effect. HMPH, perfect physique? Blaspheming the divine dragon bloodline. Even if it's the strongest perfect physique, I'll still kill you today. The dragon man's cold eyes were filled with killing intent. He could not help but feel excited at the thought of being able to kill a human with the strongest physique. Swoosh. He turned into a beam of light and charged towards Zichen. Boom. The previously silent world was once again filled with energy due to the intense battle. The dragon man emitted a powerful aura and displayed a sharp attack. Every attack was a fatal attack. Every attack was at full strength. Zichen was not to be outdone. His eyes were similarly cold and emotionless. Beams of golden light shot out from his hands. Powerful battle techniques were constantly unleashed, scattering the dragon man's attacks one after another. Tyrannical fist. Zichen's expression was gloomy. His fist wind instantly changed. A large patch of golden light flashed and fist shadows appeared in the sky. Dozens of fist radiants appeared in the sky. Each of them emitted a resplendent golden light and carried a terrifying aura as they attacked the dragon man. Swish. There was a sharp whistling sound in the air. The dragon man's dragon tail swept over rapidly like a steel whip. It changed direction in the void and swept towards the fist radiance. Boom. Loud rumbles resounded in the sky as terrifying energy surged. The numerous fist lights were scattered by the dragon tail, and at the same time, the dragonoid was also sent flying. The two of them were on par with each other, and it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. During this time, the ancient castle trembled several times, and the pitch-black energy became even denser. Under this dense energy, the oppressive aura in the air became even more obvious. Human, it's all over. Die. Seeing that the ancient castle was about to open, the dragonoid decided to end the battle quickly. He let out a roar and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he launched a fierce attack at Zichen. This attack was not much different from the previous one. Zichen raised his hand to block, and a large amount of golden energy blocked in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a palpitating aura surging from the opposite side. It was the dragon man's palm that had suddenly turned into a beast claw. The beast claw was covered in fine scales that emitted a cold metallic luster. It looked like a dragon claw. The dragon claw tore through the void. It was cold and powerful. Like a sharp blade, it slashed towards Zichen's head. Blood splattered as Zichen's figure suddenly retreated. 4 deep scars appeared on his arm, and pale golden blood splattered. This was the first time Zichen had been injured. Even his powerful perfect body's defense failed to block the strike for him. After the palm turned into a dragon claw, the dragonoid's combat strength increased several times. Is he going to lose? Seeing Zichen injured by the dragon claw and pale golden blood dripping, the 4 leaders heaved a sigh of relief. As for the demons who had been scared out of their wits, they were relieved. After all, the dragonoid was stronger. A faint golden light surged on the wound as the deep wounds on Zichen's arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He didn't consume any pills. Everything was a natural effect after his physique transformed. Seeing that the human's wound had stopped bleeding in just a few seconds, the dragonoid's pupils couldn't help but constrict. He was shocked by the other party's powerful physique and astonishing recovery speed. However, just because he had amazing regenerative abilities, it did not mean that his combat power was also amazing. Since he could injure his opponent once, he could naturally do it a second time, or even a third time, or even more. And as he continued to injure his opponent and deplete his energy, it was time for the human to die. Die! As the cold words fell, the dragonoid charged at Zichen again. Its sharp dragon claw tore through the void and slashed at Zichen. Scram! A cold glint flashed in Zichen's eyes as he roared. Immediately after, he pointed with his finger and used the power of his finger bone. His fingertip began to glow as a terrifying aura emanated from his fingertip. Immediately after, his finger was like a golden lightning bolt that tapped on the dragonoid's sharp claw. Phut! The powerful finger directly pierced through the dragonoid's sharp claw. Red blood splattered as the dragonoid was sent flying. His face was pale as he looked at Zi Chen with a tinge of horror in his eyes. His dragon claw had extremely strong attacking power and naturally had extraordinary defensive power as well. However, at this moment, it was pierced through by the other party's finger. There was an uproar among the crowd. Clearly, the gap between them had been closed again with this attack. For a moment, everyone's faces turned ugly. I don't believe it. Divine Dragon Claw. Looking at the bloody hole in his palm that was emitting a faint golden light, the dragonoid's face was almost completely distorted. Endless anger rose from the bottom of his heart. As the descendant of the dragon, he was actually injured by a mere human ant. This made him feel humiliated. He waved his claw again and struck at Zi Chen. The sky trembled and rumbled as if a peerless, ferocious creature had appeared. With monstrous, murderous intent, the void was torn apart as a huge dragon claw descended from the sky. It was surrounded by a destructive aura as it fell towards Zi Chen. The claw print covered the sky with a vast aura. It was like a real divine dragon claw print. Thunderbolt Finger. The dragon claw fell from the sky and a vast aura descended from the sky. It blew Zi Chen's black hair into a mess. He was furious and his face was gloomy. Golden light flashed in his hand and a complicated seal appeared. When the last seal fell, he activated his finger bone. In the sky, a golden fingerprint appeared. Its surface was burning with lightning snakes, exuding a destructive aura that was not weaker than the dragon claw. It rushed towards the opponent. Boom! The dragon claw and the fingerprint collided, causing a violent explosion. The whole world trembled and a destructive aura spread in all directions. The world was divided into two colors. One was golden, and the other was the color of the dragon claw. The two types of energy kept colliding and crushing each other. In the end, the golden fingerprint took the upper hand and the huge dragon claw was shattered. The terrifying energy shockwave sent the dragonoid flying. The dragonoid was shocked and coughed up blood. What? Young Master Dragon was defeated. The divine dragon's claw did not kill him. Instead, it was defeated. Looking at the dragon man who was sent flying and coughing up blood, the expressions of the demons changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with shock. One should know that the dragon man had always been the legend of being invincible against those of the same level in the vast wilderness. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by a human? The four leaders flew into the sky. Their faces were pale. They were deeply regretting their previous decision. If they knew that Zi Chen was so strong, they would have supported Zi Chen. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fortunately, the dragonoid was only defeated and did not die. It could still continue to fight. Perhaps a miracle would happen. As expected, the dragonoid rushed up in the next moment. Its expression was even more ferocious and the aura in its body was even more violent. Thunderbolt Finger. Golden light flashed in Zi Chen's hand. He formed another seal and shot out another thunderbolt finger. Boundless golden light flashed and the destructive aura emitted from the thunderbolt finger was stronger. It then hit the dragonoid. Peng! A line of blood was drawn in the sky. The dragonoid was sent flying again. This time, it was more thorough and direct. If the dragonoid was on par with Zi Chen before, there was a gap between the two after the dragonoid was defeated for the first time. Moreover, the gap grew bigger as the battle continued. The dragonoid refused to be outdone. The aura around it became more and more terrifying. Its attacks were also more and more powerful. Divine Dragon's Claw. It was another powerful move. It was 2 levels stronger than before. It was filled with a destructive aura. This aura was so strong that the spectators had no choice but to dodge. Thunderbolt Finger. Zi Chen roared and used the same move again. As the golden light flashed, the golden finger seal appeared again. The power this time was also several times stronger. It was like a real thunderbolt that hit the dragonoid's claw. Seeing the dragonoid's claw being shattered by the finger seal and a few of its ribs, Zi Chen had a strange look on his face. Because he didn't use the finger bone at all. It was just the power of the thunderbolt finger itself. However, when did the thunderbolt finger with his mid-stage Zephyr realm strength have such power? It was actually comparable to the finger bone attack. Zi Chen, who had already noticed the strangeness, couldn't understand it. Therefore, Zichen began to experiment on the dragonoid. He first used the thunderbolt finger to send the dragonoid flying again. When the dragonoid attacked again, he used extreme yin. However, the moment extreme yin was used, it was instantly shattered by the dragonoid's claw. Zichen was blasted away by the force. His chest felt tight and he coughed up blood. Pale golden blood splattered on the ground. Something is wrong. The thunderbolt finger is strange. Ignoring the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd, Zichen used his body as the price to come to a conclusion. Thunderbolt finger. In the next moment, Zichen used the thunderbolt finger seal again. As expected, the power of this attack was much stronger. After the golden finger seal shattered the dragonoid's claw, it pointed at the dragonoid's heart. The latter's face changed drastically and dodged instantly. Puff! The golden finger seal flashed and a fist-sized bloody hole appeared on the dragonoid's body. It penetrated the front and back of his body, causing him to let out a shrill scream. The dragonoid's shrill scream echoed between heaven and earth. It gave people a creepy feeling. Zichen was expressionless. His eyes were even colder. He looked at the dragonoid and said, "It's time to end everything." Boom. Chapter 546. The change in the ancient castle caused Zichen, who was making hand seals, to stop and turn his head to look at the ancient castle. The dragon man was finally able to catch his breath. He instantly swallowed a treasure pill. Under the rich aura of life, his injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. However, his complexion was still deathly pale. His eyes were filled with fear as well as relief. If the castle hadn't trembled, he would have died. He was the descendant of the dragon, but he was almost killed by a mere human. While the dragon man was angry, his heart was also filled with endless fear. His opponent's strength was almost terrifying. Especially that finger attack, it had incredible power. The moment he faced the finger attack, he felt like he was facing the wrath of the heavens. His entire soul was trembling. The castle had already taken shape and seemed to be ready to open at any time. It was constantly trembling. The entire door was wrapped in an endless stream of pitch-black energy, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Zichen, who turned his head, also saw nothing. He could only send a voice transmission to the demon ape to ask what was going on. The changes in the ancient castle caused everyone's attention to shift to the ancient castle. Their eyes were filled with anticipation as they waited for the ancient castle to open. Swoosh! The void behind Zichen suddenly split open. A pitch-black sharp blade rushed out, emitting a cold light. It stabbed towards Zichen's back. The sharp blade broke through the void and reached Zichen's back in an instant. Monstrous killing intent appeared in the sky. A sudden change occurred, and everyone turned their heads. Then, they saw a black shadow holding a sharp blade and stabbing towards Zichen. The Heavenly Kill Alliance's Shawkill attack. The one holding the sword was Luo Sha. He had already arrived here and met up with the other assassins. He had been hiding in the dark, quietly waiting for the castle to take shape. However, when he saw Zichen appear, he remembered that he had been suppressed before and decided to assassinate him to show off his assassination skills. Therefore, he had been hiding, waiting for an opportunity to kill Zichen. To be honest, Zichen's combat strength had shocked him. He could even suppress and kill the Dragon Man, who was known as an undefeatable legend in the vast wilderness. He admitted that he was no match for him in a direct confrontation. But as an assassin, Luo Sha naturally couldn't confront someone head-on. At this moment, seeing that Zichen had let down his guard, he finally seized the opportunity to make a killing blow. Seeing that the sharp blade had already pierced Zichen's back without him noticing, Luo Sha's lips curled into a sinister smile. He believed that no matter how strong his opponent's defense was, he would be able to pierce through his heart. But in the next moment, the smile on Luo Sha's face froze. Zichen simply extended a finger, and as if he could predict the future, he tapped the tip of the sharp blade. With a clang, the sharp blade was blocked by Zichen's finger. No matter how much Luo Sha tried, the sharp blade didn't move an inch. At the same time, a rebounding force came from Zichen's finger, directly sending Luo Sha flying. From the moment he blocked the blade to the moment he sent Luo Sha flying, Zichen's back was facing him. His gaze was fixed on the castle in front of him, and he didn't even turn around to look at Luo Sha. The sinister smile in Luo Sha's eyes turned into shock. His killing blow had actually failed again. Borrowing the force of the rebounding force, he quickly retreated, wanting to hide in the void again. However, before he could disappear, a long silver spear appeared behind Luo Sha and pierced towards his back. This attack was fierce and decisive. It was also unexpected, but a small amount of energy escaped. Luo Sha sensed it in advance, and his expression changed drastically. His body instantly twisted in the air. Poof! The silver spear pierced through Luo Sha's chest, and the tip of the spear stabbed out from the other side. The spear hit its target, but it didn't pierce through Luo Sha's heart. Luo Sha's incredible twisting motion had saved his life. At the same time, he borrowed the force of the spear to charge forward. Blood spurted out, and his body left the spear and disappeared into the void. The silver spear also disappeared in an instant. As for the person holding the spear, he didn't appear either. The sky became silent again. Zichen's back was still facing everyone. He looked at the castle without moving. It was as if everything that had happened in the blink of an eye was just an illusion. But the red blood that was still flying in the air clearly told everyone that everything that had just happened was real. At this, everyone's expression changed drastically. There were actually people from the Heavenly Kill Alliance hiding in the dark. They didn't know about it before. And who was that person with the silver spear? Why did he attack the assassins of the Heavenly Kill Alliance? Could it be another force? The sudden appearance of the assassins caused the group of strong cultivators of the demon clan to gather together. They protected the injured Dragonians in the middle, in case the Heavenly Kill Alliance suddenly attacked them. Meanwhile, the four great factions of Chaos City had also gathered together and were looking around vigilantly. The appearance of a third force made them even more cautious. The situation in front of them was very obvious. The ancient castle was about to open, and they started to clear the area. Moreover, there was a third force here. It was very likely that there was a fourth or even a fifth force. They didn't notice it before, but with Luo Sha's appearance, everyone had a feeling that there were many people and forces in the surroundings. In an instant, the humans and demons in front of the ancient castle were in danger. Swoosh! As the ancient castle shook continuously, the clearing operation started. The Heavenly Kill Alliance assassins in the dark launched the first wave of attacks. As expected of the assassins, they were fearless. They actually attacked both the human and demon forces at the same time. In an instant, the void was torn open repeatedly. Sharp blades appeared one after another. In the sky, the shorekill attacks were launched repeatedly. Monstrous murderous intents caused the void to distort. In an instant, a total of 7 assassins launched their attacks. 2 of them attacked the 4 major forces, 2 of them attacked the demon clan, and 3 of them attacked Tyrant and the others. Swoosh! 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 The shorekill attacks came and went quickly. The sound of sharp blades piercing through bodies was heard repeatedly. Blood splattered in the sky. Then, after the attack ended, there was a loud bang on the ground. It was 6 corpses that had fallen to the ground. Among them, there were 2 humans, 2 demons, and 2 assassins. As for the assassin who attacked Tyrant, his body was pierced by the sword teeth. He was lucky to not die and hid again. However, from the blood that was floating in the air, it was obvious that he was injured. The first wave of attacks from the assassins had killed 2 people and injured 1. Everyone looked at Tyrant and the others. Their faces were full of shock and uncertainty. Zichen was already strong enough. Now, even his subordinates were also very strong. Facing the assassins' shorekill attacks, not only did they not die, but they also killed the assassins in one blow. Could it be that these people were also monstrous? Apart from being doubtful, they were also deeply shocked. Whether they were monstrous or not, being able to kill the assassins from the Heavenly Assassins Union was a proof of their strength. Seeing that Zichen's side was full of experts, the leaders of the 4 major forces were full of regret. However, it was obviously unrealistic to form an alliance with Tyrant again. After the shorekill attacks, the assassins went into hiding. They were like vicious wolves hiding in the dark, ready to attack again at any time. The human and demon forces were all very nervous. They held their elixir weapons and were on guard. During this time, the Dragon Man had recovered his peak combat strength. One had to admit that the Dragon Man was indeed very strong. If it wasn't for Zi Chen's thunderbolt finger suddenly becoming strange, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. After the Dragon Man appeared, his eyes turned cold as he looked around. At the same time, he was also on guard against Zi Chen. Boom! Just as everyone was on guard, the void broke open again. This time, there was no sharp blade. What appeared was a huge palm print, emitting a destructive aura. It slammed toward Zi Chen. Wherever the palm print passed, the space trembled. After seeing Zi Chen's powerful combat strength, the Dragon Man still dared to attack him. It was obvious that the attacker was not an ordinary monstrous genius. When Zi Chen saw the palm print, his pupils shrank instantly. His expression changed because he could feel the aura of ultimate energy from the palm print. This is a heavenly warrior. Zi Chen was shocked. His face was full of disbelief. Those who had ultimate energy were all heavenly warriors. Zi Chen was very clear about this. However, since becoming a heavenly warrior, he had only seen Su Long, who was a heavenly warrior. However, the one who secretly attacked him had ultimate energy. Obviously, he would be the second heavenly warrior that Zi Chen had seen. The palm print formed by ultimate energy was extremely terrifying. Moreover, from this attack, Zi Chen could clearly feel that the opponent's realm was much higher than his. Tyrannical fist. Zi Chen shouted. Pure yang energy emerged from abdomen. This energy appeared from abdomen and rushed towards his fist. Zi Chen could easily deal with ordinary battles. He did not use all of his ultimate energy. Therefore, ordinary people could not sense Zi Chen's ultimate energy. At this moment, facing a heavenly warrior's attack, he had to use all of his strength. The golden fist light collided with the palm print. A destructive aura burst out. The powerful attack was blocked by Zi Chen, but he was forced to retreat dozens of steps. After one exchange, Zi Chen was at a disadvantage. But in that exchange, the crowd was overwhelmed with shock because they could already feel the aura of that extreme energy. It proved that the person who had unleashed that palm was a heaven-level cultivator. There was actually a heavenly warrior hiding in the dark. Everyone was shocked. However, what shocked them was that Zi Chen's attack was also ultimate energy. The opponent was obviously a heavenly warrior. Heavenly warrior. Zi Chen is actually a heavenly warrior. The leaders of the four factions were shocked. They wished they could kill themselves on the spot. They had actually missed the opportunity to befriend a heavenly warrior. Instead, they had gone to find the Dragon Man. Chapter 547. The two sky martial artists were fighting in the open and in the dark. The Dragon Man was also shocked. He did not expect that there would be a sky martial artist hiding in the dark. But what shocked him even more was that the human who fought with him before was also a sky martial artist. But the Dragon Man hadn't sensed the existence of the ultimate energy before. In other words, the human hadn't displayed his strongest battle strength, possessed the strongest constitution, and was also a sky martial artist. The Dragon Man's face turned even paler. After the confrontation between the sky martial artists, everyone sank into silence. Some were shocked, and some were filled with regret. From the broken void, Zi Chen saw a look of surprise. But then that surprise turned into disdain. Then the sky martial artist disappeared. The human continued to hide and didn't show himself immediately. But Zi Chen could clearly see the mockery and ridicule in his eyes. Due south. In one exchange, Zi Chen was pushed back. He had suffered a small loss. He didn't say a word. The devil ape's voice resounded in his mind. Then he looked coldly at a certain place in the void. He suddenly looked at the empty void and grinned. His smile became sinister and sinister. Then his hands began to shine. His golden fingertips danced like fairies. Seals appeared one after another. Thunderbolt finger. As the last seal fell, a golden thunderbolt finger appeared in the void. It was also a finger attack, but this time, its power was 30% stronger. The thick golden finger carried a destructive aura of lightning as it directly pointed at the void. As the fingerprint fell, the void exploded with a loud bang, and an extreme energy gushed out from it, blocking the devastating fingerprint. At the same time, a wretched figure flashed out from the exploded void, and at the place where the energy surged, there were drops of blood sprinkling down. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Zi Chen, who had just suffered a loss, had actually injured a sky martial artist with one attack. The power of that finger attack was really incredible. Zi Chen was also stunned. Because when he had attacked just now, he had already sensed where the problem was. It was between his eyebrows. The problem was there. When Xiao Chen's thunderbolt finger appeared, there seemed to be a strange energy coming from his forehead, making the finger imprint even stronger. Between Zi Chen's eyebrows, there was a thunder mark. He had obtained it in the holy burial ground. However, this mark had automatically disappeared not long after. Zi Chen hadn't paid much attention to it. He didn't expect that the thunderbolt finger would suddenly change, and he could feel the existence of the thunder mark again. In a certain void in the ancient battlefield, Zi Chen's use of the power of thunder had caused the thunder waves to pass through the layers of space and reach this place. This was a silver world. Silver lights flashed everywhere, like little snakes swimming around, illuminating the surroundings. If one looked closely, they would discover that each of these little silver snakes was formed from a bolt of lightning. Each of them emitted a terrifying heavenly might, containing inconceivable power. In the center of this silver world, there was a pair of huge silver bone wings. Each bone wing was 1,000 meters long, and when they spread out, they covered the sky. These huge bone wings were formed by rays of silver light. They were dazzling, and each ray of silver light that formed the bone wings contained a vast heavenly might. Outside the ancient castle, Zi Chen had injured a sky-level warrior. His battle strength was terrifying. For a moment, the battle that had been clearing the battlefield paused for a moment. All the forces were afraid of each other and didn't dare to act recklessly. Zi Chen and the others didn't bother to clear the battlefield. The demon ape was already prepared. If the ancient castle opened, it would be the first to rush in. During this time, the ancient castle trembled continuously. Rays of black energy surged. It seemed that the ancient castle's gate could open at any time, constantly stimulating everyone's nerves. Boom! The world trembled again. This time, more black energy emerged from the ancient castle. The black energy finally rushed out of the ancient castle's gate, like a black tunnel that extended out. The towering ancient castle's gate also opened at this time. An ancient and vast aura rushed out. The ancient castle's gate opened to everyone. It was a dark tunnel that seemed to extend to another world. Everyone could only see the tunnel, but they couldn't see what was behind it. The tunnel is open, I can feel the blood calling me even more intensely, said the demon ape using telepathy. He was very excited. When the gate opened, everyone's expression changed. Greed, excitement, madness, ferocity, all kinds of expressions were changing. Murderous chi filled the air. The atmosphere was already oppressive, but now it was even more oppressive. Looking at the gate of the ancient castle, everyone's breathing became ragged. Their expressions were changing unceasingly. Finally, they all stopped and became crazy. People died for wealth, birds died for food. The atmosphere became even more oppressive. A great battle could break out at any time. In the calm before the storm, Zi Chen signaled Wang Qiong and the others to move back. Boom! Intense energy began to surge, and the battle that was on the verge of breaking out instantly began. Another battle to clear out the field began, and this time, it was even fiercer and more desperate. The first wave of attacks was launched by the unscrupulous assassins. A dozen black silhouettes appeared in the sky. Each one of them released a deadly attack. Their sharp blades cut towards the four forces of Chaos City. Die! When the gate of the ancient castle opened, the four forces of Chaos City also became crazy. They had the advantage in numbers. Therefore, they immediately launched their most ferocious counterattack. In an instant, the sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh was unceasingly heard. The ground was filled with the sound of corpses falling down. In the midst of a large number of deaths, a chaotic battle started. Boom! Violent energies surged. The space was torn apart again. A palm formed by the energy appeared again. It was the Tian cultivator attacking again. However, this time, his target wasn't Zichen, but Wang Qiong and the others who were retreating. Amitabha. Tyrant's body was flickering with golden light. He immediately put away his sword teeth and put his palms together. He looked solemn and dignified. Then, a golden light shield appeared and protected him. Golden talismans were flashing on the shield. An old monk was chanting scriptures. The two of them formed a strange and powerful force, forming the strongest defense. Following Zichen's instructions, Wang Qiong and the others were still retreating. However, Tyrant was still protecting the shield. He took a step forward and blocked the attack for them. A moment later, the palm fell and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The palm imprint was destroyed and the energy within it was unceasingly attacking the golden light barrier. The entire light barrier was unceasingly twisting and shaking, but in the end, the light barrier was able to resist the attack of the cultivator of the Tian Qi layer. The Tian cultivator's attack had been dissolved. Looking at the dazzling golden light shield, Tyrant was slightly startled. He was a bit absent-minded. Suddenly, the space behind him split apart and another sharp blade appeared. It was filled with cold lights. It contained a deadly attack and attacked Tyrant. Tyrant was still in a daze. He didn't notice that. The sharp blade instantly hit the light shield. However, a metallic sound was heard. Golden lights flashed and blocked the attack. The assassin's expression changed drastically as he blocked the attack of the heaven-level warrior and his killing blow. At this moment, the monk who was in a daze turned around. He still had a benevolent expression on his face as he calmly pointed at the assassin. Puff! Under the assassin's shocked expression, a golden light shot out from Tyrant's fingertip. Then, it easily pierced through the elixir weapon in his hand and his body, destroying his soul. The next moment, his vision turned black. He held the elixir weapon with a hole in it and fell to the ground. Tyrant looked at the golden finger, then at the protective light shield around him. Then, he looked at the elixir weapon in the assassin's hand that had been pierced through. He was completely dumbfounded. It seemed that his battle strength had suddenly skyrocketed. A chaotic battle broke out. Other than the hidden assassins, all the other forces also appeared. The Tian cultivator appeared. He was a young man wearing armor that shone brightly. His attack actually couldn't break through the defense of Tyrant. His cold eyes were filled with disbelief. Zichen was strange. He didn't want to provoke Tyrant. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, he charged at Tyrant. At the same time, the demons also suffered waves of powerful attacks. In an instant, many demons died. The opponent was very strong. Ordinary demons were slaughtered. Fortunately, they were stopped by the Dragonians. This was an opponent that was not weaker than the Tian cultivator. He was evenly matched with the Dragonians. In the chaotic battle, the four major forces suffered the most. They had the most people, but they were targeted by the assassins of the Heavenly Kill Union. Even if they went all out, they were no match for the assassins. With each killing blow, the sound of sharp blades piercing through flesh rang out unceasingly. Miserable cries reverberated in the sky. One figure after another fell from the sky. Amidst the loud bangs, nearly half of the people had fallen. Their eyes were filled with despair. Among them, the leaders of the four major forces even called for Zichen's help. Zichen, save us. If you protect us to enter the ancient castle, we will definitely thank you when we return. In the midst of their pleas, there were all kinds of promises. However, Zichen's face was cold. He was indifferent to them. His eyes were fixed on the pitch-black tunnel. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in front of the tunnel. A tall black figure flew out from the void. He seemed to have been sent flying by a strong force. The silver spear in his hand was almost knocked out of his hand. The demonic ape, who was about to sneak into the tunnel, was sent flying by the energy. Moreover, he was injured by the opponent in one blow. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After he stabilized himself, he saw a figure in front of him. The figure was burning with flames. He was like a man on fire. He couldn't see the other party's face at all. He was the one who sent the demonic ape flying with one blow and protected the tunnel. As soon as the other party appeared, he emitted a strong aura. Then, he pointed 2 fingers at the void. 2 sparks flew out of his hand and fell into the void. Boom! Boom! The sparks exploded in the void. 2 burning corpses fell to the ground. However, before the corpses hit the ground, they were turned into ashes by the flames. Chapter 548. It was just an ancient castle. At most, it could be considered a relic. However, in the entire ancient battlefield, there were at least 50 to 60 such relics, if not 100 or 80. However, it was just an ordinary relic. Look at how many experts had appeared in front of them. There were 2 heaven-level martial artists, and there were also many existences that were not weaker than heaven-level martial artists. Moreover, the flaming man that was emitting flames was extremely powerful. The energy that surged around his body made people's hearts palpitate. This reminded the knowledgeable Dragonians of a legend about the flaming man. Damn it! Why is it a legend again? The Dragonians were furious. They were the invincible divine dragon bloodline, but they were being suppressed again and again today. He was extremely angry. Hence, he was furious and started to call for help. A sharp and ear-piercing signal suddenly soared into the sky. Then, it exploded in the sky. A strange energy fluctuation spread in all directions. This was the signal of the Dragonians. It was a signal for all the Dragonians to gather. There was an emergency. It was also a signal to command the demon race. When the demon race saw the signal, they had to rush over as fast as possible. At the same time, various signals soared into the sky. It could not be helped. The strength of the cultivators here was too strong. Even the assassins who were good at solo assassination began to call for their companions. In an instant, various signals soared into the sky. They were like beautiful fireworks exploding in the sky. It was gorgeous and eye-catching. Seeing the signals flying in the sky, the leaders of the 4 forces were completely dumbfounded. They had prepared for a long time before bringing a group of experts here. They never expected to encounter such a situation in the first relic. The assassins of the Heavenly Kill Alliance and the demon race of the Wasteland were no match for them. They began to send out signals. Obviously, there was nothing for them to do here. Next, it was a battle between a heaven-level martial artist and a cultivator whose strength was comparable to a heaven-level martial artist. It was also an even more tragic battle. How could this be? The 4 of them were flustered and exasperated. They had brought many experts here to show off their grand plan in the depths of the ancient battlefield. They wanted to get more rewards and return with a full load. But when they saw the battle not far away, they saw that it was a battle between Tien-level cultivators, or at least someone who was comparable to a Tien-level cultivator. They felt despair in their hearts. Furthermore, they could clearly sense that the advantage of numbers wasn't always a deterrent. Every single strong cultivator there could easily slaughter them. Let's retreat. This is a battle between Tien-level cultivators. If we don't retreat, our people will all die. Wu Bo sighed helplessly. At this moment, even Zi Chen couldn't protect them, because this battle had changed from a battle between ordinary geniuses to a battle between Tien-level cultivators. Retreat. Seeing that many people from the Yarrow clan were already retreating, they could only follow suit. At this point, they were reduced to spectators. At this moment, they finally understood why the past few generations of the clan had never returned. It was not because there were too few of them, but because they lacked strength. All of them were Tien-level cultivators. Once there was a conflict of interest, they would be slaughtered. How could they survive? In addition to being annoyed, they were also deeply jealous. It was just a group of barbarians, but there were 2 Tien-level cultivators among them. Although the monk was not a Tien-level cultivator, he was not any weaker than a Tien-level cultivator. And that demonic ape was also terrifyingly strong. The Burning Man was very strong. He injured the demonic ape with one attack and then casually pointed 2 fingers to kill the 2 geniuses. Zi Chen felt a dangerous aura from the Burning Man. Die! Zi Chen shouted. His expression was extremely solemn. A broken spear appeared in his hand in an instant, carrying a monstrous killing intent. It was like a blood-red lightning, piercing towards the burning man. The burning man raised his hand to block the attack. The blazing flames burned fiercely. In the blazing heat, there was a terrifying energy surging. Clang! The broken spear hit the burning man, but it made a clanging sound. Zichen's powerful attack did not break through the burning man's defense. At the same time, he was also pushed back. A mere Houtian-level cultivator dares to attack me? You're courting death. The burning man said coldly. Then, he flicked his finger towards Zichen. The next moment, a small spark rushed towards Zichen. The small spark was only the size of a fingernail, but Zichen felt a terrifying aura from it. His pupils shrank, and he held the broken spear to block. A terrifying energy emerged on the tip of the spear. The spark exploded, instantly destroying the energy on the tip of the spear. At the same time, a huge force rushed through the spear to Zichen, directly pushing him back. Zichen, who was pushed back, was shocked. The burning man's strength was really strong. Just a mere Houtian-level cultivator. The burning man's disdainful voice became louder. Light flashed in his hand, and the sparks splashed like raindrops, rushing towards Zichen. Buzz! Zichen's body flashed with a resplendent golden light. He was like a Jin family war god. The aura of ultimate energy in his body surged through his body. At this moment, the perfect body completely erupted. As the pale golden blood surged, it emitted a monstrous sound. A powerful force emerged from the pale golden blood. With the addition of the perfect body and ultimate energy, Zichen raised his combat strength to its peak. The broken spear in his hand began to glow, but it wasn't the usual blood-red color. Instead, it was blood gold. There was a hint of gold in the blood-red color. The broken spear flashed as blood gold energy began to surge. Like a blood gold bolt of lightning, it struck the sparks. Every time the tip of the spear landed on the sparks, it would trigger an explosion. A powerful energy would emerge, but before the energy could spread, it was destroyed by the broken spear. In the blink of an eye, many sparks were destroyed by Zichen. He stood with his spear in hand and looked coldly at the burning man. Oh, a mere postnatal realm warrior actually has such means. I've underestimated you. There was a hint of surprise in the burning man's words, but he was still disdainful. Right on the heels of that, he struck out at Zichen. This time, a huge flaming palm appeared, emitting a terrifying high temperature as it struck at Zichen. This was the first time the burning man had used a combat skill. It was extremely powerful. Even the powerful Zichen didn't dare say that he could easily withstand it. Suddenly, a lightning mark flashed between Zichen's eyebrows. Following that, Zichen felt his body fill with power. This power was powerful and terrifying. When he looked at the flaming hand that he had been extremely afraid of, he felt that it was just an ordinary attack. After that, he pointed at the flaming hand. It was easy and simple, but to be on the safe side, Zichen still used his finger bone. Pop! With a soft sound, the powerful flaming hand was hit by Zichen. It was extremely easy. The energy in the flaming hand didn't even have time to explode before it was completely annihilated. In the blazing hot air, there was an obvious chill. This chill came from the burning man. A mere postnatal realm warrior had broken his attacks one after another. This made him lose face. The next moment, he turned into a flaming light and rushed towards Zichen. There was no powerful combat skill, only brute force. Obviously, he wanted to use violent means to directly smash Zichen to death. Feeling the power in his body getting stronger and stronger, Zichen looked at the burning man rushing towards him with a disdainful smile. The golden energy flashed, and he once again raised his middle finger towards the burning man. Boom! An explosion resounded through the sky. The terrifying energy dissipated between the two, forming a ripple of energy. Zichen's finger pointed at the burning man's forehead. With just this finger, he blocked the burning man's attack and dissolved all of his energy attacks. Ah! The burning man shouted. His voice shook the sky. At the same time, an even stronger flame rushed out of his body and spread towards Zichen. He was determined to burn his opponent. At the same time, Zichen's fingertip emerged a burst of energy with the power of thunder and lightning. It instantly dispersed the flames that emerged from the burning man's body. At the same time, the burning man was blown away. The flames around the burning man slowly converged and turned into a handsome young man. At this moment, his eyes were full of shock. He was so powerful, but he was suppressed by a mere postnatal realm warrior. Similarly, the other warriors who were fighting not far away were also shocked. In their opinion, the biggest threat here was the burning man. But at this moment, the burning man was blown away by a human's finger. The burning man's appearance only flashed for a moment, and then the flames surged again. Thunderbolt finger. Feeling the powerful energy in his body, Zichen once again used the pure thunderbolt combat skill. As he pointed his finger, the golden finger became even more terrifying, and then it touched the burning man's body. The burning man's body suddenly shook, and then he was blown away again. The flames that had just ignited around his body were extinguished again. Bang! At the same time, the battle between the monk and the Heaven Realm warrior in the distance had also come to an end. A golden palm print blew the Heaven Realm warrior away. The monk won. Zichen defeated the burning man, and the monk defeated the Heaven Realm warrior. Such terrifying combat power could be said to have shocked everyone. Everyone's eyes looked in this direction, and there were all kinds of complicated emotions in their eyes. Zichen's eyes were cold, and he ignored the burning man. His cold eyes looked at a certain place in the void, and then he pointed his finger again. With one point, heaven and earth shook, and the void shattered. Amidst the explosion, Luo Shou's figure appeared. His face was full of fear and shock. The attack just now had blown up half of his body, and fresh blood splattered from the sky. He had suffered a fatal injury. Bang! At the same time, Zichen waved his hand in the air. In the next moment, a burst of energy appeared in front of Luo Shou at lightning speed, and then it hit him. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or intentional, but the place where Luo Shou landed was where Wang Qiong and the others were. At this moment, Wang Qiong, Wang Xian and Wang Shan's eyes were shining with hatred. Mournful screams were heard, and Wang Shan was being tortured inhumanly. During this period of time, Zichen constantly attacked the air. Amidst the explosions, the black-clothed men who charged at Wang Qiong's group were blasted away by the energy. They fell to the ground and lost their lives. Chapter 549. Zichen's strength shocked everyone. The fierce battle stopped because of this. The monk appeared in front of Zichen. The demon ape was there too. The three of them stood in the air and looked around. No one dared to look at them. Intentionally or unintentionally, the other experts began to exchange glances. They could see fear and alarm in each other's eyes. In the next moment, everyone nodded heavily. Then, a terrifying energy surged. The Dragonians, sky martial artists, and other forces that were comparable to sky martial artists all attacked Zichen. Obviously, Zichen's threat was too great. Many of the strong cultivators felt uneasy, so they chose to join forces at this moment. The crazy energy swept across the sky. The joint attack of the strong cultivators was very powerful. It swept towards the three like a tsunami. Attack! The three of them shouted at the same time. Dazzling golden light filled the sky. The fierce attack spread in all directions. Boom! The golden light that filled the sky was extremely powerful. It instantly destroyed the joint attack of many strong cultivators. At the same time, the strong cultivators were also sent flying by the powerful force of the golden light. What? Seeing the Dragonians and other strong cultivators were all sent flying, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They were also flying, but the opponent's strength seemed to be a little too strong. They're strange. They must have used some kind of secret technique. Everyone, attack quickly. They can't hold on for long, the burning man who didn't participate in the battle suddenly said. Flames burned around his body again. As a legendary cultivator, he had always been high and mighty. He didn't even care about cultivators of the Tianqi layer. But today, he had encountered the strange Zichen who had beaten him so badly that he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, he had put down his pride and decided to join hands with the others. Their combat strength suddenly increased a lot. It must be some kind of secret technique. It will disappear soon. The Dragonians were experienced and knowledgeable. They nodded at this moment. Kill. The others heard and nodded. Killing intent surged around them again. Then, they attacked with all their strength. With the addition of the Burning Man, their joint attack became even more terrifying. However, they were still suppressed by Chen and Tyrant's strange combat strength. This time, the Devil Ape didn't even make a move. Just the combination of Chen and Tyrant was enough to send them flying again. The Dragon Man was heavily injured. Several of his ribs were broken, and he grimaced in pain. The Fireman was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. The others were more or less injured as well. What kind of secret technique is this? How could it be so terrifying? Seeing that the other party's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, everyone was shocked. The stronger the energy stimulation, the greater the side effects of the secret technique. Everyone, attack with all your might. Don't hold back anymore. I believe they won't be able to hold on for more than a few breaths. The Burning Man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining with an unwilling cold light. If the other party did not have a secret technique, even if it was 1 against 2, he was confident that he could kill the other party. However, the appearance of this inexplicable secret technique gave the two of them almost invincible battle prowess among those of the same level. Furthermore, a secret technique that could make one invincible among those of the same level could already be called a divine skill. Only a few breaths of powerful battle prowess. The group of experts regained their confidence and rushed forward for the third time. This time, they used all their strength, and their attacks were more than 30% stronger than before. Boom! Everyone's attacks with all their strength were instantly scattered after facing Chen and Tyrant's casual attacks. Then, they were sent flying for the third time, coughing up blood. Although they had powerful battle prowess, Chen and Tyrant were not as excited as they had imagined. They looked at each other and saw doubt in each other's eyes. Obviously, they didn't know how their battle prowess became so strong. The doubt in their hearts didn't stop them from enjoying this battle prowess, nor did it stop them from doing something with this powerful battle prowess. The two of them looked at the spirit rings of the experts and glanced at them frequently. It should be known that these people were either Tien-level cultivators or cultivators who were comparable to Tien-level cultivators. Each and every one of them had a very strong background. These people had a very strong background and were extremely wealthy. Obviously, as members of these big forces, these strong cultivators should be very rich. The two of them looked at each other and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. It was rare for them to agree, so the two of them began to fight seriously, launching attacks after attacks. Switching from passive counterattacks to active attacks, the experts began to be unlucky. They coughed up blood and were sent flying again and again. Some of them were even sent flying more than 10 miles. However, the original intention of the two of them was to kill and steal the treasures, not simply send them flying while coughing up blood. However, regardless of whether they were celestial warriors or existences comparable to celestial warriors, they were not so easy to kill. Demon Ape, don't worry about us. Quickly enter the passage and get the inheritance. The battle was completely one-sided. Except for the experts comparable to celestial warriors, the others were scared out of their wits and hid in the distance. No one dared to assassinate in the dark. Therefore, Chen signaled for the demon ape to leave. Before the demon ape entered the passage, a crazy energy emerged from the distance, followed by a powerful aura. Roar! Suddenly, a strange sound came from the sky. It was clear and loud like a dragon's roar, shaking people's souls. A dragon man with 2 horns on his head and a long tail appeared. He was handsome and could be called perfect. Compared to the previous dragon men, the aura around him was even more terrifying. As soon as he appeared, he saw the dragon man being sent flying more than 10 miles by Chen. He coughed up blood and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Instantly, he frowned and his face turned gloomy. Murderous intent surged around him. How dare you attack the dragon men? Today will be the day you die. As the cold words fell, monstrous energy began to surge. The dragon man turned into a beam of light and rushed toward Zichen. Lord Longxing is here. Amidst the exclamations of the demon race cultivators, Longxing rushed to Zichen. His face was cold, and his hand glowed as he launched a terrifying attack toward his opponent. Scram! Zichen shouted and pointed at Longxing. The golden finger instantly shattered Longxing's attack. At the same time, the power of the finger broke through the energy and hit Longxing. In the next moment, Longxing vomited blood and was sent flying. The powerful Longxing was defeated in one attack. His eyes were filled with shock. The demon race cultivators who were cheering were also in a daze. The dragon man flew back from more than 10 miles away and shouted, "Big brother, he used a strange secret technique. His combat power is very strong. Let's attack him together." Crushing, it was completely crushing and pushing forward. Zichen's combat power was too strong. Dozens of breaths had passed, but his combat power was still so strong. The terrifying energy between heaven and earth surged again. This time, it was a heaven martial artist. His body was surging with extreme energy. If it was any other time, the appearance of the other party would definitely cause cheers. But today, Zichen's sharpness overshadowed everything. Even the appearance of a heaven martial artist did not bring about the effect of cheering. Instead, everyone looked at him with pity. Die! Sure enough, after a shout, the other party attacked Zichen. But everyone believed that the speed of the other party's return would not be slower than the speed of the attack. Bang! The heaven martial artist came quickly and flew quickly as well. It was completely unexpected. He was sent flying just like that. Not far ahead, there were more than 10 heaven martial artists. All of them were bleeding from the corners of their mouths. They were all injured. They were all here to help, but they were also suppressed. Zichen and Tyrant showed a kind of invincible method to the group of strong cultivators. They suppressed the dragon man, the heaven martial artist, and even the fireman. Today's battle was destined to make the two famous in the entire southern region. They would become the focus of all forces. But that was not the focus. They did not care. What they cared about was whether the heaven martial artists would die or not. Although they could easily suppress them and send them flying, so far, not a single heaven martial artist had died. The two of them were guarding the passage, preventing anyone from entering. At the same time, they were unable to chase after the injured heaven martial artists. They had enough time to heal. Once they recovered, they would charge forward again. How is this possible? They have almost endless power. What kind of secret art is this? Seeing the two of them fight for dozens of breaths, the fireman's shock reached an extreme. He was unable to imagine that such an invincible secret art had appeared in the martial heaven continent. Boom! Golden light flashed, and he was sent flying once more. The fireman had already forgotten how many times he had been sent flying. In short, it seemed that every time the other side became stronger, he would be sent flying again. The people in the distance were completely dumbfounded. Clearly, the two of them were incomparably terrifying. It was far beyond their expectations. They had actually suppressed so many experts and guarded the passage. If they had known earlier, they would have allied with each other. They were filled with regret. Behind Zichen, in the pitch-black passage, the sound of energy exploding rang out. Then, pitch-black energy began to surge. Swish! A moment later, a black figure flew out of the passage. It was the devil ape that had charged into the passage not long ago. It had actually charged out quickly. What? Has the inheritance been completed? Asked Zichen curiously. No. The other end of the passage has been sealed by an indescribable energy. There's no way to open it, said the devil ape dispiritedly. What? Zichen frowned. He was about to enter the passage. With his current power, he could even fight a king ancient beast. He was confident in opening a passage. However, as soon as he rushed into the passage, he turned into a beam of light and rushed out. Zichen's expression changed drastically as he rushed out at top speed. At the same time, he shouted at the devil ape and the monk, "It's dangerous." After saying that, Zichen turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. At the same time, The monk and the demonic ape followed closely behind Chen. As soon as the three of them left the passage, a burst of energy spread out. Chapter 550. Boom. Violent energy surged, and the dark tunnel suddenly exploded. A powerful wave spread out in all directions, and the whole world trembled because of the explosion. The dark energy gushed out like rolling black smoke, filling the whole world. An oppressive and palpitating aura rushed out from the ancient castle. The void was distorted, and the power of space was raging. In an instant, it was like the end of the world. All the Yukong warriors collapsed on the ground, their faces full of fear. In the ancient castle, a vast power of heaven emerged, sweeping out in all directions, making people's hearts tremble. All the Yukong warriors were lying on the ground, burying their heads deep into the ground. Above their heads was the raging power of the void. Once they came in contact with it, they would be crushed instantly. However, it was not safe to lie on the ground. The earth was shaking, and cracks would appear one after another. Some unlucky Yukong warriors accidentally fell into the cracks caused by the surge of energy. Once they fell in, they would quickly turn into nothingness. Chen and the other two were the closest to the ancient castle, so they could feel the power of the heavens the most. At this moment, fear rose in their hearts. Only the devil ape's eyes were filled with excitement, as if the call of its bloodline had become even stronger. The dark tunnel from before had exploded, and the trembling sound spread throughout the whole battlefield. At the same time, the power of heaven spread out from the ancient castle, vast and mighty. For a moment, the ancient beasts were crawling, screaming in fear, and kowtowing in this direction. Boom! The tunnel was shattered, and a vast power of heaven emerged. However, it was not the end. It was just the beginning. Another earth-shattering explosion came from the ancient castle, and the whole ancient castle shook again. It was as if there was a supreme expert attacking the ancient castle in a frenzy, and was about to rush out. Waves of powerful energy waves escaped from the ancient castle, spreading out in all directions. The void that had just recovered was distorted again, and the destructive power of the void surged. With the power of the void above their heads, the earth cracked from time to time, as if the real end of the world had arrived. The Yukong warriors fell to the ground, their eyes full of fear. Along with the loud tremors, many people were knocked out by the energy waves. Chen also felt a buzzing sound coming from his sea of consciousness. His mind was in a mess and his thoughts became sluggish. Beside him, the monk buried his head deep into the ground and covered his ears with both hands. However, this violent wave was transmitted directly into his sea of consciousness. The sound of people coughing up blood could be heard continuously. More people fainted in midair. Many people were swallowed by the large cracks on the ground while they were unconscious. Boom! Boom! The sounds of explosions continued, and the peerless heavenly might became stronger and stronger. The black energy continued to surge from the ancient castle, and under the boundless black energy, the originally dusky world became pitch black. One couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. Just as the crowd was on the verge of collapsing and fainting, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sky. This was a weak light, like a candle flame in a dark night. It flickered and flickered, but there was no doubt that this candle flame was strong. It tore through the darkness and brought light. The candle flame broke through the darkness and emitted light. As time passed, the candle-like light suddenly became resplendent. In the end, it turned into a dazzling golden sun that fell from the sky. When the golden light fell on everyone's bodies, it felt warm. The suffocating heavens might seemed to no longer be terrifying under the light. Everyone blocked the heaven's might and raised their heads with great difficulty, wanting to see where the golden light came from. The blazing golden light was like a golden sun that fell, emitting a peaceful and holy aura. As the golden sun fell, the crowd suddenly opened their mouths and eyes wide. They were dumbfounded and shocked. They saw that the warm golden light that fell from the sky was not emitted by the golden sun, but by a small shining world. The small world appeared in the void, emitting thousands of golden light. As the golden light fell, a sacred aura spread. When the black energy came into contact with the golden light, it silently dissipated as if it was being purified. The golden light fell on the crowd, sacred and peaceful. The oppressive heavenly might was also blocked by the golden light. After surviving the disaster, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. They climbed up from the ground and looked at the cracks in the distance. They still had lingering fears. The black energy covered the sky and the sun, covering a radius of dozens of miles. The golden world only opened up a safe zone for the crowd. Outside the golden light, the oppressive heavenly might was still there. What's going on? Hearing the loud tremors in the ancient castle and the golden world that appeared above their heads, the crowd was puzzled. Subconsciously, they looked at Zichen and the rest. Before the ancient castle exploded, the devil ape was the first to enter, followed by Zichen. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Zichen first found Wang Qiong and the others. Thankfully, they were all still alive, not a single one of them missing. Wang Xian'er's body was still stained with reddish-brown soil. When she saw Zichen, she threw herself into his arms and cried. Just a moment ago, she had almost fallen into the big crack. If the spirit-devouring rat had not saved her at the critical moment, she would have been finished. Damn it! What's going on? The excited devil ape also sensed something strange. That was because there were loud noises coming from within the ancient castle. It was as if there was a living creature inside. Furthermore, the bloodline call he sensed in his heart had become even more intense. That made his hair stand on end. This was something that no one could give an answer to. No one could even guess why a good inheritance would become like this. Where did this golden world come from? No one knew about all of this. The usually active monk was silent at this moment. His eyes were fixed on the golden world, and his expression was one of bewilderment. The golden world protected the crowd and prevented them from feeling anything unusual. However, outside the golden world, the oppressive heavenly might was getting stronger. Moreover, the explosions in the ancient castle were getting more intense. Amitabha. Suddenly, a faint Buddhist chant rang out from the small world. A large patch of golden light shone down and the golden world started to extend. The sudden Buddhist chant gave everyone a fright. As if it was a conditioned reflex, everyone's gaze turned towards the golden world. There was a patch of golden light that was dazzling. Other than the golden light, they could not see anything else. It's a false alarm. It's that monk chanting the Buddhist chant. Someone pretended to be smart when he did not see anything. Damn that monk. Why is he chanting the Buddhist chant? It's so scary. The others were dissatisfied, but they did not dare to say anything. This was because the combat strength that the monk had displayed previously had completely shocked them. After comforting Wang Xian'er, Zichen turned his head. His gaze was fixed on the golden world. He was beside the monk and naturally knew that the Buddhist chant did not come from the monk, but from the small world. The monk's expression changed instantly after hearing the Buddhist chant. He was in disbelief, then agitated and hesitant. Just as the crowd was discussing, the extended golden world had already collided with the pitch-black energy in the ancient castle several times. Every time they collided, a destructive force would emerge. However, with the protection of the golden light, the crowd could not clearly sense what was happening outside. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and see the shore. Sky-splitting battle ape, it's time for you to stop. The Buddhist chant rang out again, and a compassionate voice resounded. This time, the crowd heard it clearly. This voice was coming from the golden world. In an instant, the crowd's expressions changed. There was actually a living human monk in the golden world. Old bald donkey, you dare to stop me? However, in the next instant, a cold and furious voice rang out from the ancient castle. There's also a living creature in the ancient castle. The crowd's expressions changed. They had thought that the ancient castle was some kind of inheritance. They had never imagined that there would be a living creature in it. The demonic ape's expression turned extremely ugly. Through the conversation, it had already guessed that the one speaking in the ancient castle was another sky-splitting battle ape. Zichen's expression also changed. This result was truly unexpected. For a moment, the crowd did not know what to say. Amitabha. This poor monk is only in charge of suppressing this place. If you know your place, this poor monk will naturally leave. The compassionate voice rang out from the golden world again. Pa. You old bald donkey, know your place. Keep dreaming. Today, I will break through this place. Let's see if you have the ability to stop me. The tyrannical voice rang out once more. Then, an extremely powerful energy surged out from the ancient castle. This energy brought with it an overflowing might. It instantly charged toward the golden world, and destructive energy surged out once more. The golden world was knocked back. The portion of it that had spread out earlier had actually completely shrunk back. Furthermore, the 1,000-meter-long golden world was now only several hundred meters wide. Mph, a mere bald donkey dares to stop me? Do you believe that I won't charge out, shatter your world, and destroy both your soul and body? The tyrannical voice rang out once more. This poor monk is just a remnant of my will. So what if I die? However, you, a foreign race, can forget about appearing. The compassionate voice was much stricter. Pa. Just based on a bald donkey like you? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you're not qualified. Hurry up and call the others out. Today, I will kill all of you one by one. As the tyrannical voice rang out, another surge of energy rushed out from the ancient castle. The pitch-black energy covered the horizon. Darkness took over everything, and it began to suppress the golden world. The golden world began to tremble. Then, it shrank once more. Some of the air creatures that were at the edge were instantly swept away by the pitch-black energy. They didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into nothingness. Old bald donkey, this is only a warning. If you don't scram, today will be the day you die. The tyrannical voice rang out once more. Chapter 551. First, the golden world was a few hundred meters wide. Then, it slowly extended to 1,000 meters. Then, it continued to expand to 1,500 meters, then 2,000 meters. Wherever the golden light passed, the black energy melted. It was like snow meeting water. The darkness was constantly torn apart, and the golden light took over. Good, good, good. What an ungrateful bald thief. I wanted to spare your life, but I didn't expect you to court death. Don't blame me for being impolite. The ancient castle trembled again, and an even stronger energy emerged from it. This energy was as black as ink, and it shone like pure dark energy. It instantly blocked the expansion of the golden light. The two types of energy collided, and they were in a stalemate. After that, the black energy took over, and the darkness began to suppress it. The golden world that had just extended was forced back by the darkness in the next moment, and then it kept shrinking. This time, everyone was prepared. They kept flying toward the center, afraid that they would be swept in by the dark energy again. At this moment, they were extremely regretful. If they knew it would be like this, they wouldn't have thought about the inheritance. They had cleared the place and fought fiercely. Now, not only did they not get the inheritance, but their lives were in danger. Under such terrifying energy, sky-level warriors were no different from other sky-level warriors. As long as they were swept by the energy, they would die without a doubt. Now, the only hope in everyone's hearts was that the expert in the golden world could block the powerful existence in the ancient castle. After the golden world shrank to 500 meters, it stopped shrinking. Then, the tyrannical voice in the ancient castle sounded again. Old bald thief, seeing that it wasn't easy for you to survive, I'll give you one last choice. Leave or die. The tyrannical voice sounded again. Everyone was terrified. Obviously, the opponent's strength was almost terrifying. The existence in the golden world couldn't suppress it at all. Everyone was screaming in their hearts, telling the expert in the golden world to not interfere in this matter and to take them away first. Amitabha. The Buddhist chant sounded. Golden light flashed, and the golden world shone again, becoming even more dazzling. This time, in addition to the dazzling golden light, a golden object rushed out of the golden world. As soon as this object appeared, the light in the golden world became much brighter. Then, a pure Buddhist power surged. This is a Buddhist instrument. Seeing this resplendent golden light, the monk could not help but cry out. His eyes flashed and his expression kept changing. Everyone could only see a resplendent golden light, but Tyrant could see the object within the golden light. This was a Buddhist weapon recorded in the Buddhist sect. It had a great origin and was known as the demon-subduing pestle. Dense and pure Buddhist energy flowed on the demon-fall pestle, and there were numerous carvings, veins, and runes on its surface that emitted a brilliant golden light. Suddenly, Tyrant's pupils constricted and his expression changed drastically. An old monk had appeared on top of the demon-subduing pestle. He looked like a Buddha and his body was shining with golden light. At the same time, he was emitting strong Buddhist energy. The appearance of the Buddhist weapon, the demon-subduing pestle, caused the light of the entire golden world to become even brighter. Under the rich Buddhist power, the endless darkness was instantly broken through by the golden light. Then, it was suppressed again and turned back. This time, the golden world expanded infinitely and was about to engulf the castle. Old thing, you really are a stubborn one. You don't know what's good for you. You might as well die. The existence within the ancient castle was finally enraged. Next, a monstrous atmosphere of power surged out and a thick stream of power of darkness charged out from the ancient castle. The pitch-black energy once again covered the sky. Buzz. The demon-subduing pestle began to vibrate, shaking a large amount of golden light. In the next moment, it flew out of the golden world and rushed into the darkness. Wherever it passed, the black light silently dissipated and melted. Then, the demon-subduing pestle hit the ancient castle, instantly causing a violent collision. During the collision, the ancient castle began to tremble, and the golden world became unstable. Many people in the air screamed in fright. "Old bald thief, you asked for it. You can't blame me." Suddenly, a terrifying pitch-black energy rushed out from the ancient castle. Like a bolt of black lightning, it hit the demon-subduing pestle, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The pitch-black energy seemed to be an object as well. It was very terrifying. After colliding with the demon-subduing pestle, it was unexpectedly not shattered. Instead, it suppressed the demon-subduing pestle and forced it to retreat. The two collided, causing the sky and earth to tremble. Wave after wave of destructive power spread out. Gradually, the golden light on the demon-subduing pestle began to recede. It was no match for the dark energy. "Die, bald thief." A cold voice came from the pitch-black energy. The power of the pitch-black energy was even stronger. "Amitabha. Even if I die, I won't let you appear." A merciful voice came from the demon-subduing pestle. Everyone was dumbfounded. The voice came from two beams of light. Could it be that these two beams of light were two powerful cultivators? The intense collision continued. The pitch-black energy was clearly superior. After several attacks, the light on the demon-subduing pestle slowly dimmed. Pang! Under the powerful impact of the pitch-black energy, the demon-subduing pestle suddenly trembled. A large amount of golden light dissipated, and the demon-subduing pestle revealed its true appearance. The moment they saw the demon-subduing pestle, everyone's eyes widened. "That's a weapon. Oh my God, how can that be a weapon?" Everyone was stunned. One had to know that they clearly heard the voice coming from the golden light. They thought it was a powerful cultivator. They didn't expect it to be a weapon. Other than the monk, no one could see the old monk on the demon-subduing pestle. Looking at the demon-subduing pestle in the sky, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. This was a powerful weapon. Moreover, it had its own consciousness. Just the thought of it was terrifying. At this moment, no one dared to be greedy. "Old bald thief, die." A final murderous intent came from the pitch-black energy. Then, the pitch-black energy rushed out again. It swept across the sky and attacked the demon-subduing pestle aggressively. The demon-subduing pestle shone again. The old monk had already used all his strength. However, it was obviously unrealistic for him to block this attack. In the next moment, the old monk might be destroyed. Enough. Just as the pitch-black energy was about to fall, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, another beam of light appeared from another direction. This was a silver light. The moment it appeared, it was dazzling. It was like a silver sun. It melted a large amount of the pitch-black energy and descended from the darkness. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the silver light. They realized that it was a small silver world. In this small world, there were many silver lights flashing. They were like silver snakes. The silver light was dazzling. The small silver world fell. Dozens of silver snakes rushed out from it. The moment they rushed out, they became hundreds of meters long. It was as if the snakes had turned into dragons. They displayed the vast power of heaven and earth. The dozens of silver dragons emitted a terrifying aura of heaven's might. They landed on the black energy. Then, there was a loud explosion. Even with the protection of the golden world, the violent explosion still deafened everyone's ears, causing them to buzz continuously. The energy in the silver dragons was violent. They turned into endless lightning energy. The black energy was blown back and stopped above the ancient castle. Chmph. You're here too. Where's the other one? Why don't all of you show yourselves? Let's see who's better today. A dissatisfied snort came from the pitch-black energy. The silver world was expanding. It directly extended to the bottom of the ancient castle. The silver snakes kept flashing in the silver world. The destructive lightning energy made people's hearts palpitate. This is your fault. An emotionless voice came from the silver world. My fault. Hmph. What did I do wrong? The black energy was unconvinced. Back then, you did all kinds of evil. You should have died. However, Buddha was merciful. He couldn't bear to see your lineage lose its inheritance. That's why he sealed you here. However, the premise is that you can't go out. You can only wait for your lineage to appear. This time, the old monk on the demon pestle spoke. Baldy bastard, cut the crap. Don't think I don't know about your fake benevolence. You trapped me here just to steal the inheritance of my sky-rending battle ape bloodline. The voice from the dark energy was furious. Amitabha. Our Buddhist lineage has tens of thousands of inheritances. Why would we steal the inheritance of your race? The demon pestle shone again. You won't steal my inheritance. Chmph. Then why can't my successor enter? He's blocked by some kind of rule power. The black energy questioned. The demon pestle seemed to be stunned. It didn't continue speaking. The existence in the silver world also suddenly became silent. The world became deathly silent again. Many people in the sky didn't even dare to breathe loudly. However, when they heard the conversation, the shock in their hearts reached an extreme. This was indeed a super inheritance. Moreover, it was the inheritance of the sky-splitting battle ape lineage. The reason why the other party suddenly went berserk was because the entrance of the sky-splitting battle ape lineage was suddenly blocked. When the demon ape heard this, its expression changed. So that's the reason. Why? Are all of you mute? A mocking voice came from the black energy. Damn bald bastard, I was really blind back then to believe you. And you, the mighty Thunder Clan expert, who has always been cold and righteous. I didn't expect you to plot against me with that damn bald bastard. There's also that rat. Let him come out too. Even if I die today, I'll make you pay a heavy price. The expert in the silver world was still silent. However, the old monk on the demon pestle spoke. I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. A mocking voice came from the black energy. Do you think I'll believe that this is a misunderstanding? Finally, the other party shouted, come on, show me your strongest strength. Today, we'll fight to the death. Let's see if you can continue to seal my sky-splitting battle ape. Boom. The entire ancient castle began to tremble. This time, an even stronger energy began to surge. The silver world that had just expanded retreated instantly. If you want to fight, we can fight another day. However, there must be something wrong with this. The emotionless voice came from the silver world again. Bah, I won't believe you. Today, we'll fight to the death. The black energy went berserk. At the same time, it shouted, Rat, come out together. Boom. Chapter 552. A tremor shook the sky, spreading across the entire ancient battlefield. The power of rules that had not appeared for many years had appeared again, causing the world to tremble. This is the power of rules. The power of rules still exists in the ancient world. In the vast power of rules, many ancient beasts that were in deep slumber were awakened. Feeling the world trembling, their expressions changed instantly. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. Their deep eyes seemed to be able to see through the void. The rules of the ancient battlefield have long become nominal. Who is it? Who is it that has violated the rules again? Various ancient voices rang out, filled with shock and doubt. The rules have reappeared. Is the ancient battlefield going to change? The true passage still exists. Or did someone trigger something? In the outer region, beside the black pool, an old man appeared. His wise and deep eyes seemed to be able to see through the layers of the void, looking into the depths. His face was filled with shock and doubt. However, in the turbulent rules of heaven and earth, there was a strange energy that prevented them from probing. No matter how their spiritual senses probed, they were blocked by a strong force and bounced back. What is going on? Such a powerful rule has been triggered. What kind of existence is it trying to kill? The group of old antiques was shocked. They then tried their best to probe again. This time, they successfully passed through the layers of obstruction and saw what was happening in the depths. The rules of heaven and earth had turned into a huge hand that covered the sky. It was surrounded by endless power of rules and had a unique aura of destruction. It fell towards a pitch-black region. It's actually that place that triggered the rules of heaven and earth. Seeing the pitch-black region, all the old antiques' expressions changed. They were existences that had lived for thousands of years. Naturally, they knew that place. It was rumored that it was the place where the sky-splitting battle ape, who had caused the world to tremble, had disappeared. That place was filled with a dangerous aura. The stronger the ancient beast, the sharper its senses. They could sense that there was an extremely powerful existence in that region, but they did not dare to go there recklessly. Such a powerful rule has appeared. It should be that super-powerful existence that has violated the rules of this region. It should be killed by the rules now. Even if it has the power of the heavens, it will still die against the rules. That super-powerful existence is going to die. The group of old antiques sighed. As long as one was in this world, one had to abide by the rules. In this world, the strongest wasn't a single person or ancient beast, but rather the rules. The massive hand formed by the power of laws descended from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying aura of destruction. It landed on the pitch-black energy, instantly causing an explosion. The law hand transformed into the laws of the ancient battlefield, bringing with it the strongest destructive power. Everywhere it passed, it destroyed everything in its path. The black energy was instantly obliterated. In this area, black energy filled the sky, and there was no sunlight at all. However, under the giant hand of laws, the black energy was instantly shattered, and golden sunlight once again fell on this reddish-brown land. After dispersing the black energy, the giant hand of laws did not stop there. It trembled slightly in the air, and more power of laws lingered around it. Then, it ruthlessly struck the pitch-black ancient castle. Boom! The ancient castle had an extremely strong defense. Even when facing the attack of the demon-fall pestle, it only trembled slightly. However, under the power of the laws, the huge castle was instantly shattered. Half of it turned into black energy, while the other half was still the castle. At the same time, a roar resounded between heaven and earth. The pitch-black energy from before trembled and rolled above the ancient castle, letting out a roar. On the surface of its body, the power of laws constantly emerged, and then formed a destructive power that wanted to crush it. In the golden world, the old monk who saw this scene was suddenly startled. Then, he raised his head, and his empty golden eyes looked at the giant hand of laws in the air, puzzled. The existence in the silver world seemed to be surprised by this scene. Looking at the giant hand of laws, he asked coldly, "Why is this happening?" "Those who break the rules, die." From the giant hand of laws, a cold and merciless thought was transmitted. "Rules, haha, what a good rule. Let's see how you're going to destroy me today." The power of laws that surrounded the pitch-black energy had unknowingly disappeared, and the pitch-black energy reappeared, letting out a tyrannical voice. He actually blocked the power of laws. Seeing that the existence in the pitch-black energy was actually not dead, all the ancient existences opened their eyes wide in shock. The power of laws represented the strongest rule of the ancient battlefield, and it had the power to destroy the world. As long as it was something that was created under the power of laws, it would definitely be suppressed and restrained. If the rules wanted someone to die, they had no choice but to die. That was the rule. Since the ancient battlefield was formed, they had seen many experts who broke the rule and died under the rule. However, they had never seen or even heard of someone who could block the power of laws. Seeing the pitch-black energy blocking the power of the rule force, Yu Fei, who was still in the Golden World, sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling shocked and horrified. They knew very well what the power of laws in the sky represented. Once it appeared, everything would be destroyed, and nothing would exist. However, even the godlike power of laws could not cut through the pitch-black energy. This was really inconceivable. A pair of cold eyes suddenly shot out from the pitch-black energy. He stared at the giant hand of laws and asked coldly, "All of this is your doing, isn't it?" Using a strong attitude to question the rule, the pitch-black energy was indeed strong. Those who break the rule, die. The same thought came out from the giant hand of laws. Immediately after, it pressed down on the pitch-black energy again. Boom! The sky trembled. The energy contained in this attack was even stronger. The endless power of laws instantly shrouded the pitch-black energy. But this time, the existence in the pitch-black energy didn't roar. With a loud explosion, the pitch-black energy directly exploded. The power of destruction swept over the power of the rules, and both of them exploded one after another. The pitch-black energy dissipated from the top of the ancient castle, and it was replaced by a long black rod. The body of the rod was dark and shiny, as if it was refined from the world's darkest matter. Complex and mysterious runes were engraved all over the long rod. At the same time, there was a violent aura spreading out. Seeing the pitch-black energy reveal its true form, everyone's expression instantly turned to horror. The one who spoke was actually another weapon. "You dare to scheme against me? Is that the rule? Then, let me see how strong you are." The pitch-black long rod emitted a monstrous flame. The mysterious runes on the long rod also flashed in the next moment, and an even stronger aura spread out. Boom! Then, the long rod went berserk and shot up into the sky. With a large amount of pitch-black energy, it slammed against the giant hand of laws in the sky. Seeing the long rod that went against the sky and took the initiative to attack the power of laws, everyone was shocked and speechless. The power of laws represented the rules of the ancient battlefield. It represented the strongest. Others could not avoid it, but this black rod actually took the initiative to provoke it and even took the initiative to attack. This was not going to rest until one of them was dead. Those who break the rule, die. It was still that cold thought. The giant hand of laws began to flash, mobilizing the rules of the ancient battlefield, and pressed down. With a loud bang, the powerful black rod was instantly sent flying. At the same time, the remaining half of the ancient castle collapsed again. The black rod fell from the sky and fell into the ancient castle. Once again, there was a loud bang, and it seemed to have smashed a lot of buildings. Those who break the rule, die. At the same time, the power of laws pressed down again. With the destructive power of laws, it rushed towards the ancient castle. With a loud bang, the ancient castle no longer existed. Only black energy surged in the sky. Amidst the energy, a long rod hit the giant hand of laws. Pang! The giant hand only shook, but the long rod was sent flying by a rebounding force. Everyone looked up at the sky, and they were all shocked. Whether it was the power of laws or the long rod, both were so powerful. The power of both had surpassed the strongest in the ancient battlefield. But on the surface, the power of laws was still stronger between the two. The long rod went against the sky again, and the tyrannical power was even stronger. It was determined to destroy the power of laws. Obviously, this idea was not realistic. It was already a miracle to not be defeated and not die under the power of laws. It was unrealistic to want to destroy the power of laws. In the midst of the battle, the Golden World and the Silver World chose to watch from the sidelines. They had no intention of interfering. But below, Chen and Tyrant were extremely anxious. If the long rod was destroyed, the inheritance of the sky-shattering battle ape would be completely gone. This was a matter of cutting off one's inheritance. It was like cutting off one's bloodline. The power of laws had gone overboard. Beside him, the devil ape was gritting his teeth in anger. This was his inheritance, something that could allow him to undergo a metamorphosis. But now, it was inexplicably related to the rule force. He, who was weak, couldn't get involved at all. Peng. The surging power of the long rod was dispersed once again. The long rod was sent flying again. Under the eyes of the delusion breaker, the devil ape could clearly see an old ape coughing out blood. It was severely injured. But in the eyes of the old ape, there was an indomitable light. Holding the black rod in his hand, he went against the sky and attacked the power of laws. After being sent flying again and again, the long rod rushed up again and again. The illusory old ape was coughing out blood continuously, and his spirit was weakening. The power of laws is unbeatable. All of the super-strong beasts who were watching this battle were equally astounded. Even though the strength of the long rod was strong, and the moment it burst out, it could sweep through all of the beasts present. However, compared to the supreme laws of this place, the long rod was clearly much weaker. This was the power of laws of the ancient battlefield. It represented the strongest power of a world, and no one could break it. Every time the long rod attacked, it was futile. There was no effect at all. It did not even consume a single bit of energy from the huge hand of laws. Chapter 553. The old ape went all out, fighting for the dignity of the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline. He was determined and unyielding. The pitch-black staff danced in the air, emitting an unparalleled destructive aura. Amitabha. The old monk closed his eyes and chanted Buddha's name on the demon-subduing pestle. His eyes were filled with pity. The existence in the silver world was also silent. The old demonic ape's unyielding spirit was admirable. However, it was obviously unwise to go all out against the rules. Attacking with all his might would only speed up his death. The old demonic ape's death was destined. The inheritance of the sky-splitting demonic ape bloodline was also destined to be severed. From now on, the world would have one less powerful bloodline. No one knew if it was a good or bad thing. No matter if it was the old monk or the existence in the silver world, they were all conflicted. You guys go and kill him. However, the expected explosion did not happen. The old demonic ape was trapped in the air by the power of the rules. At the same time, a thought was sent out from the hand of rules. This time, it was sent to the two worlds at the same time. As soon as the thought was sent out, it dispelled the speculation that the power of rules was an inanimate object. Obviously, it had its own consciousness. What? The old monk suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light flashed in his eyes. His emotions seemed to be extremely unstable. Even the golden world was trembling. The silver snakes in the silver world were also fluctuating. Kill him. The power of rules once again sent out a clear voice. However, this time, there was an element of command in the voice. Haha, come on. The two of you can attack together. Give me a quick death. The old ape who was trapped by the power of rules laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. We are not your slaves. The existence in the silver world suddenly spoke. There was no joy in his emotionless voice. Either he dies or all of you die. The power of rules once again sent out a cold thought. This time, there was a hint of threat in it. The development of the situation was obviously out of everyone's expectations. Everyone looked at the scene quietly. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. You are threatening us. The old monk's compassionate voice suddenly became sharp. You have two choices. Live or die. The giant hand of laws in the air suddenly changed, turning into a human figure formed by laws. As soon as he appeared, he looked down at the two worlds. We're just staying here willingly. Do you really think you can do anything to us? From the moment you willingly sealed the heaven-splitting battle ape, your life and death were already in my hands. Killing the heaven-splitting battle ape might require a flick of my fingers, but annihilating you all is more than enough, said the figure formed from the laws. Haha, after losing your main body, you all are truly becoming more and more foolish. You actually fell for the schemes of others. Haha. The sky-splitting battle ape that was controlled by the power of laws laughed out loud, taking pleasure in their misfortune. The old monk's expression changed, and the light in his eyes kept flashing. Back then, for the sake of humanity, they had risked their lives in battle. Their bodies had died in battle, and they had used their remnant will to seal the sky-splitting battle ape. They had never imagined that they would fall into someone's trap. The inheritance of the sky-splitting battle ape couldn't be passed down, and their life and death were also controlled by the rules. Who is it? Who wants to harm us? The old monk questioned. Under the rules, everything is an ant. Who would be so bored as to harm two ants? A mocking expression appeared on the face of the figure formed from the laws. Now, you only have two choices. Either you live, or you die. The expression of the figure of the laws became extremely rich, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Back then, didn't you want to protect him? Even if you died, you wanted to leave behind an inheritance for him. Very good. Today, I'll let you personally destroy his inheritance. Consider it as settling the karma between us. You're not the laws. You're one of the existences that fought back then. The existence in the silver world suddenly spoke, still emotionless. Ha ha. The laws suddenly laughed. I'm the laws. This place is under my control. Now, quickly make your choice. Hehe, as expected, the most cunning and savage in the world are still you humans. Come, baldy and lightning-playing bastard. Give me a quick death, then you can go be someone else's dog. The sky-splitting battle ape laughed carefreely. However, that laughter contained a trace of sadness. At this moment, its unyielding eyes were filled with mockery towards the two experts, as well as deep sadness for them. The sky-splitting battle ape was deeply grateful for the kindness of back then, even if it was just a remnant thought. That was why it had let the old monk go time and time again. However, it had never thought that the instigator of all this was the laws. And this ever-changing laws in front of them clearly wasn't the real laws. From the looks of it, it should have fused with some other laws of telekinesis. Do it. Either destroy the sky-splitting battle ape's inheritance, or all three of you will die. The ever-changing laws laughed loudly. In the distant sky, everyone was silent. Clearly, this was a grudge left behind by the experts of the ancient era. Who would have thought that it had survived to this era? On the surface, the gold and silver worlds, as well as the sky-rending battle ape, had all become victims. The true beneficiary was this inhuman being. Because of your intelligence, you want me to give up the sky-splitting battle ape's inheritance. It's not worth it. Come, give me a quick death. At this moment, the old demonic ape suddenly became free and easy. Compared to him, the two of them seemed to be in a worse state. Even if we die today, we won't kill the old demonic ape. The voice in the silver world spoke again. It was still emotionless. Amitabha. The old monk chanted the name of Buddha. Golden light surged around his body. The demon-subduing pestle was already aimed at the law figure. He had already used his actions to express his intentions. Then you are courting death. The law figure's eyes were filled with mockery. Death? Not necessarily. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged in the silver world. The little silver snake in the middle suddenly moved violently. Then, it surged to both sides as if it was making way for something. In the next moment, a pair of silver bone wings appeared. It emitted a horrifying power of thunder and lightning. It was surging violently as if the heavens were descending. When the bone wings spread out, they were a few thousand meters long. They covered the sky and were formed by countless silver lights. Each of the silver lights was a thunderbolt that carried the horrifying power of the heavenly thunder. In the middle of the bone wings, a stalwart man appeared. The bone wings seemed to have grown from his body as they spread out. Seeing the cold man in front of the silver bone wings, the old demonic ape couldn't help but make fun of him, the heavenly thunder wings of the Thunder Clan. This appearance is indeed very strong. Even if we die, we have to fight, the cold man said. Then, a terrifying energy surged from the heavenly thunder wings. Haha, not bad. It's still the heavenly thunder wings and the demon-subduing pestle. Unfortunately, they are both damaged. The law figure laughed. In addition to disdain, there was also a hint of ferocious playfulness in his eyes. Today, Let me see how much of the combat power you have in the past. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the rules began to surge in the sky. With a monstrous destructive power, it pressed down on the two. Boom! On the demon subduing pestle, light bloomed. Rich and pure Buddhist power surged and hit the rules in the sky. The sound of chanting resounded between heaven and earth. Sacred golden light occupied half of the sky. Tall Buddha shadows appeared in the sky. Then, a violent explosion sounded. The power of the rules was shattered. That's all there is to the rules. At the same time, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the stalwart man. Then, the heavenly thunder wings on his body flashed. A terrifying thunder power was displayed. This was the true thunder power. It carried the power to destroy the world. It landed on the power of the rules. With a boom, the rules instantly exploded and dissipated between heaven and earth. The demon subduing pestle and the heavenly thunder wings had both destroyed the power of the rules. Such power made the hearts of the people shocked to the extreme. In addition, the ancient existences were incomparably excited. If these three powerful existences destroyed the rules here, there might be a miracle. But defeating and destroying the rules didn't seem very realistic. The ancient and tall Buddha statue stood in the sky. Pure Buddhist power surged around it. At the same time, the chanting continued. All kinds of mighty power raged, obliterating the second rule. I am now more and more certain that you are one of the people from back then. The stalwart man was extremely cold. There was no emotion in his words, but his attacks were absolutely domineering. As a member of the Thunder Clan, he could mobilize the power of thunder and unleash an attack that could destroy the world. The second rule was obviously not enough in front of him. Then, the third and fourth rule were shattered under the attacks of the two. Not bad, not bad. There are shadows of the past. It's a pity that your combat strength is much weaker. The old demonic ape was imprisoned in the sky, watching the battle happily. Life and death were already determined. The ending would not be unexpected. It was a good choice to be able to show off before death. The rules were shattered one after another. The expression of the figure of the rules did not change. But the mocking smile on his face slowly turned into a mocking smile. Looking at the two of them displaying their strength to destroy the rules, it was as if he was watching a show. Not bad. What a wonderful performance. The figure of the rules clapped his hands. The mocking smile on his face gradually turned cold. In the end, he said coldly, however, it's time for everything to end. As his words fell, the figure of the rules pressed his hand down. This time, he directly mobilized the rules of the entire ancient battlefield. Among these rules, there was one that was specially used to restrain the two of them. Bang! Bang! Amidst the dull explosion, the two of them who were able to shatter the rules were sent flying in the next moment. The old monk who was chanting all disappeared. The golden light on the demon subduing pestle also dimmed instantly. The pair of heavenly thunder wings behind the stalwart man also shrunk by a few hundred meters. You really did something, the stalwart man said. Haha, of course. Today is the day of your death. The figure of the rules laughed maliciously. Then, he swept his cold gaze towards the stalwart man and said, also, before you die, I want to tell you that I hate your self-righteous attitude. Now, I will send you on your way. Under the cold words, the world trembled again. Then, a monstrous killing intent swept over. Chapter 554. The monstrous killing intent stirred up the wind and clouds in all directions. With a murderous aura, it approached from afar and swept past the old demonic ape in an instant. As the sharp sword light flashed, the power of the rules on the old demonic ape disappeared completely. The latter regained his freedom once again. The monstrous sword light turned into a solid object in front of the figure. It turned out to be an ancient stone sword. And the one holding the stone sword was actually a young man. The figure of rules slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest that was pierced by the sharp sword. For the first time, his expression changed drastically. He was in disbelief. You can actually hurt me. The young man holding the stone sword was extremely cold. He looked at the figure of rules and said coldly, not only can I hurt you, but I can also kill you. Seeing the young man who suddenly appeared in the sky, everyone was petrified. The moment the young man appeared, he struck the figure of rules in the chest and saved the old demonic ape at the same time. But what shocked and petrified everyone was that the young man was only in the realm of Zephyr. Although it was a sneak attack, not everyone could successfully sneak an attack on the figure of rules. Moreover, the young man was only in the realm of Zephyr. The moment they saw the young man, Zi Chen and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The cold young man standing in the air was none other than Zhong Haotian, who was supposed to be receiving the inheritance of killing. It's Zhong Haotian. How is this possible? He actually injured the figure of rules. The few of them were shocked. It should be because of the stone sword. Zi Chen looked at the stone sword in the young man's hand and said in a deep voice. If he guessed correctly, the stone sword should be the third person mentioned by the old demonic ape. And the power of the stone sword should be comparable to the heavenly thunder wings and the demon-subduing pestle. The old monk and the stalwart man also rushed back at the first moment. They stared coldly at the figure of rules. "Ha, rat, you really appeared at the right time." The old demonic ape laughed and stood side by side with the three of them holding the black rod. You. Seeing the four people in front of him, the figure of rules' expression changed again and again. "Everything will end today," the stalwart man said coldly. The next moment, his body turned into nothingness, leaving only the heavenly thunder wings floating in the void, releasing a powerful aura. Zi Chen, who was far away, felt a strong calling the moment the stalwart man disappeared. Immediately after, the void in front of him began to distort and a black hole appeared. A suction force pulled him away. When his figure reappeared, he was already in midair, facing the figure of rules. Behind him, the heavenly thunder wings were already on his body. Amitabha. The old monk, who was holding the demon-subduing pestle, also disappeared after a Buddhist chant. At the same time, the monk appeared where he had been, holding the demon-subduing pestle tightly in his hand. Tyrant's expression was naturally extremely excited. One had to know that he had always been thinking about Zi Chen's silver soul spear and blood-red broken spear. He wanted them badly. But right now, he had been given a demon-vanquishing pestle. Sensing the immense Buddhist powers contained within the demon-vanquishing pestle, the monk felt as though he was about to faint from happiness. Compared to the demon-vanquishing pestle, the broken spear and the silver soul spear were nothing but trash. "Ha, successor. I have one too." The old demonic ape laughed out loud. The pitch-black light around him flickered continuously. When the black light dissipated, the old demonic ape had been replaced by the little demonic ape. The little demonic ape was only holding a black rod in his hand. His red eyes were emitting a cold luster. Such a scene stupefied everyone. Seeing the four powerful weapons in the hands of the four Zurians, other than envy, there was even more doubt in their hearts. Even the three ancient powerhouses were unable to suppress the rules. How could four mere brats be able to do so? Is this a premeditated scheme? If it is, then it's too scary. Seeing the figure of rules' ugly expression, the group of old antiques was extremely shocked. Obviously, the four of them holding weapons could bring about an unexpected effect on the figure of rules. The figure of rules had first schemed against them, and now he was being schemed against. Even the group of old antiques was shocked by the schemes of these existences. Good, very good. The figure of rules' face was still pale, but the stab wound on his chest was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was a manifestation of rules. He wasn't a physical body, and there was no blood flowing from his body. Looking at the four zephyrs in front of him, the figure of rules asked coldly, "You've been planning for this day for a long time, right?" He was the embodiment of rules, an extremely powerful existence. However, he couldn't appear at will. Just like the sky thunder wings and the old demonic ape, he had always been in a deep slumber. He could only be awakened under certain circumstances. For example, if the rules were violated, or if an inheritor appeared. This was the first time the figure of rules was manifested. In the past, it was only rules that appeared. However, because of the old demonic ape and the others, the memories in the depths of the figure of rules were awakened. This was the reason why he suddenly had more expressions after a few cold and stiff strikes. He had just awakened today and had fused with his ancient memories. He immediately wanted to kill these people, but he didn't expect that they had already planned this and schemed against him first. Under the rules, everything was an ant. This saying was true. He could kill anyone or anything in the ancient battlefield at will. This included the human cultivators, the demon-subduing pestle, the stone sword, and the sky thunder wings. Just as he said, he could kill them with just a thought. However, the premise was that they had to be separated. Now that the human cultivators had appeared with the demon-subduing pestle, the stone sword, and the sky thunder wings in their hands, they had exceeded the killing range of the power of rules. This was because they didn't belong to the ancient battlefield. They weren't products of the rules. When they were separated, they were weak and could be defeated one by one. However, once they joined forces, they could go against the rules. The existences hidden in the weapons were all silent. It was unknown whether they agreed or denied it. Zi Chen and the others who were holding various weapons didn't know how to answer. To them, it was all a coincidence that they had to gather 4 people to go against the rules. Moreover, Zhong Haotian had almost died in the periphery. In addition, if it wasn't for Elder Hiroshi, Zhong Haotian wouldn't have been able to obtain the inheritance of killing. All signs indicated that it was just a coincidence. However, was it really a coincidence? It was too much of a coincidence. No one could give an answer. With the stone sword in hand, Zhong Haotian's figure suddenly disappeared, hiding in the void. Monk held the demon-subduing pestle and was extremely excited. He wanted to test its power, so he instantly activated the demon-subduing pestle. Devil Ape was even more direct. Its body surged with a tyrannical aura that was comparable to that of the old Devil Ape. It held the black rod and struck at the rule figure. Buddhist chants sounded from the heaven and earth. The Buddha figure that had disappeared appeared again. Rich and pure Buddhist power surged around his body and struck at the power of rules. At this moment, several Buddhist superpowers appeared in the sky. There was the Arhat golden body, the Vajra finger seal, the 6 syllables mantra, and the demon-subduing mantra. Golden light flashed in the sky. All sorts of Buddhist superpowers were displayed. The gorgeous and powerful battle techniques shook people's minds. Boom! All sorts of battle techniques landed on the rule figure one after another, causing him to stagger and retreat from the sky. "Break for me," he shouted as his expression became ferocious. At the same time, he mobilized the ancient battlefield's power of rules to suppress the various Buddhist superpowers. Bang! Bang! All sorts of explosions reverberated in the sky. Terrifying energy spread in all directions, spreading continuously between heaven and earth. Those on the ground had already retreated and were hiding in the distance to watch the battle. Just as the Buddha figures dissipated, a tyrannical aura struck at the rule figure. A pitch-black energy swept out, and a powerful force appeared on the rod. "Trap!" the rule figure shouted. The moment he spoke, the power of rules appeared. Streams of power of rules curled around the black rod, wanting to trap the opponent like before. Bang! On the black rod, black light curled around it. It smashed down with a whistling sound. The powerful force instantly shattered the power of rules. At the same time, the powerful force on the black rod struck the rule figure, sending him flying. Die! The rule figure's expression became even more ferocious. As soon as he finished speaking, the rule of death appeared and shrouded the Devil Ape. If it wasn't for the black rod, the Devil Ape would have died without a doubt. Unfortunately, with the black rod in hand and the old Devil Ape beside him, the rule couldn't get close to the Devil Ape at all. Even the rule figure couldn't do anything about the combination of inheritance and inheritor. After all, they were things that didn't belong to the rule. The boundless power of death was completely blocked by the black rod. The rule figure was shocked. This is a perfect fusion. A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind the rule figure. Following that, a monstrous killing intent surged, and sharp swordlight appeared once more. A sure-kill attack. Golden light flashed. By the time the monstrous killing intent dissipated, Zhong Haotian was already in front of the rule figure with the stone sword. Behind him, one of the rule figure's arms was slowly dissipating in the air. One attack had cut off one of the rule figure's arms. Such an attack was shocking. Some of the Heavenly Kill Union's assassins were even more shocked. No matter how they looked at it, that hidden attack seemed to be an inheritance of the Heavenly Kill Union. Damn it, didn't they say there were no more inheritances? Then what is this? An assassin who had interacted with Luo Sha couldn't help cursing inwardly. He had clearly heard about the stone sword from Luo Sha. Unfortunately, Luo Sha was already dead. Otherwise, if he saw Zhong Haotian holding the stone sword, even if he was still alive, he would definitely die from anger again. The rule figure's arm was cut off, but under the transformation of the rule figure, a new one quickly grew out. Lightning. Zi Chen stood in the distance. His cold eyes swept over the rule figure that was repelled. The two heavenly thunder wings on his back flashed, and endless lightning energy surged. In the next moment, he pointed to the sky and shouted. Boom! A violent explosion followed. The silver in the silver world instantly went berserk. At the same time, many silver snakes rushed out, turning into silver dragons that danced in the air. Fall. Zi Chen pointed his finger at the figure of rules, and the silver dragons in the sky also rushed towards the figure of rules.